in doing well by doing good. We are doing our part to reduce our carbon footprint. We have enhanced our product range. Our people remain our foremost priority. Creating a healthy work environment, bringing out the best in our employees, and fosters strong relationships. Together, the 𝗕𝗂𝗀 family will continue to break boundaries as we take the company to the next level of success. Above all, we value the adoption of good business ethics of honesty, integrity, and transparency.
Good health and good day. As a corporate citizen and industry leaders, sustainability stewardship is an area we are deeply committed to. We continue to sharpen our focus on customer centricity, placing customer delight at the heart of all we do. Our aim is to ensure our customers experience the highest levels of excellence in terms of quality, value, and service delivery. Thank you for your continuous support.
𝗕𝗂𝗀 aspires to become a Forbes and Fortune Global 500 company. Rest assured, we remain committed to delivering excellence and continually creating value for our stakeholders. 𝗕𝗂𝗀, in the quest for excellence.
All over the world, we are known for our superior quality gloves. Through the years, we have grown, we have shown our gloves that are superior in the world.
𝗕𝗂𝗀 adalah pengeluar sarung tangan terbesar di dunia, berkhidmat kepada lebih 2,000 pelanggan di 195 negara. Dari permulaan sederhana pada tahun 1991, kami berkembang menjadi peneraju global dalam pengeluaran sarung tangan latex, sarung tangan nitrile, dan sarung tangan pembedahan. Malah, setiap 4 helai sarung tangan di dunia, satu daripadanya adalah dari 𝗕𝗂𝗀. Pada 2022, kami mempunyai perkilangan di 4 negara dan sedia ada di 9 negara. 𝗕𝗂𝗀 adalah pusat sumber sehenti untuk sarung tangan di mana kami menepati jangkaan pelanggan dengan pengeluaran yang berkualiti tinggi pada kos rendah yang cekap. Rangkaian bekalan komprehensif kami untuk terus mengekalkan penghantaran yang konsisten dan tepat pada masanya. Keselamatan orang yang tersayang kini boleh dilakukan dengan hanya di hujung jari anda. Laman web e-dagang kami membolehkan pembeli anda. Di 𝗕𝗂𝗀, kami percaya setiap kebaikan bermula dengan berbuat baik. Peranan kami adalah untuk menuju ke arah karbon sifar bersih. Kami telah menambah baik setiap rangkaian produk kami dengan produk mesra alam untuk dunia. Inisiatif kaki tangan wujudkan persekitaran kerja yang sihat. Kaki tangan kami dapat memberikan yang terbaik dan memupuk hubungan yang kukuh antara satu sama lain. Kami bersama warga 𝗕𝗂𝗀 akan terus membawa syarikat ke tahap kejayaan yang lebih tinggi. Di atas segalanya, kami menerapkan etika perniagaan yang baik melalui kejujuran, integriti dan ketelusan.
Salam sejahtera. Sebagai warga corporate dan meneraju industri, kami amat komited dalam sektor pengurusan kelestarian. Pada masa yang sama, kami akan terus fokus untuk meningkatkan perkhidmatan mesra berangan dan mengutamakan kepuasan berangan dengan sepenuh hati. Kami sentiasa berusaha untuk memastikan berangan kami menikmati pengalaman yang terbaik dari segi kualiti nilai dan perkhidmatan. Terima kasih atas sokongan berterusan anda.
Top Club bercita-cita untuk menjadi syarikat Forbes dan Fortune Global 500. Yakinlah bahawa kami tetap komited untuk memberikan kecemerlangan dan terus mencipta nilai yang tinggi bagi pihak berkepentingan kami. Top Club dalam usaha untuk mencapai keunggulan.
Dari mulanya hingga
每一条生命都是宝贵的，必须加以保护。在顶级手套，保护生命是我们的首要任务，而我们用一双手套来完成这一份使命。顶级手套是世界上最大的手套制造商，为195个国家的2000多名客户提供服务。从1991年起步， 如今，我们已成为乳胶手套、钉金手套和手术手套的全球领导者。全球市场的橡胶手套里，每4只就有1只出自于顶级手套。截至2022年，我们在4个国家拥有生产设施，并在9个国家设有分部。顶级手套是手套的一站式采购中心，我们以高效、低成本的高质量产品满足客户的期望。全面的供应链，配合新的伽马灭菌设备，使我们能够持续的快速及准时交货。保护您所爱之人，只需从戴上手套开始。您们能通过我们的电子商务网站轻松购买顶级手套的各种产品，并直接送到您家门口。在顶级手套，我们坚信以善为本，才能做好业务。我们尽自己的一份力量来减少碳来源，以发展环保产品，扩大了我们的产品范围。我们以员工利益为首，致力为员工提供良好的工作环境及培养牢固的人际关系。顶级手套集团团队将继续打破界限，迈向成功高峰。与此同时，我们视诚实、正直与透明化为我们的商业价值。
大家好，身体健康。作为企业公民和行业领导者，我们更加努力以实现永续的发展的目标。我们也将继续加强客户至上的经营理念，将提高客户满意度作为我们工作的中心，确保客户的质量、价值和服务方面都拥有最高水平的体验。谢谢你们一直以来的支持。
顶级手套立志成为福布斯和财富世界500强公司之一。我们将继续致力于为我们的利益相关者创造更多价值。顶级手套是您的最佳选择。
顶级的名誉闻名世界，品质优良的顶级手套上，我们成功站在世界的顶端。顶级的手套，我们的骄傲。
It's moving faster than we can cope. It's moving faster than we can cope. Trends are pacing beyond the speed of human mind. Natural disasters happening beyond our means to cope. Progress expected is beyond our own grasp.
Hello, planet Earth. How are you? Have we spoken lately? Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to 𝗕𝗪𝗀𝗀's inaugural webinar. The theme this year is Emerging Trends Shaping Business Sustainability and Humanity. We bring to you discourse in the following areas: global trends shaping sustainable policies and priorities for governments, role of board in changing global business dynamics, sustainability impacts on business and humanity, new and emerging threats to governance and boards, impact of business and human rights on brand and reputation, key policy consideration in New World Order. People, planet, profit. How are we balancing? Are we running out of time? Can we agree on basic human values? Who are our merchants of hope? What are our shared visions? Who are shepherds of this planet? Where are our hearts when handling the only home we know?
Let us talk.
Gentlemen, a very warm welcome to the inaugural Top Glove webinar with our topic, Emerging Trends Shaping Business Sustainability and Humanity. Good health and good morning to Dr. 𝗓𝗏𝘃𝗲𝗀, Dato Lee, Top Glove Board of Directors, esteemed speakers, distinguished guests, and friends. I am Aaron, and I'm honored to be here as your MC as we discuss and unravel the intricacies of emerging trends that play a role in both business sustainability and the broader spectrum of humanity. As we take a deep dive and understand these trends, believe that will not only be organizational success, but also towards contributing positively to the global community. Now, before we proceed with our highly anticipated webinar, let us perform our usual practice, the Top Glove claps. In the beginning of any Top Glove event, we will have the business ethics clap, which resembles the very core of our business practice: honesty, integrity, and transparency, followed by Top Glove's 5, which is our mantra for healthy and happy life. Now, for all our non-Top Glove audience, you are more than welcome to follow along. All you have to do is just follow my lead and read out the words displayed on the screen. Then clap thrice, clap twice, and repeat the resounding words. Now, if you guys are ready, thumbs up, ready, 1, 2, 3.
Top Glove,
top
honesty, top
integrity,
integrity,
top transparency. Quality.
Quality.
Now, followed by the Top Glove. Thumbs up, ready, 1, 2, 3.
Top Glove,
Eat well,
eat well, work
well, exercise well, sleep well. Healthy. Ladies and gentlemen, we have officially begun our webinar for today. Ladies and gentlemen, let us ponder on the question: what kind of future do we want to build? We are gathered here today to rethink and reimagine, reflect on the world as it should be today, not as it once was. The theme for today's webinar is Emerging Trends Shaping Business Sustainability and Humanity. Now, for all of the audience who would like to take a deeper dive further into the intricacies of the theme, you may access the webinar booklet via the link available in the chat box on Zoom. Now, ladies and gentlemen, can we create the change we so desperately need if we simply just wait for the change to happen? Let us make this webinar a moment for action and constructive engagement. Top Glove is also proud to have the support and partnership of @FIM, alongside our supporting partners, Global Compact Network Malaysia and Brunei, the Center to Combat Corruption and Cronyism, ICDM, Top Glove Global Doctors, Bank Rakyat, and PUNB. And now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, to open our webinar, Top Glove Corporation Berhad for his welcoming speech entitled Navigating New World Order with Our Business Partners. Tan Sri Lim, over to you.
Okay. Testing. Okay. Thank you, the good MC, Mr. Aaron, Salam sejahtera dan selamat pagi. Good health and good morning to Datuk 𝗕𝗂𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀, Datuk Norma, Dr. 𝗚𝗃, Asrina, top group directors, Tan Sri, Datuk Sri, Datuk Datin, distinguished guests and speakers, top group colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome and thank you for attending Top Group's first sustainability webinar titled Emerging Trends Shipping Business, Sustainability and Humanity. Business trends are changing rapidly with developments in technology and internet. Business cycles are much shorter, faster, and the challenges faced by public and private sectors everywhere are increasing globally. Good news travel fast, but bad news travel even faster, able to sustain. So business change very fast. So all businesses face competition, especially international business. To sustain, we must have a very strong foundation. How do we build a strong foundation? The most important element of the foundation is the people and talent management. We need good people and talents who are positive contributors. So make sure we stay fit. And why not stay healthy and fit every day? Not once a year, only happy and healthy. Every day, every morning you wake up, must be happy and healthy. Okay? With this mental and physical health, we can build our financial health. Because when you are mentally, physically healthy, you can work. Then we can have financial health. So with these three health in place, the people and company can do well, both in good and challenging times. This is very basic and simple, but how many of us are able to catch this and are disciplined enough to put this into practice? So knowledge is very important. With good knowledge, with discipline, we will have wisdom. So we must practice our knowledge and discipline ourselves every day in order to do well. When business is good, many people jump into the business like the glove industry or any other industry. Why? Good demand, good profit. Everybody like to jump in. But we have to see both long-term and short-term as well. But long-term is more important than short-term. Both are important, okay? So you want to sustain in business, we have to see both. Then we can last. When business is bad, then up to 80% of the businesses can be phased out if you just work normally. Because normal means that you pass average 50%. But during tough time, you have to work more than normal, work extraordinary. It's easy to work normally. We must be extraordinary to survive and compete. In tough time, we must be more productive and efficient than normal. We always encourage our colleagues to work 10% to 20% more instead of 10% or 20% less at all times. Always do more than expected by our customers and stakeholders. If every one of us work just a little bit more, this will amount to huge rewards. We call this is the power of tiny gains or power of tiny loss. So we decide, we choose, we make the decision. If we improve just by 1% every day, in 1 year, we should have improved by 38 times. But if we were to worsen by 1% every day for a year, we will be left with only 3% or lost 97%, close to nothing. This is the power of tiny loss. Okay, so the difference between improving and worsening by 1% every day is 1,260 times. You divide 38 times divided by the 0.03 equal to 1,260 times. It's very big. It's huge difference. Although it look like 1%, just like compounded interest. Be careful when you borrow from the bank, look very small. You hire purchase, look very small, a few percent. But when you compounded, the interest will be huge. So there is a power in making small gain on a consistent basis. Every day, we make sure we do the right thing and do correct things. In challenging times, we need to multitask, be efficient and be lean. For example, one person do 2% job and not 2% do 1% job, or 3% do 5% job and get 4 people's reward. So look very easy, but not many people can do. Normal people, 1% do 1% job. You want to be extraordinary, you have to do more if you want to get extra. And cannot get extra and work less, then cannot sustain in business. Okay. In order to do well and sustain for long term, we should work like entrepreneurs as well. Most of the employees of the company are professional. They are good, but they can do better if they work like entrepreneurs. Every company starts from small, from the entrepreneurs, especially small and medium. You want to grow, you need professionals. So you want to grow well and sustain and last, we need both. Continue to have this professionalship and entrepreneurship. Okay. So with entrepreneurship, we must learn in any aspect of businesses as the success and failure of the company is our responsibility. We must be hands-on, work hard, work smart. A sustainable business requires both entrepreneurs and professionals to work as a team. Ladies and gentlemen, expectations from our stakeholders are increasing. In addition to basic quality and cost efficiency, businesses are also expected to embrace best practices in terms of business sustainability and business and human rights. This is why we need to invest and take care of environment, social, and governance. However, ESG comes at a cost. Therefore, we need to look at EESG, where the first E stands for economics. As without economic element, we cannot carry out the other ESG.
In terms of
need
quality,
to strike a balance between profitability, planet, and people in order for business to be truly sustainable. A business can only effectively deliver ESG when it's still a business first and foremost. Hence, the economic element of ESG is key in business sustainability. These rules apply to most of the businesses, big and small, listed and non-listed companies. This is the reason we have reached out to speakers and various backgrounds to share their experience and insights in areas that affect sustainability in this forum. I'm truly grateful to all participants of this forum. It's the first of its kind for Top Glove, and we hope to do more such meaningful events that benefit our market and all stakeholders. Running a successful and sustainable company is not easy. Keeping businesses profitable in these times is challenging. We need to grow the business fast. It's not easy. Company can fail if the foundation of the people is not healthy and strong. World market demands are plenty. As business cycle become shorter and faster, and as external demands rise, we need all stakeholders and business partners to cooperate in all areas to succeed. We need win-win solution for everyone. Good things we must do more and do together. Repeat order, we always say good thing must repeat. By joining forces with like-minded organization and people, we can pool our strengths, resources, and expertise to tackle shared challenges and seize emerging opportunity. There are plenty of opportunity in the market. It's up to us whether we can catch or not. I will say when there's a crisis, there's opportunity. As a business that operates internationally, we are fully aware of the demands and constraints in every jurisdiction or countries. Top Glove has been very fortunate in the past 33 years to have worked with supportive business partners in the public and private sectors. Our partners, including shareholders and potential investors, suppliers, customers, civil societies and medias, public sector and legislator, as well as oversight bodies. We can no longer do business alone or in isolation if we want to be successful. Healthy competition is good, and we welcome healthy competition for a vibrant world market. We always say international business is an Olympic game. Top Glove export its products glove to about 195 countries. Our success is due to the good commitment and hard work of our people and support of our external business partners. Government play important roles. I will say, getting to the top is hard. Maintaining at the top is even harder. Number one in the world market is not forever for any brand or company. Even the country, not forever. World number one economic power. You see the history. US now having the world economic power for about 120 years. Before that, it was UK, also for 120 to 150 years. Before UK, there was Holland or Netherlands. Before Holland or Netherlands, it was China. China was economic world power for 940 years. So it changed. Not only company, individual, organization, when the country changed the leadership position as the world number one in economic power. Okay, we would like to take this opportunity to thank all stakeholders who supported us over the years. Top Glove is a brand with humble beginning in Klang, Selangor, Malaysia, which has grown into an international success only with the support of our many stakeholders, as well as good policy and support by the Malaysian government. As the market becomes more and more competitive, we need to work harder, smarter, and faster. Top Glove will drive a culture of ownership. Your job, salary, and business are yours if you are a positive contributor. You lose your job, salary, and business when you become a negative contributor. The choice is ours to make. Why not make a good choice, the right choice of being a positive contributor, do good things, work well? You are the major gainer. If you are a negative contributor, you are the major loser. Who made the decision? Okay. Employees are the foundation of any organization, driving innovation, productivity, quality, and customer satisfaction. Key in engagement with employees will be the building of culture, minimizing mistake, accident, cheating, and corruption. We call this 4 MACC course in Top Glove. As you know, MACC is very popular name, especially recently. Okay, so we use this MACC. It's good reminder and relevant. Key to all this is motivation. We must learn to motivate ourselves and not wait for others to motivate us. Don't let people push us. I will say, do your superior job. Don't let your superior do your job, remind you, push you, and motivate you. So you will never be a good leader. You want to be a good leader, you have to walk yourself, proactive. Move forward. Finally, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to all our speakers, panelists, moderators, as well as audience who made time to participate in this good forum. I would also like to record my appreciation to our partners and the organizing team, especially 𝗓𝗨, Keynote, and all his committee for their hard work in organizing this webinar. I wish you an enriching and productive sessions ahead. Thank you for your continuous support. Thank you. Terima kasih.感恩. Okay. Okay.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. 𝗓𝗂𝘃𝗃𝗀𝗃, founder and executive chairman of 𝗕𝗂𝘀𝗏𝗃𝗏 Berhad, for that very powerful welcoming speech, sharing with us his thoughts and visions, especially the art of balancing the three healths, the physical, financial, as well as the mental health, and not forgetting the power of the tiny gains, where the positive impact of improving 1% every day. Now, in the spirit of improving and being a positive contributor, ladies and gentlemen, we do sincerely apologize for the breaking in sound earlier, but rest assured that our technical team has fixed everything and we will be loud and clear for the rest of the session. Now, we also realize, ladies and gentlemen, that there are multiple participants or audience who have raised your hands. Now, I would like to remind you all that during the course of the webinar, if you guys have any questions to ask our speakers, panelists, or anything related to the topic of the day, you guys can put it in the Q&A box below in Zoom. Now, the Q&A box is right beside the chat box. If you can see it on your Zoom, put it in the Q&A box and we will answer your questions accordingly. Do not put it in the chat box. The chat box is for networking later on. So all you have to do is just put your questions and queries in the Q&A box and we will definitely answer it later. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, following the opening remarks by Dr. 𝗓𝗂𝘃𝗃𝗀𝗃𝗃, we will now dive into our first keynote speaker by our distinguished expert, Mr. 𝗓𝗏 Zainuddin. Mr. 𝗓𝗏 Zainuddin currently serves as the CEO of Perbadanan Usahawan Nasional Berhad, PUNB. Additionally, he also holds the position of chairman at ADFIM. Mr. 𝗓𝗏 will be speaking on the topic of global trends shaping sustainable policies and priorities for governments. This definitely promises to be a fascinating exploration, ladies and gentlemen, of the evolving landscape of global sustainability efforts. Now, Mr. 𝗓𝗏, if you're ready, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning. I see from the list here we have got more than 500 participants. Alhamdulillah, thank you for all your commitments. Tan Sri Lim, if you are still around, Senior Pasad, esteemed delegates, value partners, and distinguished guests. As we gather here today, I am both honored and humbled to welcome you to a pivotal discussion on the urgent and evolving landscape of global sustainability. Our agenda, centered on global trends shaping sustainable policies and priorities for governments, is more than just a topic for my keynote. It is a call to action. It's a roadmap for all our collective journey towards a more resilient and equitable future. The task before us is monumental, yet undeniably crucial. As the chairman of the Association of Development Financial Institutions Malaysia, or AFIM, I stand committed to fostering dialogue, collaboration, and innovation among all stakeholders. Together, we have the power to shape policies that not only address the challenges of today, but also pave the way for the opportunities of tomorrow. Let us proceed with an open mind, collaborative spirit, and a shared dedication in transforming our world. Welcome once again to this essential dialogue on sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, in addressing global trends shaping sustainable policies and priorities of government, we must confront the realities of our time with both courage and strategic foresight. Number one, the climate crisis, the defining challenges. In climate crisis stands our era of defining the challenges. World Bank warns that without drastic action, climate change could push an additional 100 million people into poverty by 2030. The economic losses from natural disasters have tripled to USD 200 billion annually over the past 30 years. Yet, it is not just about economic losses, it's also about human lives, biodiversity, and the very fabric of our planet. COP28 has set ambitious target emphasizing the need to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. This requires halving global emission by 2030 and reaching net zero by 2050. The message is clear. Government must lead by example, implementing policies that significantly reduce carbon footprint while also investing in adaptation measures to protect vulnerable communities. Number two, sustainable finance revolution. Sustainable finance is transitioning from a niche to a norm. Global sustainable investment now surpass USD 30 trillion, up 60% since 2014, and accounts for 1/3 of all professionally managed assets. Yet, to shift the needle, we need policies that incentivize green investments and penalize unsustainable practice. Government play a critical role in this paradigm shift, offering tax incentive for sustainable projects, enforcing ESG disclosure requirements, and supporting green bonds and loans. Number three, the digital divide and sustainability nexus. Digital transformation offers unprecedented opportunities for sustainability. Smart technologies in agriculture can increase crop yields by 30% while conserving resources. Renewable energy technology powered by AI can optimize distribution and reduce waste. However, the digital divide remains a stark reality, with nearly half of the world population lacking internet access. Bridging this divide is essential for equitable sustainable development, requiring policies that ensure universal access to digital technologies and their benefits. Number four, inclusive growth, the foundation of sustainable development. Inclusive growth is not merely an economic imperative, it is a moral one. The pandemic has exacerbated global inequalities, and with the World Economic Forum reporting 36% increase in global billionaire wealth, while 265 million people face acute food insecurities. Policies for sustainable development must prioritize social equity, creating jobs, and ensuring access to healthcare, education, and digital connectivity for all. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, the trends shaping our world demand a comprehensive and integrated response. We have to all work together. As leaders, policymakers, and global citizens, we are at a crossroads. The choice we make today will resonate through generations. The impact will be to our children and our grandchildren. Our path forward requires bold action, innovative partnership, and relentless commitment to the principles of sustainability. Let us embrace this challenge with the knowledge that our collective efforts can forge a more sustainable, inclusive, and prosperous world. Thank you very much. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Izwan, for sharing with us on the importance of global trends that is shaping the sustainable policies and priorities for the governments. It is indeed true, Mr. Izwan, that the decisions that we make today will not only affect the generations to come, but also our grandchildren. And it's very important that we pick and choose the right decisions that we make. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I hope we all can learn a thing or two from Mr. Izwan's opening keynote address. So before we move on, ladies and gentlemen, to our first panel discussion, I know most of you all are very excited for this. Our team at Top Glove has prepared a few general scenario videos. Over the course of the webinar, ladies and gentlemen, there will be scenarios that will be played as such, but do keep in mind that the videos are not relatively related to the panel discussion. Now, without further ado, production team, cue video.
Megatrends and subtrends. Climate change. Change in consumer behavior. Stringent government regulations. Greater activism sustainability practices. Equitable economy. Customers experience instead of product push. Younger generation is more change adaptive. Rapid urbanization. Individualism. Population grows, the aging population increases. More youthful population in developing countries. More educated generation that prefer environment-friendly products. Mobile workforce. Gig economy, microeconomy. Resource scarcity and volatility. Increase in demand for resources. Natural disaster. Natural material scarcity. Zero carbon emission commitments. Civil disruption, country instability, geopolitical unrest. Technological breakthrough. Seamless business process handled by AI. Data platform management driven and customer experience. Technology advancement, IoT, big data, AI. More virtual and video meeting, less physical contact. Products to infrastructure. Shifting geopolitics and economic power. Local politics. Financial crisis. Another world war. Another pandemic. Changing global market, protectionism and popularism. More competent competitors. Trade barrier market will demand production at customer site. Low entry barrier. More customized demand in emerging and high growth market.
Scenario video that was played for y'all. And now, ladies and gentlemen, is the most exciting moment. We have for you our first panel discussion of Top Glove's inaugural webinar. This is set to be a lively discussion with the topic Sustainability Impacts on Business and Humanity. Our esteemed panelists for this discussion are, number one, Datin Sri Sunita Rajkumar, Chairperson, Climate Governance Malaysia. Now, Datin Sri Sunita holds key positions in several companies, chairs charitable foundations, and volunteers for various sustainability and climate governance initiatives. Our second speaker will be Mr. Feroz Nadar, Executive Director, UN Global Compact Network, Malaysia and Brunei. Mr. Feroz is an experienced corporate sustainability leader who advises private sectors, governments, and UN agencies on SDGs and sustainabilities. Third, we have Ms. Luen, Group Chief Sustainability Officer, CIMB Group. She also chairs the CEO Action Network Malaysia and advises the Voluntary Carbon Market Initiative. And last but not least, to wrap up our panelists, we have Mr. Ramana Rajalingam, Director and Head Project Delivery MD's Office at Khazanah National Berhad. With 22 plus years of diverse experience, Mr. Ramana fosters collaboration through various methodologies, serving as an adjunct professor and board member contributing to Malaysia's advancement. This discussion will be moderated by Dato' K.M. Lee, non-independent, non-executive director at Top Glove Corporation Berhad. Now, Dato' Lee has served on various boards and held leadership positions, including managing director at Top Glove from April 2009 to July 2022. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the brief that was mentioned earlier is just a short recap of the well-decorated profiles of our speakers. Now, if you would like to know more about our speakers, you may access the webinar booklet via the link in the chat box below. A brief reminder for everyone, for our attendees who have questions for our panelists, do drop them in the Q&A box, the option right beside the chat box. The chat box, as I mentioned earlier, is for networking, and the Q&A box is for all the questions to be answered and discussed by our panelists later. Each panel will be for 1 hour long, and there'll be a timer, a countdown display available for view for everyone. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and privilege to hand it over to our moderator to brief the panel format, as well as to moderate on the subject matter. Dato' Lee, over to you.
Testing, testing. Yes, good health, good morning. I'm really excited with 𝗕𝗂𝗀𝗀𝗀 first webinar, and a warm welcome to all my fellow panelists. All of them looking ready, smiling, and have plenty to share with you today. And welcome Sunita, welcome Faros, welcome Luann, and welcome to Ramona. And today it is an interesting day. We are starting the first session, and there are plenty of things to share. So are we all ready? Yes, already. Then shall we start? Shall we start with Sunita, please?
Definitely. I think the first question was, what are the main issues facing business sustainability and humanity in the next decade? So I wanted to share some thoughts about this. You know, as many people know, Climate Governance Malaysia is now 4.5 years old. And the background, of course, is that industrial-based economic growth has been instrumental in increasing quality of life and life expectancy. But this has been powered by fossil fuels. It is now very clear that Earth simply cannot support both population growth and economic growth, which is based on extractive industries. And so, of course, there are transformational policies that we're looking at, the rapid growth in renewable energy, accelerated sustainable food chains, active reduction in inequalities. This is something that we want to look at. Investment in education so that climate literacy, awareness, reskilling, creating new jobs is also taken care of. So from my perspective, what I've seen engaging closely with so many stakeholders over the last few years is that I think our biggest challenges is recognizing that there's a rapid change in understanding and thinking, or paradigm shifts, and also that critical thinking skills are needed when we're facing uncharted territories. And this is especially the case when we're facing a crisis that requires all of government and whole of society to step up. So what are the paradigm shifts that we're looking at? So take electricity. At one point, the conversation was around converting kilojoules to kilowatts. So at this, with this sort of framing, it rewards high density sources of fuel. But when you look at the challenge from a perspective of carbon footprint throughout the entire value chain, then suddenly other sources of energy become far more competitive, sustainable, and therefore attractive for us as a society. Another example, IPCC targets. These are based on long-term averages, essentially 30 years. But if you already know that we hit 1.45 degrees of warming last year, as a matter of fact, there were a few days when we even hit 2 degrees of warming. There were consecutive 4 or 5 days in February where we hit 1.5 degrees of warming again. Then do we need to wait for 30 years before we take action? So what is the paradigm shift? What are the critical thinking skills that you're able to bring to the conversation? Or are you going to parrot something which we already know is actually no longer relevant? Pricing of carbon is another example. Half of emission reductions that we need to reach net zero come from technologies which are not yet on the market. So energy efficiency is going to be a huge, huge topic, and there should be far more concentration of attention and resources on this. If we are going to align interests, so that we want people to be more careful about the amount of electricity they're using, then we may need to consider pricing a negative externality, pricing electricity more, pricing carbon, and so on and so forth. And this is, of course, a source of income to the government. However, how do we push ahead with energy efficiency if we are still having subsidies in a big way? For example, fuel at the pump, targeted aid, and etc. Right? So how are we going to implement this? So these are the sort of thinking that we really need to have. And what I'm seeing is, very interestingly, at Climate Governance Malaysia and with Luan at the CEO Action Network, is that many business leaders are stepping up because they see this as a massive competitive advantage, especially when you have a deeper understanding of the change that is needed. Many of them are already ahead of government policy making, which, of course, government has multiple priorities to juggle. So for businesses, they want to be seen as being the trusted partner, to be the business partner of choice. So they're coming up with simple, elegant, hyper-localized solutions. These are clear-eyed, honest brokers who are open to having deeper and wider consultations. And we've heard how critical the role of civil society is, even more so when we don't have a silver bullet solution. So, Datuk Lee, I'll leave my thoughts here for now, but these are what I think are the critical challenges that are facing us right now. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Sunita. Yeah, as you can see, it's not easy to juggle all the priorities that the government has to handle. So this is where we need the involvement of the business community and all the stakeholders to play their part to ensure that we are successful in this area. I think chief among our thinking would be, this is something that involves all of us. And we need to pay attention. We need to take action. We need to be concerned. So moving forward, I will move to the next speaker, who is Mr. Faros from UNGC, to share with us on the United Nations Global Compact on what are the important areas that we can play our part. Faros, please go ahead.
Thank you, Datuk Lee. I have a short presentation, so I'm just going to share my screen for some my starting points. So can see my screen, yeah? Yeah, okay. So firstly, thank you for 𝗕𝗪 for inviting me for today's session, and congratulations for 𝗕𝗪 for organizing your first ever sustainability webinar. I think sustainability needs all the messaging engagements, so congratulations on this. So I have just a very short presentation, just to share some of my thoughts in this matter. I think first I have to do a little bit of advertising. What is UNGC? I think many people may not necessarily know us. So we are a CEO commitment platform. We're the largest business sustainability network in the world and also in Malaysia. So we work with businesses, corporate and SMEs to support their sustainability agenda. And because we predate the Sustainable Development Goals, we have something called the 10 principles, around the areas of anti-corruption, human rights, labor, environment. Right? So when you talk about sustainability, I've been in the space now for about 13, 14 years. And one thing that I try very hard is how can we simplify the message? Because sustainability has become complex very fast. There's a lot of acronyms, and every other day there's a new acronym, and before you can understand the previous one, something new comes to play, right? So it's evolving so fast. So I try my best to kind of simplify it. And for me, when we talk about business sustainability, this is how I usually like to summarize it. Businesses is changing because the demands of trade is changing. I think we've more or less entered the era of sustainable trade, right? And sustainable trade is beyond just your price and quality equations. Sustainability equations now is growing in importance. And sustainability equation basically means two things. Are you a low carbon business, and are you a socially responsible business? So the regulations are being developed from a G2G instrument in various formats. If you follow the COPs, the COP last year was in Dubai. This year is going to happen in Azerbaijan. When world business leaders come together, they make a commitment, and that commitment is going to change how businesses operate. So, for example, in COP26, one of the introduction was the zero deforestation pledge, right? And that changed into laws for EU, and that is impacting how we are doing businesses in Malaysia as well. So, these credentials of sustainability becomes more and more important moving forward. So that's why sustainability has now become a mainstream topic within many business corridors of power, decision makers, and also in the general employee of businesses as well. And it's here to stay because trade has shifted. But when we also talk about sustainability, one thing, yes, we always like to talk about the risks that we're going to face, the environmental, look at WEF and all this, it's all very real and very important. But one of the challenges that's happened is that we all know the numbers. We all know we are not going to meet the SDGs. In fact, certain projections saying 20 to 30 years behind meeting the 2030 agenda. But yet, the needle doesn't move fast enough. So the question is sustainability really important? Is it something that, or is it lip service, or is it just a passing parameter of the day, right? I would like to believe that for the sake of my career, it is important and it's here to stay. And I like to also make some arguments why it's here to stay, right? But I also like to look at this at different parameters. I think sustainability needs 3S. We need to have the spirit, we need to have the style, and we need the sort. Sort is not to say we need to have not to be hostile or but we need to have the why we need to do it. The style is who should do it, and then the sort is the tools to do it, right? And why this is going to be sticky, why it's not going to change is this. If you see this chart here that is shared by the latest IPCC report, right? It basically shows that depending on the year that you're born, this is how red your future is going to be. This is focusing on climate change lah. So if you're born, later part of generations, your future is going to be very hot, and we're already facing it today, right? You look at the heat waves that's happening. Just yesterday, my car is warning me, be careful, it's more than 38 degrees outside there, right? So it's going to be the new future for us. So it means that the new generation, the younger generation, the incoming decision makers, their reality is very different from the previous set of decision makers, right? So this is going to be a sticky reality for them. So therefore, this is going to be important for them. The spirit for them is there, that the world is unsustainable and they need to play a part to do this. Now, the challenge of we need to do something, we all accept it. There's a challenge of what is the style of who is going to do it and how we're going to do it. I think this is areas that we need to put more focus on. Who is going to do it is also important because, again, this demand is growing more and more, especially from the younger workforce. A lot of times, business leaders are focused on external risks, but there is an internal risk that you also need to internalize when it comes to sustainability. There's a lot of new research put on the market right now saying that the younger workforce wants to work with a business with purpose, was driven by sustainability. This is a quick research done by a research firm in UK and US, and they're saying that younger generation are willing to leave their jobs if not aligned. This is something that we did in Malaysia last year, where we kind of surveyed around 250 young executives, and they are saying that if our employers are not aligned to sustainability, they will look elsewhere, right? They are willing to leave their jobs. So sustainability becomes more and more ingrained as part of attracting talent as well. So talent becomes a key component when we talk about sustainability. And without talent, this is one of the issues that sustainability is happening today. We see this rise of competence greenwashing. People who go to one-day training, suddenly they are self-proclaimed ESG experts. No, nothing wrong if you tell the right thing, but I've come across some interesting discussions where some misinformation is giving out, and people let them become worried and resets the whole discussions again. So talent becomes a critical push for this. But when we talk about talent, it's just not the sustainability people who need to do this. We have to look it across board. I think sustainability for me at the end of the day is not a technical issue. It's actually a people issue. You peel away all the technical SBTI, TCFD, Scope 1, Scope 2, Scope 3. It's all talking about, as Sunita mentioned, innovative business models, the purpose-driven agenda, how to transform your businesses. It cannot just be a compliance approach. It has to be part of a business transformation and DNA approach. That means that it must cut across the organization. We need to ask ourselves, what is the role of the CEO? What is the role of the CSO? What is the role of the CHRO? What is the role of the IT guys to play in this sustainability agenda? Everyone has a unique role to play. And there are many answers being offered. So for example, this is an infographic taken by the, 𝗓𝗂𝘀𝗃𝗀𝗀 PLC transformation book, which kind of highlights what could be some of the roles being played by different parts of the organization. So we must do this together. It's just not the sustainability person's responsibility to push this. Then we talk about how we're going to do this, the talent that we need. So in 2021, UNGC Malaysia together with Bursa, we've kind of identified what are the competencies required to push sustainability within the business setting. So we looked at if you are a chief sustainability officer, if you're a sustainability manager, and if you're a sustainability executive. It doesn't mean that you need to have the designation, but if you're responsible for this, what is the skill set that you are required? So all this, content and learning and resources is available. What is required is for people to start to apply for this. And in fact, we've also built an online tool, which is free to use, and invite everybody here to also try it out later on. It gives you a gap analysis in terms of the talent that the talent gap that you have to drive sustainability agenda. Because when we build the talent, we'll have the style to push this forward. And then finally, I just want to end very quickly with the sort of what we need to do. Again, sustainability is becoming very complex, very fast. So what we've done at UNGC is that we've kind of identified what are the 5 critical actions that businesses can take to push the sustainability agenda, just like an 80-20 Pareto rule. So we've identified that these 5 areas businesses need to raise their ambition and be more accountable. So one is we must talk about gender equality. We must push the gender equality agenda, not just at board level, but across the organizations. Second is we must talk about climate action, but not just talk about climate action. It has to be science-based, right? We'll talk about 1.5. We'll talk about just transition. Third is we must talk about workers' dignity. We can't be happy with minimum wage. We must talk about living wage. And I think for me, this is the most important because we are forgetting social issues when it comes to sustainability. We have to focus on environmental issues. So if people can't afford to take action, there's no point. So we need to talk about living wages. Fourth is water resilience, another commodity that we are forgetting about. This is going to be one of the critical issues of our time. How do we look at water? And finally, to push the needle, we need to drive sustainable finance and investments. So these are the 5 areas that we are advocating at UNGC for businesses to really focus on and make that impact and difference. So I just want to end here, Dato. Thank you. These links, free resources that everybody can refer to as part of the sustainability agenda as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Faros. Thank you for highlighting who are the parties that should take care of the 5 areas that you have highlighted. Indeed, these are all very important areas. We have the first panelist earlier, Sunita, talking about what are the concerns pertaining to climate change, sustainability policies, and etc. And Faros carried on to say who are the parties that should come in to address the 5 concerns that he has raised. Next, we have a Chief Sustainability Officer from a very well-known, respected local bank, CIMB. Luan will share with us next on why corporates must come in and what is the viewpoint of corporation on how they could contribute to this very important area, because we did talk about earlier that we need the participation of every stakeholder, and corporations being a big concern are very important. So let's hear from Luan what are the things that corporates could do and how they could do it. Luan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dato', and thanks to Dr. for inviting me to come and speak at this very impressive conference. So I've got a number of slides and I'll probably just fly through them. And here, I'll be talking a little bit about what the context is, but also what is the role, what we do as a company, but also what we do as a bank. Yeah, that there are slightly different things. Okay, so on the next slide. So a question to everyone. Have you ever thought about why there are, as far as we know, there's no alien life or no life on any other planet or any other, in any other solar system that we know of? I don't think there is, right? Any life as far as we know. Thank you, Crane. Yeah, so it's because our planet has this very, I guess, coincidental but amazing set of what we call planetary boundaries. And just think about it. Even the planets next to us, the one closer to the sun is way too hot, cannot survive. The one further away is way too cold. Again, life cannot survive. So there are a whole bunch of these planetary boundaries that are important to keep the world running and actually, from a more selfish point of view, humanity alive, right? Without all these planetary boundaries within a safe range, right? Not too hot, not too cold, not too much, not too little. Without this, life on Earth will be wiped out. And okay, maybe the cockroaches will survive, but humans will find it very, very unpleasant and actually probably uninhabitable of the planet. So, we talk about climate change, and you can see this is on the top left or like 11 o'clock of this chart, yeah? But climate is not the only thing. That's the thing that we have advanced most in terms of the science, etc., etc. It is also things like biosphere integrity at 9 to 10 o'clock. Sorry, don't move the slide, please. It's also things like biosphere integrity, like biodiversity, which we are, disrupting through 8 to 9 o'clock. Land system change, land use change, meaning deforestation, changing the natural land. And also, just now, I think both Paras and Datin Sri Sunita mentioned freshwater change. So all these things, because humans are so ingenious and come up with all these amazing technologies, like, through the Industrial Revolution, we burn fossil fuels and amazingly, wow, got so much energy and we got much better lives and electricity, much more convenience. But we are creating impacts through what we're doing and even through agriculture, for example, that are causing our own demise, right? So now we know this. And what do we do about it? So when we look at sustainability in business, we're not talking about, suddenly I go and become a charity. Suddenly I don't care about profit. Not true. But we're talking about triple bottom line. We're talking about profit. But while you're making profit, how do you ensure that your impacts on people and planet, so that's the three P's, profit, people, planet. How do you ensure that you don't create negative impacts on people and planet? Because it will hit back on us. So on the next slide, please. I'm sure a lot of you have heard about the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, just now Faris just mentioned as well. Within the three P's, just now, people, profit, planet, which is most important? Because your business people, you say profit lah, right? But let's look at this chart. This is a stacked view of the SDGs. Now, we want to make profit as businesses, right? But and as people as well. Without a functioning society, so let's say right now, like countries that are at war, do you think they are thinking about how much was my quarterly P&L? No, they're going to be thinking, how do I survive, right? And so without a functioning society, you cannot have a functioning economy. Then forget about profit. But without a biosphere, a functioning biosphere, what is that? Water, land, soil. Without food, without trees to absorb the carbon dioxide, how are we going to have functioning society? If everybody is starving to death because there's no food, because we have killed off all the pollinators, because we have fished out all the edible things in the ocean, do you think there'll be functioning society? Do you think there'll be government, there'll be peace, there'll be, no, there wouldn't. So everything actually comes back to society and especially at the bottom, biosphere. So this is why, people are like, why suddenly all these companies are suddenly talking about environment? What's the big deal? I don't love turtles, I don't love trees. It's not about loving turtles and trees. It's about loving yourself and loving your children. Because without functioning biosphere and society, your children, families, loved ones, friends cannot live a good life. Okay, next slide, please. So now, what happened to my slides? Okay, anyway, so as a company, why is CIMB doing this? And many of these things apply to other industries as well. First of all, is expectation from stakeholders. I'll talk a bit about that later. But for CIMB very specifically, it is future proofing. It's about resilience. It is about long-term survivability and profitability of the business. Yeah. So for example, if I am I am a bank. As let's say a bank lends out money, right? Lends out money to a piece of to buy a piece of property or house in a flood prone or an area that's going to be flooded in 20 years. Because our mortgage terms is what, 30 years, right? So if that piece of mortgage or that house is underwater in 20 years' time, do you think that is going to be a profitable loan for me? Do you think the borrower is going to pay back? No, right? So that is a risk. It is a credit risk for the bank. Yeah, as just one example. So it is, we're not doing it, okay, because it's ethics. It is ethics, right? Simply doing good at the bottom. But there's also very strong business reasons. So think about the business reasons and think about the risk that your business might be facing in the next few years, not just because of physical risk, meaning the like floods and all that, but also transition risk. So for example, there are certain technologies that are dying out. There are certain growing technologies. So do you want to be in a business that is sunset or sunrise, right? So, and that comes to the next one, business opportunities. That's not the next slide, the next item, sorry. There are a lot of business opportunities out there, right? So the key here to increase profitability for the longer term is to think about what are the businesses that are going to win. And very often, these are new sectors, new technologies that you're not so familiar with, but putting out those bets now. Yeah. And of course, there's a lot of regulatory pressure and all that. So let's go to the next slide. Thank you. So yeah, this one is a study that we did under the CEO Action Network. Yeah, just now, and we're all part of this network as well. Dr. Sunita, as well as 𝗕𝗂𝗀, etc. Even yeah. So I think many of you are part of the CEO Action Network, and we did a study in Malaysia. Now, very similar findings from what UNGC had. If you look at employees on the bottom left. And of course, I always pull out the most shocking statistics. From our study, this is last year, 83% of employees surveyed, and we had, I think, maybe like thousands of employees will either consider or definitely will switch jobs if their employers, this Malaysia, don't think it's not UK, US, Europe, all that, it's Malaysia. We'll think about moving job if the employer does not prioritize sustainability. Look at customers. These are the guys on top left who are providing your money and profitability. 80% of consumers said that they will boycott companies that harm the environment or engage in forced labor on a social side. 90% of businesses we surveyed have already set some sort of public targets on GHG Scope 1 and 2. So there's a lot of reasons, business reasons, why you should be thinking about sustainability in your business. Next slide, please. So in CIMB, there are two aspects that we look at. Next slide, yeah, slide 6. That we look at when we, my slide's super blurry. Sorry about this. That we look at when we talk about sustainability in our business. Yeah. So apart from being a company ourselves, we as a financial service provider, we have a lot of influence on what we do with our clients. And whenever we do this, we look at two sides. And this is our general sustainability philosophy. Number one, try and minimize harm. That's on the right-hand side. So anything that is, example, carbon emission, that is harm. Yeah. So any companies out there saying, oh, I don't do any harm, sorry, as long as you are using electricity, which you are using right now, by joining this webinar, you are doing some sort of harm to emitting carbon dioxide. So how do we minimize that harm? And at the same time, how to create positive impact through our clients, with our clients, and for our clients? So just to give some examples, when we give out a loan to any sensitive sector, we will do what we call a due diligence on environmental and social factors. And by the way, all banks are already starting to do this because it is now a bank requirement. Have to do this harm assessment. If there is harm, then we will consider, okay, how do we bank this client? Because if too much, then it might come back to us. We might lose money as well. But of course, there's negative impacts on people and planet. And if not, how do we put in safeguards? On the positive impact side, we have a whole suite of products and services that we use to help our clients. So for example, and to help to incentivize our clients. So for example, if you get a green house loan or car loan from us, we'll give you better rates on the loan. For SMEs, there's a big focus area. We have a free consulting end-to-end everything called 𝗓𝗓𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀, and we'll help to also give you the tools to start measuring your greenhouse gas emissions. Actually, it's not difficult, but we work with MGTC to give you that tool. And if, as an SME, if you can, through this facility, if you can reduce your emissions by a significant amount, we will give you a rebate on your interest every year that you hit your target. So that is what we call our 𝗓𝗓𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 sustainability linked financing. So there's a lot of things. Those are just some very few examples of what we do, but there are many things that we're doing to try to help our clients to become more sustainable. Okay, next slide and next slide. I'm going to skip 2 slides. Okay, next one. And next one. Right. Now, as a company, some of you may think, ayo, CIMB been doing this for so long. Actually, we only started in 2018. Apart from CSR, I'm not talking about CSR. CSR is donation. I'm not talking about donation. I'm talking about how you make money in a responsible way in the first place. We only started in 2018. In 2018, we were bottom 20% of banks globally on the right-hand side. There's a whole bunch of stuff we have done, and I'm happy to share these slides, the properly formatted ones later. But you can see, from 2018 to 2023, we went from bottom 20% to top 12% in the world. So my message is, it's not to brag. It is to say it is very doable. You just need to put in place some foundations, have champions to drive it, and make sure you get top management buy-in. And I think that's my last slide. No, one more slide. And we don't do this alone. We participate in global leadership groups like UNGC, like UNEP-FI. Locally also, we participate in many local networks. So for example, we're part of the CEO Action Network, the study that I showed you just now. I will share the link after this on the chat for that study. So it now is about 70 leading companies in Malaysia driving for sustainability. And internally, we also have a lot of things. So every year we run a series of conferences and talks called the Cooler Earth. So many of you would have seen that. So yeah, we don't do it alone. We need everybody to work together to do this. So thank you very much. I think the last slide is my is my email address. So thank you very much. I'm happy to take questions.
Yeah, thank you, 𝗓𝗏. You can see that 𝗓𝗏 is very passionate with what she practices in CIMB. And CIMB's motto of do more good and don't do harm also resonates very closely with what Top Glove believes in our day-to-day operation. And so to all the corporates out there, practice sustainable policies and see CIMB for your green loans immediately, or next month, Next, we will have 𝗓𝗏. After 𝗓𝗏, we will have Ramana to take us through on how to execute some of the policies and some of the practices that we would like to do our part in complying with ESG and to have a sustainable policy. Ramana, the floor is yours. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Dato' Lee. Thank you for having me. Okay, it's quite a challenge to follow my esteemed presenters just now. Okay, first and foremost, I am from Project Delivery Office of Khazanah. So we specialize in executing projects, basically taking the mission from where we are to where we want to be. Unlike my fellow panelists, I am not a sustainability expert. We have a team in Khazanah who does that. My job is really in executing, implementing, getting us to where we want to go. So on this page, I've said sustainability is a special project, the most challenging special project. I'll come back to that later on why. So when we execute, we really go through 3 simple steps. We look at where we are, we chart the journey for execution, and more importantly, of course, is the destination. I'll start with that. We always start with the end in mind. So for destination, we really have to ask, and I put the word happy land, where do we want to be? What's important to us? What's the end goal? And these are very broad questions which really need to be answered carefully before we go further. So this picture, I love this picture. It tells me a lot. It's the ambition of a company in Africa, and without words, you can understand their ambition is to ensure clean drinking water is available. So when we are going to develop our own ambitions for sustainability, some of the panelists mentioned SDGs. There are 17 SDGs. If you go into each and every one of them, there are hundreds of initiatives that can be executed, that are waiting to be executed, but we need to choose. We cannot do everything. Do not boil the ocean. Where do you begin? You see these fancy words here: assessment, progress, measures. Consultants make a lot of money trying to educate us on this. So where do we begin? For us, we always start from within, which means our greatest asset is always our staff. So Top Glove, for example, you have 11,000 staff. That's a very rich source of information. We start internally, internalize the journey. Collaboration is a very important tool that we really believe in Khazanah. And getting people to be involved in the thinking, in drafting where we want to go, fosters excitement. And that's priceless. For example, if you're keen on something like biofuel, some questions to really dig deep into: is this feasible for us, for our organization, for your organization? Meaning, can we do it? Is it sustainable? Can you do it every day, forever? Is it scalable? Can you make this happen in all your branches, all the states, all subsidiaries, all your investee companies? Is this something that you really mean in substance, or is it just in form? So it's the wisdom of crowd. 11,000 people at Top Glove, for example. If you harness that power, you harness the wisdom of crowd. And that's something we believe in a lot. Collaboration, I mentioned this, and in Khazanah, we try to use various tools: workshops, action labs, innovation garages, collaboration circle, which is very close to the heart of our CEO, scrums for those who believe in agile, and all sorts of other facilitations, bringing people together. Some pictures here. The flip side is, in order to collaborate and get everyone involved, it takes time. So do not rush. This is an aspect you need time to peel the onion. Some examples here: a lot of thinking happens not in the conference room, but in discussion rooms. We bring a lot of people together organization-wide. A lot of charts, a lot of post-it notes, a lot of stand-up meetings. We work with our investee companies too. More charts here: process mapping, lots of post-it notes, lots of drawing on the floor, brainstorming. We use Lego. We stand in front of a live audience to defend what we want to do, why we want to do it, and we challenge our ideas. And this is really one of the ways to get to where you want to go. However, do take note, when you go on this journey of trying to figure this out, please pay attention to unintended consequences or negative side effects. This cartoon says it clearly. When it comes to electric vehicles, are we really going green, or are we just shifting the fumes elsewhere? Other examples, right? The CIA in the 80s, they funded the Mujahideen in order to chase away the Soviets, but apparently that created the Taliban at some time. Maybe, maybe not. In the US, in the 1920s, there was an alcohol ban. And because of that, little mom and pop shops went out of business, but it gave rise to organized crime. Unintended consequences, something we never expected, but it happened. Closer to home, when you talk about Malaysian companies, as we jump on the sustainability bandwagon, sometimes we draft policies without really thinking quite hard about what the consequences are. For example, if you want sustainable printing, or you want to measure carbon offsets in your travel, with the travel agents and stuff like that, sometimes the local businesses are not ready or equipped to fulfill these requests. Then the business goes elsewhere, and that would be contradictory too. So something to think about, and we need time to pause and be sure what we are doing. Hence, I think Farouz mentioned the term just transition. This is something we believe a lot in Khazanah, which basically means in your quest to do good, don't do harm. Ensure no one is left behind. It's such an important concept that in Canada, there's a ministry called Just Transition. That's how important this is. So once we have figured out where the happy land is and where we want to be, we need to quickly figure out where we are. And this needs to be a quick and dry approach. We should not waste too much time on this. It has limited value, but it's important to know where we are so that we can assess how much time, how much effort, cost, and progress measures that will be needed to really know once we reach there. On execution, if you look at that little drawing on the left with the blue arrow, in reality, it's never really that simple. In reality, it looks quite messed up like this, simply because the execution bit is the iceberg underwater, which has got the most unknown unknowns. So we enter a black hole. There are many things that do not go according to plan. Something to think about as well when you look at governance. If you need to have a set of thinkers and decision makers, you need to have a set of doers. Do not mix both, because then the journey becomes more difficult. And you know the saying, too many cooks will spoil the broth. Sustainability, of course, is the responsibility of everyone. It's not just the responsibility of the sustainability department or the CSO. And that's something we must remember. The elephant in the room, two things. The first one would be, I think there is a lack in terms of sense of urgency. And why is there a lack of this? Well, simply because when you look at the year net zero in 2050, some people would think, well, I won't be around then, not my problem. I think the younger generation believes very differently, but not everyone is in that same bandwagon. So this actually works against us. And in order to mitigate that, we need to actually have short milestones and what we call quick wins to really keep the interest going. Now, the other elephant in the room is, of course, whenever you want to get to somewhere from a start to the end, when you want to go from A to B, there will be change, and change causes resistance. And this is not something that we must underestimate. It will be there. Why? Because change involves going from an old habit to a new habit, and there will be resistance for that. The change process, usually things get worse before it gets better, and there is time that must be allocated to assimilate the change. In conclusion, right, you have seen the yin and yang before. We can either start doing, or we can start talking and planning and being very, very precise, but don't let perfect be the enemy of the good. It's very important to discuss less and do more. In my experience, it's always best to avoid doing the big bang starts. Small miracles do work. It's always good to go in bits and pieces, bite-sized. And again, in the spirit of just transition, in the quest to do good, don't do additional harm that you never thought of. Mistakes are inevitable in anything, and I think we will make mistakes in this journey as well. However, it's always good to do so in a controlled environment. We do a lot of prototyping, we do a lot of test and learns, and when I say test and learns, we are not emotionally attached to any idea. We try. If it doesn't work in a sandbox environment, we drop it, we revise it, and we go again. And that should be the way to proceed. When you're executing your sustainability measures, trust me, as a project manager, life will never be like this. In fact, life will be more like this. It will be some form of chaos. However, I think what we want to get to really is this, and I call this organized chaos. So it's quite mad here on this road, but there are no accidents. So this is something we need to strive for. Staying the course is key. There will be difficulties ahead, there will be challenges ahead, there will be roadblocks ahead, there will be resistance, but we must stay the course. And there are two words here that are important. One is commitment and consistency. And Denzel Washington, I believe, said it very nicely. Without commitment, you'll never start. Without consistency, you'll never finish. And I think this is apt for sustainability projects. I started with this sentence that sustainability is a very challenging special project. And this is why. In my world, which is project management, we are always taught about having plan B. But contrary to those teachings, in this special project of sustainability, there is no plan or planet B. So discipline of action becomes paramount. It is non-negotiable. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ramana. Thank you for sharing the best practices of Khazanah, which are very useful for all of us. It's very important to start from within. It must come from the heart, of course, with commitment and consistency. And I like what you said, you know, you have to create excitement and enthusiasm. Like everything else, if you don't have excitement, enthusiasm, you will never complete the journey successfully. So we hope you will inspire the corporates out there, CIMB, Khazanah will inspire SMEs, inspire companies out there to do good in this area. Okay, next we have about 12 minutes to take questions from participants. I will start with the first question. That will be for Luan. This question says that, does CIMB conduct any assessments of economic activities to classify whether a company is categorized as green, amber, or red for financing purposes? If so, could you please explain how this process works? Luan, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Okay, so yes, and all banks in Malaysia are doing this. Am I muted? No, I'm not. Okay, great. So all banks in Malaysia are doing this because this is now a bank negara requirement under the CCPT, Climate Change Principles-Based Taxonomy. So that's one. Let me also take the next one at the next question and combine with this question. The next question was that is a corporate loanee who has obtained ISO certification, got better risk rating and better rate or not, right? Okay, so I'll take those two together. Now, when we look at loans or customers, there is very good, like environmental and sustainability wise, means, for example, they have human rights policy, they have no deforestation policy, they have climate change targets, all those are what we call green. So those are what we call green or sustainability or social loans. Very good. On the other end of the spectrum, we have very bad. For example, you did massive deforestation illegally, right? Went and did massive human rights violations with indigenous people and stuff like that. Those are very bad. There's a whole bunch of stuff in the middle. So the very bad, those we will avoid. Yeah. The ones who are in the middle, we will still do. The ones who are very good, we actively want to do. We have committed 100 billion to go and do this in 4 years. Yeah. So now, then the question that, okay, two questions, better or not? Globally, for green and social loans, not for consumers, different. Consumer, green card, greenhouse, they're different. But for businesses, there's no better rate from banks for green and social. But a lot of banks now want to do this because Bank Negara has given us a target, at least 50% must be green and transitioning. So a lot of banks going to rush to the good customers. So it's going to get a lot more competitive. Rates will automatically become more competitive for green and social. Yeah. Where we do give discounts on the rates is where you have a sustainability linked loan. Whenever you see the word linked, mean got KPI, environmental and or social KPIs. If you meet those KPIs, then you get a better rate. So for example, for SMEs, it's up to 50 basis points on your interest. I hope that answers your question.
Okay. Thank you, Luan. I think it's important for banks to come in to encourage SMEs to participate more in this area. The next question, basically, we will talk about the survey. I think Luan has already answered this question. We'll go to the next question, whereby we talk about the CEO action survey. Yeah, I think we go back to the first question. Yeah. Yeah, okay. This is a question posed by one of the participants to say that can we know the demographics of the participants in the CEO Action Network survey? Also, is the survey applicable to local SMEs? Please share the results of the survey. For this, could Sunita take this up?
I've already put the answers on the Q&A, so you can just look at that. 600 plus, 600 plus. Yeah, so it's all there already.
Okay.
Sorry.
The replies are in writing already in the Q&A box.
Okay.
Under the answered tab.
Okay. Okay. So the answers are already provided.
In writing.
Thank you for your proactiveness. We go to the next question. This one, I think Luan has already answered. Okay, this is something interesting. Faros, you talk about greenwashing in your presentation. Could you take us through this question of how do companies manage between the must-have sustainability and being called out for greenwashing?
Yeah. I think one of the challenges, actually, I was more towards competence washing. My comment earlier was that, self-proclaimed overnight ESG experts, which is a challenge in the industry right now. But greenwashing is also another challenge. And I think at the end of the day, greenwashing always boils down that you're making a claim that you can't substantiate. So this is where now the importance of ESG data is to back what you're saying is important. One. Second is that your target setting it's also to be credible. So you can't just go out there and now say, oh, I'm taking climate action, right? The expectation is, are you aligned to 1.5? So it's not just about 2050 deadline now. It's now a 2030, according to the Paris agenda, for example. So that credibility also has to be there on that part. So this is a question that I also ask a lot of leaders. How do you balance, your need for profit and need for sustainability? And it's not an easy question to answer, right? Because the system that we are in today actually provides more disincentive for change compared for incentive to change, right? So that's why, I do agree with Surita's opening observation that it requires a whole of nation approach, government, businesses and non-business actors as well. And there are many ways to do this. But I think more importantly, touching to the point of a just transition. For me, in my opinion, when it comes to businesses, there is an irony of just transition. While it is right and we should call out, developed worlds for not living up to their part of the bargain, but we also need to localize this to national context. Companies who can afford to take action must take ambitious action. You can't be proud of taking 1-2 actions because you can afford to do more, right? So this common but differentiated responsibility must also come into play here to really avoid greenwashing, right? Because for me, it's very simple. If you can afford to do more, you should do more, right? So that's why corporates and SMEs should have different expectations down to the affordability issue. So everything bites both ways. So if we say developed world shouldn't also come and dictate to us, same. Large companies have larger responsibilities and you should do more for this. So that's my take lah. Credibility, data to back, and the whole philosophy of looking at what needs to be done.
Yes. Thank you, Faros. Thank you. I think it's important to harness the cooperation and harness the effort of all parties concerned, because this cannot be done alone by a single company or a group of people. I like what Luan has said earlier. If you realize that you have to be loving yourself, you have to be loving your family, you have to be loving your community, your country, and the world, you will have this self-realization to take the right action for areas involving E, S, and G, areas involving environment, social, and governance. So we have one question. This is probably a statement, more of a statement than a question. It says that sustainability obviously resonates with the younger generation and workforce of today. And corporations can be a great employer in terms of branding to take the necessary actions to attract these individuals. Perhaps Luan could share with us quickly from the point of view of CIMB, how do you do it? How do you energize the younger people?
Thanks for this. How do we energize? Well, number one, we are very genuine. When we say we want to do something, we really, really do it. And that is all the way from the top. Our board, sustainability chair, is also on WWF board. So you can already see the kind of genuineness. So that really helps. But if you don't mind, can I share my screen? Just a screenshot from the survey that I talked about. See, the second part of the question says, or it implies that, oh, if we do this, we're going to lose money, investors run away, etc. Let me share this screen, if that's okay. Look at this chart on the right. Yeah, this is from the survey. Most of the companies that we surveyed actually have seen very clear business benefits coming out of doing their sustainability things. Of course, the brand is one, right? But market share, price premium, cost savings operationally, and here you can also see the split between SMEs and the large cap. So do look at this link. There is a wealth of information here that all of you can use. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Luan.
The world is moving fast.
To us, Anna, what are your thoughts on the three main issues facing business sustainability and humanity in the next decade? Ramana, please go ahead.
Yeah, so as what I've mentioned earlier, from an execution standpoint, if we want to get to where we want to be by 2050 and all the other targets in between, it's about creating that sense of urgency, sustaining that sense of urgency. It's not just creating an urgency for today or tomorrow. This is a long-term mission and it cannot waver. So ensuring that is sustained, that sense of urgency is sustained, continuous, is one big step forward.
Yeah. Thank you, Ramana. Thank you very much. We will conclude our panel session, and I wish to thank our panelists for their good time management and your sincere sharing and your enthusiasm. I think enthusiasm is everything when it comes to planning, implementation, and execution. Thank you also for your participation. Thank you, and have a good day ahead. Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is the conclusion of our first panel discussion. Thank you once again to our four panel speakers, namely Datin Sri Sunita, Mr. Ramana, Ms. Luan, Mr. Faroz, and also our very competent moderator, Dato' 𝗓𝗓𝗄, for sharing with us and breaking down on the topic of the day, which is sustainability impacts on business and humanity. Now, there were some key takeaway points that we have to remember, that whatever obstacles and challenges that we face while achieving the sustainability goal, we must definitely stay on course throughout the perfect chaos, ladies and gentlemen. And for younger generations like myself, sustainability is usually numbers like carbon net zero and stuff like that. But our panelists reminded us today that sustainability is actually beyond just numbers. But they also gave us some numbers that is very intriguing. For example, they mentioned that 83% of employees will consider to switch jobs if the employer does not prioritize sustainability, and 90% will boycott, and these statistics are based from Malaysia. So it's very important for companies to prioritize the sustainability, but they have to or need to have data to back it up to avoid being called out for greenwashing. It was definitely truly an eye-opener and a perfect way to start the first of our four panel discussion sessions. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on, we would like to apologize for the quality of the video or the scenario video that was shared to all of y'all earlier before the first panel discussion. So our production team would like to redeem ourselves. So we would like to replay the video for y'all for your viewing pleasure. So if our production team is ready, cue video.
Population grows, the aging population increases. More youthful population in developing countries. More educated generation that prefer environment-friendly products. Mobile workforce. Gig economy, microeconomy. Resource scarcity and volatility. Increase in demand for resources. Natural disaster. Natural material scarcity. Zero carbon emission commitments. Civil disruption, country instability, geopolitical unrest. Technological breakthrough. Seamless business process handled by AI. Data platform management driven and customer experience. Technology advancement, IoT, big data, AI. More virtual and video meeting, less physical contact. Products to infrastructure. shifting geopolitics and economic power, local politics, financial crisis, another world war, another pandemic, changing global market, protectionism and populism, more competent competitors. Trade barrier market will demand production at customer site, low entry barrier, more customized demand in emerging and high growth market.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so that was our video. Now, I have noticed that we have an overwhelming response from our audience because we have about almost 517 people who logged in earlier this morning. So thank you so much for your overwhelming support. However, we realize that many of y'all or your friends and families cannot actually log in through Zoom. So fear not, because our team will be settling it or fixing it in the back end of the Zoom. So if you guys have friends and family who would like to join or witness or participate in this webinar, you guys can log in through YouTube and Facebook. We are also live on YouTube and Facebook. The links to YouTube and Facebook will be posted in the chat box for your ease, so you guys can share it with your friends and family who are unable to join on Zoom due to this small or slight technical issue. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so with that, we will shift gears slightly as we move into our second panel discussion, who will delve into the topic of new and emerging threats to governance and boards. Our expert panelist for this panel discussion is first Ms. 𝗕𝗂𝗃𝗏, President and CEO of Corporate Directors Malaysia. Ms. 𝗕𝗂 spearheads the Director Development Programs and Advisory Services supporting Malaysia's corporate governance cultures. Next is Mr. Pushpan Murugesh, CEO C4 Center. He specializes in compliance, governance, and consultancy. He is involved in various social causes, reflecting his passion for activism. Our third panelist is Mr. Ashraf Hashim, Head Private Sector Section Community Education Division at MACC. With a master's in Economic Crime Management, he leads trainings for the CEIO program, focusing on corruption risk management. And concluding our panelist is Encik Idris Abdul Hamid, Independent Non-Executive Director of Bank Rakyat. His notable career includes key roles like Director for Consumer Banking and Senior VP for Hire Purchase Businesses at Bank. The discussion will be moderated by Professor Datuk Dr. Norma, Independent Executive Director at Top Glove Corporation Berhad. She has extensive advisory experience with various international organizations and has published prolifically in public policies as well as social protection. Similarly, ladies and gentlemen, this panel discussion will also be for 1 hour, and there will be a timer countdown displayed available for all. So if our panel speakers are ready, we would like you guys to turn on your cameras and get ready, because I'll be inviting the moderator real soon. So if everyone is ready, it is my honor, ladies and gentlemen, now and privilege to hand it over to our moderator today to brief the panel format as well as to moderate the subject matter. Professor Datuk Dr. Norma, if you're ready, over to you.
Test. Look, we're there. Thank you. Thank you, Aaron. Are we ready to go? Yeah. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, our panelists. We ready? Yeah. So welcome everyone to panel 2 of our webinar, where we will delve into another critical topic of new and emerging threats to governance and boards. Now, at the end of the 20th century, Peter Drucker, a famous management guru, warned of major changes that will impact businesses and organizations in the 21st century and beyond due to the technological breakthrough. We have witnessed how technology has accelerated domestic political transformations and heightened geopolitical instability. Hence, the landscape of governance is constantly evolving. Boards today face a unique set of challenges that demand agility, foresight, and a robust risk management strategy. Numerous notable world leaders spoke on some of these issues. Christine Lagarde, the president of the European Central Bank, remarked that boards should consider potential disruptions caused by geopolitical instability, including supply chain disruptions, economic volatility, and changing regulatory landscapes across different markets. Technology, however, has a dual side to it: its potential for progress and its associated risks like cyber threats. This means boards of organizations must be mindful when handling sensitive data or operating in critical infrastructure areas, and need to be aware of both sides of the coin and prioritize measures to mitigate these risks. So, ladies and gentlemen, those insights and the earlier discussions provide a glimpse into the diverse perspectives on the emerging threats facing governance and boards. By understanding these challenges and adapting their approaches, boards can assure that they are well equipped to navigate the complexities of the contemporary landscape and lead their organizations towards sustainable success. But how exactly can boards put these insights into action? To delve deeper and explore practical strategies, we are fortunate to have a distinguished panel of experts joining us today. To kickstart our discussion, I will be posing my first question to Michelle, and we'll invite her to speak on how we are fortunate that ICDM has recently launched the ASEAN Board Trend Survey 2024. It is brand new and fresh. So Michelle, if you can go first by sharing the highlights of the report.
Thank you, Dato'. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to be here at this Emerging Trends Shaping Business Sustainability and Humanity webinar. As Dato' Noma mentioned, I would delve a little bit into our ASEAN Board Trends survey report that we launched just last month, so hot off the press in that sense. This is something that we do every 2 years with our ASEAN partners, the 8 Institute of Directors within ASEAN. And what we found that over the past challenging months, obviously businesses globally, including those in ASEAN, have faced a harsh VUCA business landscape, financial crisis, and geopolitical tensions, as we all know. As corporate governance leaders, therefore, boards play a crucial role in steering corporate strategy, overseeing management, ensuring shareholder returns, and managing risks and opportunities. Today, I'll provide a review of our 2024 ASEAN Board Trend Survey results, aiming to understand how the board's role has evolved and highlight key focus areas for boards in 2024 and beyond. Now, if you see in terms of board agenda, roles, and dynamics, there is a mismatch between the key threats ahead and the board's top strategic priorities for the next 2 years. Now, while the primary threat lies in having the right talent and leadership, there's insufficient emphasis on prioritizing people within the board's strategic vision. Effective pivoting into new business lines or models is critical, requiring skilled leaders and diplomatic approaches. Now, there exists divergent perspectives, and this is quite concerning, between the board and the management. This variance in viewpoints underscores a need, and an urgent need, in fact, for constructive dialogue to align priorities and foster mutual understanding. It is evident that the management express a strong desire for the board to shift its focus towards prioritizing operational aspects of the business. Specifically, they emphasize attention on human capital strategy, corporate growth strategy, technology and innovation, and corporate culture. Furthermore, there is a decreased emphasis on business model transformation compared to previous years, when significant pivots were made during and after the pandemic. Now, this signifies a shift in priorities for the company's strategic direction moving forward, which boards need to take immense direction from and to take action now. Now, notwithstanding that, we see that boards are continuing to adhere to traditional perspectives, placing greater emphasis on business model agility and transformation. Now, again, those could be yesterday's plans, slightly outmoded approaches perhaps from the pandemic. So boards need to relook and see. Now, could that be possible that the board still perceives their organization as requiring further transformation? And if not, they then need to look forward at what is really needed on the ground. Now, regarding training, both the board and management have expressed that they find the topics of sustainability, climate change, and ESG to be particularly challenging and in need of further training for themselves as well as their board members. It is worth noting that while management considers human capital strategy to be one of the top 5 key training areas for their boards, the board places less importance on this aspect. This again presents an important point for boards to reflect on. When it comes to board effectiveness, composition, and culture, boards often perceive themselves as performing well in their roles. However, management's assessment of their performance is less positive. According to management feedback, the value that boards bring to the table is lower than what the boards believe, suggesting room for improvement in enhancing communication and fostering a more open dialogue within the boardroom. In the realm of governance and sustainability, management expresses lower confidence in their board's understanding of sustainability issues and its ability to effectively fulfill its oversight responsibilities in this domain. However, they are quite aligned on all other fronts, as shown here. While many organizations have begun their sustainability journey, there remains significant work to be done in fully integrating sustainability and ESG principles into the core of the organization. Both formal and informal learning initiatives are imperative to achieve this goal. So not just formal programs, and classroom sessions, they need to share experiences with other boards and other companies, so more informal as well. Now, based on the points I've just emphasized, and upon further examination of the additional areas covered in the report, 5 prominent themes are clearly evident. Firstly, on the board agenda, please realign and set priorities right. Despite the changing landscape, boards often cling to outdated approaches, as I mentioned, viewing matters through yesterday's lens. Boards must adapt, stay informed about trends, and proactively address critical threats. Secondly, board management relationship and dynamics. It takes 2 to tango. Differing views emerge on areas requiring attention beyond strategic priorities. Boards must foster the right culture, setup and relationship, deepen knowledge, and effectively communicate for insightful oversight and collaboration with management. On the board architecture and culture, more progressive and forward-looking boards are needed. Management expresses doubt about the current board's ability to provide strategic direction and necessary challenges for company growth. The right blend of knowledge, experience, and qualities to meet shifting business needs over the next 3 to 5 years is lacking. Boards must be more introspect now. What kind of board should they be? Is their culture conducive to candid discussions? The chairman plays a crucial role in fostering a progressive board culture and effective board management dynamics. Fourthly, board effectiveness, to do a stock take now. While boards often perceive themselves as performing well, Management holds a different view. Boards must self-assess, recognize their value, and cultivate the skills and mindset for future growth. Lastly, on board and sustainability, reality versus theory. Management remains skeptical about the board's current knowledge in this area, questioning its adequacy for effective oversight. Authentic sustainability adoption, therefore, is essential for meaningful impact. Now, with that, we have lined up some key actions moving forward that you can immediately act upon. Undertake a formal independent board effectiveness evaluation, a candid 360-degree assessment that will provide holistic perspectives for forward-looking improvements. Reevaluate your board composition and remuneration package. Apologies, there's some drilling above me. Please bear with me. Reevaluate your board composition and remuneration package at regular intervals, and broaden candidate search beyond existing circles, and that is board candidate searches. Work out your board management relationship and dynamics. Boards need to act as the compass to steer the organization forward towards the right direction, while the management captains the ship. Relook at your organization's materiality and key risks matrix. Set your priorities right. There should be a joint board management strategic planning session to brainstorm and have open discussion to agree on the key material issues and risk matrix for the organization. Talent governance and organization culture. Now, this comes up very strongly in the survey. Board and management, as leaders of their people, must engender a conducive organizational culture, which in turn will cultivate good governance and improve innovation and productivity. Look at your sustainability agenda and targets. No greenwashing, please. Boards need to acquire the required knowledge of the sustainability agenda, from the relevance to the core purpose of the business, to the constant demand of regulators, investors, and the wider stakeholder group to be able to provide the right direction and questions to the management. And lastly, be an authentic and purposeful leader. Now, governance is coming into focus on a more profound level in the wake of heightened stakeholders' expectations, as evidenced by the many changes taking place on boards around us recently. Now, as leaders, we recognize the pivotal role of talent, the power of effective leadership, and the imperative of sustainability in our current environment, and that a paradigm shift at the board level is necessary to confront the reality and barriers in their pursuit for growth. Now, at ICDM, as part of our aim to professionalize directorship and to collectively transform leadership and drive businesses to greater heights, we have already implemented the following strategies and remain committed to further enhancing our efforts on your behalf this year. We provide, amongst others, a platform for directors' voice, directors' programs and training, dialogues, and we also have the mandatory programs that we run, such as the Mandatory Accreditation Program Part 2, Leading for Impact, based on sustainability and ESG, which is compulsory for all directors of PLCs to complete within the current and upcoming year. Now, just for some statistics for this, as of December 2023, 949 directors have participated in the programs, i.e. the LIP program, since its launch in August last year. Now, with approximately 4 sessions held each month, our aim is to reach over 2,000 more directors by the end of this year. Now, additionally, we also have bespoke training programs tailored to specific company needs and board and director effectiveness evaluation, plus board advisory services. So with that, I end my presentation and thank you. Back to you again, Dato'.
Thank you so much, Michelle. I think the moment of truth for board of directors and management, that what Michelle has highlighted, the mismatch between management and board, and also misalignment on the areas, the supposedly priority areas, but we tend to focus more on other issues. And
Indeed,
also,
right.
yeah, Michelle has also shared with us on some of the actions that perhaps many boards can take up and work closely with ICDM. Yeah. So
Yes.
next, I go to Pushpan. Yeah. Your center is doing a lot of work, very interesting. Yeah, but if you can share with us, with the changes that's happening around us, if you could elaborate further on what is this new phase of corruption and the nuances, yeah, and how is your center coping with these challenges in supporting the fight against corruption in corporations and government in Malaysia and your colleagues elsewhere, please.
Thank you, Dato', and thank you for the host and organizers for inviting C4 and myself to maybe share a little bit. And we heard from earlier from Michelle in terms of the overarching issues that looks at board management, the conflict, and also the overall plan forward. But I think in my session here, I'm going to see how am I going to bring value to the conversation in terms of, as how Dato' mentioned, the issues of corruption and perhaps a better understanding of how corruption works. Now, firstly, I want to look at how we normally define corruption. In fact, if you ask people around, most of us have a very narrow understanding of corruption. Now, let me give you an example of what I mean by narrow definition of corruption. If you ask any of your friends or your colleagues to translate the word corruption into Bahasa Malaysia, normally the answer that you actually get will be rasuah. Now, if you take rasuah and then you translate back into English, what technically you actually see is the word bribery. Now, in our context, our understanding of corruption in this context, in general public concerns, is basically the terminology of bribery. Now, bribery for C4 Center, we consider as petty corruption. For example, situations where a policeman gets a bribe in order not to give you a summons. Those are examples of how petty corruption is embedded in the system. It's common. It also works tremendously well with people colluding in terms of contracts, procurement issues. Now, these are issues that are well documented, well understood by the public. They're able to appreciate the nuances, the difficulty, and how the covert nature of such bribery actually happens. And these particular areas of corruption are actually managed in terms of enough legislation, for example, the MECC Act, Section 16, 17, 18, 23, abuse of power. These are laws that deal for us specifically in terms of petty corruption. But what I want to actually look about is maybe a larger definition. But before I go into the larger definition, I also want to bring your attention to a particular, peculiar kind of bribery or petty corruption. It's called revolving door, which you will notice that some officials from government sector, upon leaving their service, end up working with some large corporations. So there is a possibility that there are cases of collusion where contracts are given to a particular company through direct negotiations in the hope that once a person resign or retire, he will actually go back and join the company as employment or director. We call this a revolving door principle, which normally happens in corporate sector and private sector in terms of collusion. So these are some of the areas that I think we need to know how petty corruption works. Now, let me introduce you to a new concept, or maybe a larger definition of corruption, which most people tend not to understand, or because it's complicated. So let's look at grand corruption. Now, grand corruption basically means that it's abuse of high-level power that benefits the few at the expense of many. Now, why I'm bringing this up as an issue during this conversation is to actually tell you that grand corruption is perpetuated through the usage of, we call them enablers of corruption, or what C4 calls a wider definition of corruption. So we need to have a paradigm shift. We cannot look at corruption as bribery per se. We need to now look at a larger definition of how corruption is defined, how corruption works, how it enables large and big corruption that happens within the private sector as well as the public sector. So what are examples of grand corruption, or we tell you enablers of grand corruption? So you will always hear things like patronage, cronyism, nepotism, rent seeking. These are commonly used terms when we look at big corruptions like PKFZ scandals, the LCS scandal, Scopine scandals. You tend to hear this terminology. However, you need to also bear in mind that although these terminologies are identified, are mentioned, not much rules or regulations or actually laws are in place to penalize all these elements. So these elements are there, we understand them superficially, but there are no rules to actually engage or limit or punish this activity. It's also true because it's difficult to define to what extent can you actually, for example, penalize a conflict of interest. You really can't have that definition. It's difficult to define it. So the first step is first move away from thinking of corruption as purely bribery. Secondly, think of corruption in a larger sense, or always think of enablers that actually allow perpetuation of corruption to be larger, or means or methods of felicitation of activities that can lead to corruption, and how do you manage it? So my conversation now is just to bring everybody to this idea that we need to now look at conflict of interest, patronage, cronyism in a different perspective. We need to look at how these areas which are not regulated properly, there are regulations in terms of MyCG, good practices, good governance, but they are not legally or legislated in law to be illegal items or illegal activities. So how does this become a threat to the board or organization? Since there are no legislation in place to manage conflict of interest or patronage, it's incumbent on companies to have a framework or a particular set of policies to assess risk factors that deal with corruption, looking at how these elements can impact the operation, the decision-making process, the governance of a particular company. So you need to clearly define how these potential enablers can work in your company, or can be a role that creates issues in terms of integrity, issues of integrity, how we can distort good practices. So you need to build frameworks, firstly understanding how all this works within your company's framework, and have policies in place to regulate and to ensure these wider definitions of corruption or enablers of corruption are properly managed, and also reduced impact in terms of good governance. Now, I also want to bring another attention of a particular issue called undue influence. A lot of corporations or large corporations actually have got institutional investors. And you might also have government-linked companies investing in a company. Now, they hold very strong influences. They might be minority shareholders, but they have strong influence in terms of certain decision-making process. So there will be strong influences by government-linked companies or government themselves or institutional investors for the company to make certain decisions. So now you also need to understand how do you manage institutional pressure to make certain decisions that may not be ethical. So again, coming back to understanding the different variations of wider corruption, how do you create a framework or governance structure or best practice to manage all of these conflicts? So my session here is very simple, trying to address or raise the awareness level that firstly, move away from thinking of corruption as purely a bribery issue, have more engagement, more discussions, more talks about what are the enablers of corruption and how it really impacts the economy, impacts financial institutions, impact companies, and how it leads to a lot of grand corruption that happens through in private sector and even in the public sector. Then finally come back down to, once you've understood that framework, there needs to be better policy making decision, better governance structure, better audit committees to understand these different impacts and have better assessments of how this can have impact and how to manage and mitigate those problems. So this is the end of my session. It's just to raise the awareness. If that they are more needs to understand better in terms of corruption or how these enablers play a role, feel free to contact C4. We can also have dialogues with individual companies and also corporations to maybe share a bit more how vast or complicated corruption is and how you can look at trying to streamline procedures or strategize good policies in order to enable to minimize those factors. So I think I'll end here. I'll see how we can maybe add more conversation in terms of Q&A. Just bear in mind that corruption itself is a huge topic. 7 to 8 minutes to define corruption is a bit too small, too narrow, but we might need to raise the conversation and discourse in public so that corruption can be understood in a larger, more devastating form that it actually has in the country. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pushpan. I think this is a good start. That it is happening out there, but I think we have to put it in the right framework as well. Yeah, that bribery is a part of corruption, but there are hidden type of corruption or more clever and more long-term. Yeah, in terms of especially if you're public officials or even working with institutional investors, as you mentioned, that how they can impact on decisions that we make in the company, which need not necessarily be to the best interest to our other stakeholders. Yeah. So Pushpan, thank you very much. I move on to 𝗕𝗂𝘃𝗏𝗂𝗃. 𝗕𝗂𝘃𝗏𝗂𝗃, you are with MACC and therefore is about affecting at the micro level as well. But if you could address, share with us, the how the oversight bodies address these nuances of corruption and governance issues, yeah, especially with regards to the Section 17A of the MACC Act 2009, for instance. Yeah, please, Ashraf, go ahead.
Thank you, Datuk. When we talk about Section 17A, it was approved in 2018, but subsequently the government gave 2 years grace period before we start to enforce it. So within the next 2 years, before we enforce it, certainly this Section 17A, especially in terms of corporate liability, it created a lot of confusion back then, especially amongst board of directors, chairman and whatnot. So but when we talk about corporate liability, the main reference guide is the ministerial guideline on adequate measures, where when we look at this adequate measures guideline, we emphasize on trust principle, starting from top level commitment, risk assessment, and undertake control measures, systematic review, monitoring and enforcement, last but not least, training and communication. So which relates with the topic at the moment in terms of board or the top level commitment. So if any company were to align whatever they have in the trust principle guidelines, I think the most important thing is it has to start with tone from the top, where first the board and the top management, you need to show commitments towards anti-corruption where it is visible and it translates into consistently into implementation. And then the second part is the board role in endorsing, overseeing the development of what we term as a holistic anti-bribery or anti-corruption program, where the primary objective is definitely you want to set zero stance or zero tolerance toward bribery or corruption. So if we deep dive, what is required, within the context of top level commitment, any company, you have to publicly commit to a detailed, anti-corruption program. So this commitment, should be made formally through policies, endorsed by the board. It should be periodically reviewed by, the subcommittee and implemented by top management through clear lines of authority. So then only we can, start to establish a culture of zero tolerance for corruption or bribery. So what I would like to highlight here, how do we ensure that, you have an effective implementation of the, anti-corruption program? So there are, certainly a lot of things that, any directors or board to take into consideration. I believe the most important aspect is, any, board should stay updated, and you should, have some knowledge, through briefings on the law and anti-corruption measures. From the government perspective, we launched a National Anti-Corruption Plan back in 2018 for 5 years, where it has ended in December 2023. And I believe soon, the government will launch a new national anti-corruption strategies. So I believe, any board, should stay updated, and, so that whatever you have within the context of your company is aligned, towards anti-corruption measures spelled out by the government. And then secondly is, you need to have regular oversight. It should be a standing item on the board agenda. Before Section 17(a), I believe, anti-corruption, some companies, when they have board meetings, anti-corruption definitely, it is on the agenda, but, not a priority, and then any board should receive regular reviews on the implementation of, the program that you have, reports on any incidents or allegation of bribery and action taken to correct, deficiencies, and then board is definitely responsible to dedicate, resources for the implementation. You have to assign a specific role and responsibility for the senior management with the development and also implementation of a detailed anti-corruption or anti-bribery program. And last but not least, you need to have a clear and frequent communication. You need to communicate with the engagement with internal and your external stakeholders as well. So coming back to what is required by top level commitment, I would like to highlight the importance of having a sound and robust anti-bribery policy, and also how do you raise concern within the company. You need to have an effective and robust whistleblowing policy as well. So based on MACC experience, a lot of companies, they have sound policy when we talk about whistleblowing, but they are not getting any report. So it shows that employees, internal employees or your external stakeholders, they simply do not trust the system. So that's why when we refer to trust principle in a broader perspective, that is where should encourage what we call whistleblowing. When you raise concern, it should be made in good faith, and also when you have a clear reporting line, this is where you ensure that board will play an important role, especially when you have what we call allegation on bribery, and what is your action, that you need to take? Thank you, Dato'.
Thank you so much, Ashraf. Yeah, so the message is that one, you need a robust policy which outlines the principles on anti-bribery and corruption in general, I guess. And later is to cascade it down through education and training to the rest of the employees in order for us to prevent the actions that could be with the Section 17 capital A, as you mentioned, that any employees for that matter, if they are not educated, the whole company can be charged. So we'll go to our final speaker, Cik Idris, from Bank Rakyat. As we have talked about the challenges and also threats facing the board, as an independent director, how do you see these challenges in terms of the governance, the nature of governance, both locally and globally, if you have any knowledge on that? And also, if you could also touch upon the stakeholder activism that is becoming increasingly to the fore with the corporate governance. Thank you. Please.
Thank you, Dato'. Board are under increasing scrutiny, and there is increasing demand from stakeholders that board demonstrate effectiveness. There's been demand, especially from institutional investor, to increase board diversity, to fill gaps in boardroom and boardroom expertise, to provide broader range of viewpoint and fresh perspective. Specific skill extremely beneficial to effective governance, and fresh perspective have developed right strategy. Board must be agile, derivative, and meet evolving expectation in terms of expertise, tenure, and diversity. It is important to embrace scrutiny as a challenge to raise the board quality. Board should engage regular board training and ensure a diverse range of skill set and knowledge. At Bank Rakyat, we adhere to Bank Negara guidelines. As such, the board is equipped with diverse suite of expertise ranging from banking, accounting, law, IT, social, economic, public policy, and public admin to ensure effective governance. It is important that the board can talk to each other and have the same level of diligence in order to come to a decision, right decision. Next is on the global ESG standard and biodiversity. As you know, Malaysia aligned with global ESG trend. Companies may face challenges in adapting to more stringent international ESG standard. This is crucial for attracting foreign investment, and non-compliance may impact financing from international financial institutions. The challenge posed by ESG trend is greater in Malaysia due to its status as mega-diverse country, which is high in terms of biodiversity. Taking a holistic view to business and how it is interconnected with the environment is essential to being able to adapt the ESG trend. To tackle ESG and biodiversity reporting, standard board should take a holistic approach and take this matter naturally into consideration. Too often, these issues are left as an afterthought, whereas the impact that we have on environment can have far-reaching consequences which inevitably come back to bite you. Example, climate change. Extreme weather can disrupt supply chain, damage transportation infrastructure necessary for trade in goods, and restrict people's ability to travel. Maritime transport is particularly exposed to climate-related risks. Sea level rise represent a direct threat to operation of port, while changes in precipitation affect viability of critical shipping hub and passage. Heavy rainfall and snowmelt last February caused some banks in Rhine River, Europe's most important commercial waterways, to begin to burst, triggering a halt in river shipping for several days. So these are things that are quite very important and the impact on the environment. So taking a holistic view to business, how it is interconnected with environment is essential to being able to adapt to ESG trend. Next. Regulation on ESG are rapidly changing in local and international scenes, such as EU carbon border adjustment mechanism, which apply carbon price to import to EU. Sustainable Finance Institute Asia estimate SME may lose 292 billion in revenue due to non-compliance with ESG standard. At Bank Negara, we prioritize training program to ensure that our employees are updated with latest ESG standard. Just last month, the bank hosted ESG sharing session in partnership with 𝗜𝗏 and 𝗜𝗏ጽ on topic of CRMSA. Next. Next. The next one is on the digital transformations. There is another area where business may struggle. As newer technology continues to emerge, board must ensure they have the right skill and knowledge to be able to adapt to ever-changing needs of the stakeholder. Most of the time, at the cybersecurity at board level may increase risks, may compromise business security, and not prioritizing it, it may compromise business security. Here too, a holistic approach helps. Board and business must look at not only innovating, but also ensuring security of these innovations at the same time. Next. A diverse and agile board helps to ensure business can adapt quickly and assist troubleshooting effort. To strengthen bank cybersecurity, BRI migrated from SMS OTP to stronger multi-factor authentication. iSecure for authentication of online banking transaction. Verification control through identity authentication processed by contact center and cooling off period of 12 hours for newly onboarded customer. Next. Next. Stakeholder activism have become increasingly prevalent globally, with shareholders, customers, employees, and community asserting their interest in influencing corporate decision-making. Board must navigate the complexity of balancing the interests of various stakeholders while upholding the organization mission, value, and long-term sustainability. Next. We at Bank Negara, we take cooperative approach by engaging with shareholders, members in transparent manner, ensuring the interests of all stakeholders are aligned with that of a bank. As a cooperative, our shareholder members elect regional representatives to attend our biannual AGM, where bank reports on financial performance, societal impact of product and services, and ethical business practices. Bank also publish annual report and sustainability reports annually that demonstrate transparency. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Idris. Yeah, so you have highlighted some of the challenges that boards and businesses are facing. And in essence, what we have to do as a board is to be up to speed, yeah, with the knowledge and skills in order for us to be effective in governing or in the governance of the company. So yeah, with that we have heard from 4 panelists. So now if I can invite questions from participants. Can we have the next question? This is the first one, that how can you know if something happens that can threaten the business to stay focused on the sustainable ecosystem? It's not addressed to anybody in particular, but I'm opening it to the panelists who would like to take up this question. Maybe Idris, since you are an independent director, yeah, so if you can, yeah, share how would you, how can you know if something happens that can threaten the business?
Well, the environment is interrelated with, you talk about biodiversity, that is more like biodiversity where there are ecosystem in the environment, and it affect each other, and it also affect the environment where we live. And this could affect, if anything happen to the say like forest, yeah, it will also impact us. For example, the felling of trees for more papers, so it will impact us. And if we were to make sure the trees are there, and there will be less paper to be used. And what we can do, we can actually go imaging, you know, one way to increase, to reduce felling of trees. So this is one of the interconnected in terms of business and environment.
Yeah. All right, if we can take the next question. Maybe we'll take a couple of questions and offer to the panelists if they want to respond. Why banks don't tie or harmonize the risk assessment to the ESG assessment undertaken by corporates that apply for loans, instead of only applying for loan related to sustainability matter, as you replied earlier?
Sorry, Dato'. I think those questions were for the earlier panel, because the timing there was quite early, around 10:50 and 11:10. Yeah, but anyway, I just want to just put a point across, because I saw one of the chat box mention the issue that, you know, why is always when it comes to corruption, we always mention the poor police folks. So I think I just want to clarify the statement. It's not meant to be detrimental. What I'm trying to say is to show an example that is commonly known or is easily understood what is defined as bribery in terms of activities. So, and also C4 Center is not particularly very interested in bribery, because it's well documented, it's well understood, people understand how it works, there are enough laws to work on those things. But I think C4's perception or approach now is to let people understand the diverse, articulate, intricate nature of the larger definition of corruption is more important. These are the things that leads to grand corruption, that where we lose a lot of our national funds through big scandals. And you will notice that we have many scandals from the early days of the 80s right up to last year. But you also notice that hardly anyone is accountable, which means that the ecosystem is in place. There are issues involved with corruption, but nobody is able to identify and pinpoint and put people accountable. So that's why when you understand the larger context of how diversity or how diverse the nature of corruption is, only then we can begin to articulate ways to bring people to be accountable. So I just want to clarify the statement. It's not to mean that the police officers are not working hard and all. It's just to show an example that's commonly understood. And we know that the police department works well, that many officers are good and integrity. Yeah, it's not an issue.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dato'.
Thank you. So can we have a more current, I can't see the chat box. So we have this one. What happens when board and management cannot find alignment? Non-alignment causing business going concern. Who exists first, board or management? So I think in this case, Michelle, you have to take this up.
Yes, no worries. I don't think, I mean, there are specific roles to the board, specific roles to management, right? Board, you're meant to have oversight. Management, you are running the day-to-day business. But it's that fine line that boards need to not overstep, right? That's one point. So boards must know where their role is. They mustn't micromanage. Sometimes, yes, there could be, due to business conditions, if they're in a restructuring, they're in a crisis, the board perhaps needs to be more proactive and more involved. But they must know when not to step over the line. We can't tell you when. As a board member, you must know when you are already micromanaging. And that's why feedback from management is very, very important, right? So it's not whether whether board or management prevails. They need to work in harmony. They need to work together. They each need to recognize their respective roles and not overstep the line. That then builds trust. And believe me, in many companies, and we do board evaluations, when that trust breaks down, when the boards, is constantly fault finding, with management, don't have a healthy relationship with the board, that's when the performance of the company is affected, right? And the best performing companies are where the board and management work very, very well together. Yeah. So the answer is there's no right or wrong. There's not right or wrong, but they need to know their respective roles and respect that and accept. And as a board member, I think you need to accept and listen to what your management are saying. I mean, one of the most important things the board needs to do is to hire the right CEO. You can't hire the CEO and let the CEO hire his management and then fault find from day one. You have to support them. You have to monitor their performance, yes, but you must support them and therefore work together. Yeah.
Thank you, Michelle. Okay. The next question is to C4 and MACC, to Pushpan, and Idris. Do you feel the quality of boards are good in Malaysia, and how can it improve? Are independent boards really independent to the company?
Okay, maybe I'll go first. You leave the hard stuff to MECC. So just maybe in terms of what we have experienced, and I'm talking from a lot of, in terms from the public sector as well, we noticed that the boards usually are subservient, the management is usually subservient to the board when they are linked to government or politicians who are politically exposed, or elite group of people that has got vast power. So generally, the management tend to be subservient. You can see the cases like 1MDB where management failed. Even the bureaucrats within the management also failed and they were subservient. So I think generally if there is public sector involved, there is a weakness in trying to say no to big institutional and government interests. But I think in terms of those companies that are listed in the Bursa, those are well managed. Those has got a good governance structure in place, and their reporting mechanisms are quite clearly defined, and it's normally well managed. The situation of grand corruption happens within the space of statutory bodies above the public listed companies and the companies that are below. For example, 𝗓𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏, the private listed companies, that's where the structure is not strong. That's where the governance structure is not clearly defined, where influencers, people with power can dictate what things can be done, how things can go on. So again, that's where reforms come in. We also now have a few reforms put in place last year in terms of beneficial ownership to identify if the smaller 𝗓𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏s have got political issues backing or elites backing them up. So you have rules and reforms in place if you're always pushing for, but I think there has to be stronger oversight or stronger emphasis and looking at all the small corporations and statutory bodies. The public listed companies are well managed in Malaysia. It's very regulated. It's effective and it's well managed. So I think in that context, you can see the distinction between where it's weak and where it's well managed.
Thank you, Pushpan. About Ashraf?
Thank you, Datuk. Yeah, definitely post Section 17(a) implementation, we can see, a paradigm shift, referring to public listed companies. We have more and more engagement with listed companies. It shows that the board are aware, and they are trying their level best to align what they have, and also what is the requirement of the law. And definitely, when we talk about listed companies, this is from MACC perspective. Before this, we the engagement, the programs that we did for listed companies is, the volume is not that high, but once Section 17(a), come in, we have received a lot of requests. We have, in fact, we have our own, academy, Malaysia Anti-Corruption Academy. So when we talk about awareness, when we talk about the readiness of of the board itself, even on my personal experience, I've been giving talks to board of directors for a lot of companies. So definitely, there's a positive change. And then from the government side, we are also encouraging the private sector to do more. If you look at National Anti-Corruption Plan, this is where we emphasize on companies to go for ISO Anti-Bribery Management System 37001 standards, because this is where you can, you can get an external parties to really have a look. Do you have a robust governance framework? So I mean, the MACC and also the government stand is quite clear. I think one more thing, Dato', Minister of Finance has approved, any private companies can work together with MACC, where to do programs where they can get tax incentive for that as well. And then if you implement your own organizational anti-corruption plan, there will also some tax incentive for that. So this is how we want to encourage, more and more people joining on board, especially at the tax incentive for anti-corruption program, where we manage to work hand in hand with listed companies, with the community, and also civil societies. So we need everyone need to come on board, because fighting corruption cannot be the role of government only through law enforcement agencies. So when we look at the corporate liability provision, this is a preventive type of provision. Companies are encouraged to achieve or to go for the highest ethical standard. Yeah, I think that's it, Datuk.
Yeah, it's got to be a collective effort. Yeah, not
Definitely
the government, but business as well, and also everyone in the country. If we are really serious about fighting corruption, but as Pushpan mentioned, that corruption is also quite sophisticated and diverse. Yeah, so addressing one aspect of it is important, but you need to cover a wider range, and many of these are also quite intricate. Yeah. So can we one last question before I get the panelists to sum up? Yeah, and also to add, if you have any more thoughts on the topic that we've given you. Okay. Next. Or is this the one or the same? Or again, to C4 and MACC, how do you manage boards in statutory bodies, GLCs, where they make very important decisions, and they are usually government appointed? What oversights need improvement? I mean, others can comment on this as well. Yeah, but yeah, please. Which one wants to go first?
Okay, I think to speak about JLICs or JLCs in terms of oversight mechanism is going to take a long time. But I think what is more important now is the first step is to ensure independence of the board within the statutory bodies, is to actually look at the appointments, which first must prevent the appointment of political individuals into JLCs or JLICs. Now, it's also a form of patronage, it's a form of cronyism where appointments are given as incentive for public support or political support. Now, what happens is when they come on board, they are not inclined to understand how the business works, or they don't have the expertise to manage particular industries, because we need to understand GLCs play a vital role in pushing for economic independence, economic growth, and also national service. For example, fishermen, how do you raise their level of livelihood? So these are national strategies that has to be used in terms of getting JLCs to play a role. When you have appointments that are not appropriate, or that is not designed to know what's happening or how to push it progressively forward, what you have now is a situation where JLCs are lost in terms of their integrity of the organization, whether they are doing the work they're supposed to do, or are they indulging into other business areas, eating up sectors like small and medium industries. So now you have a lot of JLCs that move into different areas. They're also fighting and competing with smaller players. So you also have that component. So we need to be very sure how we want to manage JLC is to firstly ensure there's no political appointment. Secondly, which C4 has been always looking at how to reform, is to reform the entire ecosystem of JLCs. For example, let me show you how drastic or the impact of JLCs are in Malaysia. Malaysia's GLCs are one of the largest in the world. And it holds close to, not mistaken, close to 42% of economic market share, which means that GLCs basically control the market. Now, that leaves little space for small and medium industry to play a role. So we also have to reform and how to manage this large ecosystem and ensure that their strategic alliance or strategic plan is to do national service is done properly, not for profit taking, profit making, or for other interests as well. So these are two key points we need to look at, but we need to have a larger discussion in terms of JLCs and how corruption works within JLCs.
Thank you, we call it crowding out, yeah?
Yes, correct.
Crowding out, we have to strike the balance between public responsibilities and crowding out. Okay, Ashraf?
Yeah, definitely. Government-linked investment companies or GLICs, they play an important role in terms of setting up the standard. We write on Prime Minister's directive where all of GLCs, they need to establish what we call, their governance framework. We detail it out, and then we emphasize on training for the integrity officers, the people who will manage, the framework within their respective organization. So I believe, the four core function of integrity and governance unit, because we want to see, the same standard is applicable towards all GLCs, government-owned companies, or perhaps government interest companies. And then there is also continuous monitoring, and they need to report to MACC as well, especially in terms of their roles and responsibility. So, and then perhaps if we can fall back to the previous National Anti-Corruption Plan, we made it mandatory for all government interest companies to formulate their own organizational anti-corruption plan, where we want to have, what we call, standards, that is to ensure that they are also aligning their, internal framework towards corporate liability, and also adequate measures guideline. And then from what I understand, government linked investment company or GLICs, they have their own circle. They continuously have engagement, public discourse on what are the issues that they are currently facing, challenges and whatnot. And then MACC has been actively involved as well, sharing our experience, our expertise on how to mitigate any corruption risk, within the context of company. And then last but not least, we ride on training and communication as well, Datuk, where our Certified Integrity Officer program is one of the key highlights, where we would like to have, what we call a structural reform for all GLICs or, government interest company. I believe time is of essence, so I should stop now, Datuk.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing. I was asked to pick up this last question, but it becomes like a corruption pan here. So it's not necessary. Okay. Well, in that case, then I can give time, at least a minute each, to each panelist to just, if there's any additional points that you would like to share. Yeah, please. We start with Michelle.
I think my fellow panelists as well have raised many relevant points. Perhaps if there's some common themes across all of us here today, is that you need to get your board composition right from the start. Make sure you source the right people, ethical people who will conduct themselves well, get the right skill sets as well, get a diverse board, and focus on your people in the organization. What comes out from our report as well, that the makeup of the board is so important, right? Because that sets your organizational culture, it sets the tone from the top, it then defines your company performance. So it all cascades down. Sometimes if it's a very big company, obviously it's quite a far way down, but you have to set the right tone from the top and hire the right people. So if anything, that's a common thread across. So I'll sum up by saying that. Thank you, Dato'.
Thank you. Thanks, Michelle. Pushpan?
Yeah, I think I'll echo Michelle's point. Basically, you need to have a proper composition of board that has got strong integrity in place. But also, I also want to emphasize, because we are in the industry of looking at corruption, we also want to push the idea and let people understand, need to have a bigger understanding of how corruption actually works, how the enablers work, how the ecosystem allows these enablers to become a conduit of facilitators of corruption. And we need to understand that so that our board, our governance structure, our framework within a company can be managed and best designed to manage and reduce the impact of all these enablers in corruption. Thank you.
Yeah, Ashraf.
As a final word, Dato', I think recently the Prime Minister has set the target where we intend to be in a top 25 of CPI ranking. So this is where every stakeholders need to play their role. In fact, in one of the session with the President of Transparency International, where he shared his comments, I think this is where we have to work closely together, government and private sector and also civil societies. In fact, if we look at our current standing of corruption perception index, so a lot of work need to be done, especially when we talk about board commitment. From MACC perspective, we've seen some tremendous changes towards which is very positive, where everyone is trying their level best, to go for the highest ethical standard. So when we have this ministerial guideline or adequate procedures, we go for principle based of guideline. So definitely, I mean, referring to big organization, they have to strive for the best possible governance, and and then they have their different role to play altogether. Where SMEs can learn from them, learn from their experience, on how they drive their anti-corruption agenda and program. Thank you, Dato'.
Thank you. Yeah, sure. Okay, Idris?
Yes. For me, I just want to add structure and processes are pillars of board effectiveness. Good structure where board members understand their functions and role in the company. And in terms of process, having a well-managed process is necessary because it enhances company communication internally and externally. This allows companies to assess strategic risk and opportunity. While there must be information architecture in the company, and this information should have adequate process for top management to media. And board also must pay attention to external information, including social media review, media news report, industry report, and also internal information delivered from various reports, including CEO reports, forecasts, and financial performance, to ensure that the communication is clear. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you. I think the board has nicely summed up our discussion this morning. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to bring the session to a close. And I would like to thank everyone, for especially the panelists, for sharing their expertise and also very engaging in the Q&A. Surely the knowledge and insights that you have provided will be instrumental in helping boards to navigate the complexities of the modern world and to ensure the sustained success of their organizations. Once again, thank you and have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dato' and
Thank you,
everyone.
Dato'.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again to our 4 panel speakers, Ms. 𝗓𝗂𝗃𝗀. Now, Ms. 𝗓𝗂𝗃𝗀𝗃, we would like to apologize for the slight typo in the poster earlier. As I mentioned earlier, Ms. 𝗓𝗂𝗃𝗀𝗃 is the president as well as the CEO of ICDM. We would also like to thank Mr. Pushpan, Mr. Idris, as well as Mr. Ashraf for sharing with us their insights on their topic of the day, which is new and emerging threats to governance and boards, and as well as to our moderator, Professor Dr. Norma, for moderating the session. Now, some key takeaway points, ladies and gentlemen, from that panel discussion is that essentially the board composition has to be right. You need to have the right people with the right skill set and the right diversity to mitigate. We'll also need to have a bigger understanding on how corruption actually works so that our framework can be designed to best avoid this. And it's best if, let's say, everyone plays their own particular or specific role in the company. And last but not least, it's very essential for a good structure where board members clearly understand and play their roles. Now, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we wrap up and conclude the first half of our panel discussion sessions. Before we move on, I believe there has been a lot of points shared with us throughout the first as well as the second panel session, a lot of insights that needs to be absorbed and digested by us. So why don't we take a short 5 to 10 minutes breather? Why not we take a 5-minute breather and prepare ourselves for the next keynote speaker? So we will meet here sharp at 12:40 p.m. So you guys can go for your toilet breaks, grab a quick meal, and we'll meet or adjourn back sharp at 12:40 p.m. Production queue, you can play video now.
The world is moving faster than we can cope. Trends are pacing beyond the speed of human mind. Natural disasters happening beyond our means to cope. Progress expected is beyond our own grasp.
Hello, planet Earth. How are you? Have we spoken lately? Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to 𝗕𝗂𝗀𝘀𝗀's inaugural webinar. The theme this year is Emerging Trends Shaping Business Sustainability and Humanity. We bring to you discourse in the following areas: global trends shaping sustainable policies and priorities for governments, role of board in changing global business dynamics, sustainability impacts on business and humanity, new and emerging trends to governance and boards, impact of business and human rights on brand and reputation, key policy consideration in New World Order. People, planet, profit. How are we balancing? Are we running out of time? Can we agree on basic human values? Who are our merchants of hope? What are our shared visions? Who are shepherds of this planet? Where are our hearts when handling the only home we know?
Let us talk.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so it's sharp 12:40 p.m. and we are back here once again at Top Glove's inaugural webinar. I hope everyone had a good short break and digested the points presented by our first and second panel speakers. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we had an unprecedented registration where we had almost 1,000 participants or audiences who registered for this webinar. So we're really thankful for all of y'all for your kind and continuous support. However, we faced a little technical difficulties in the morning whereby some of y'all could not log in or join in the webinar. However, rest assured, our team has already resolved all that issues. So for those of y'all who know of friends and families who could not join in the morning, do tell them to log in back because the link is now fixed and we can accommodate more people. So once again, thank you so much for your continuous support. And for those of you who are still logged in here at our webinar. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So before we move on to our second keynote speaker, we have prepared for y'all another scenario video. So please enjoy. Production cue video.
A world where technology rules. Big monopolies will rise as a result, and they will drive governments and global agendas. There will be rising inequity and high focus on AI and technology. Corporations will be the new governments. Misinformation rises as global sources of information are owned by the powerful. As corporates rise, the man on the street will disrupt through technology and human rights issues. Governments will be torn between being supported by corporates and needing support of its constituents. Populism rises. Countries will wage new kinds of war for control and fragmentation of communities, and displacement by way of migration between countries, and from rural to urban, will place human trade a main agenda in this order. The major blocs of USA, Russia and China will continue in a fragmented EU and Asia. Bio, DEC, and eco wars will come to play. Technology will be key in this deregulated world, where each individual will claim to own the truth. Every person will be a walking journalist, activist, and a spokesperson of the government. A world where individualism will rise. With deregulated worlds, there will be tug of war between the levels of deregulation, and global cooperation will struggle to align businesses in different parts of the world. Governments will change regularly, as individuals will destabilize through social mediums. A world where bigger markets will claim to rule the world by virtue of the maturity of their systems and regulations. To claim their space in the world, bio wars, eco wars, and tech wars may erupt, dislodging governments. Governance will suffer with self-governance of companies. Corruption will rise with less government controls. Social issues will rise with the rise of new kinds of wars. Are you prepared for this world?
All right, ladies and gentlemen. So what you have just witnessed is the first of 3 scenario videos that have been developed by our Top Glove team. Now, over the course of the webinar, we will be showcasing the scenario videos for y'all, but rest assured that some of the scenario videos might not be related to the panel discussion or the keynote speakers. Right, next we have Ms. 𝗓𝗪𝗂𝗃𝗲𝘀𝗀𝗀, Senior Independent Non-Executive Director, Top Glove Corporation Berhad. Ms. 𝗓𝗪𝗂 has been on the board of Top Glove Corporation Berhad for 9 years. Notably, Ms. 𝗓𝗪𝗂 is also the chair of the Board Sustainability Committee of Top Glove Corporation Berhad. Ms. 𝗓𝗪𝗂 will be delivering the second keynote address entitled Role of Board in Changing Global Business Dynamics. let's discover the future of global sustainability, where we dive deep, ladies and gentlemen, into the changing landscape, delivering crucial insights for policymakers and stakeholders. I will now pass the floor to our second keynote speaker, Ms. Sharmila. Ms. Sharmila, over to you.
It's not scrolling. Oh. Okay. Test. Yeah. Test. Hello. Okay. Good afternoon, and thank you to all of you for joining our webinar today. And I'd just like to take this opportunity to also thank the Top Glove team and ADFIM for their support in organizing and putting together this webinar. So as chair of Top Glove's Board Sustainability Committee, and in considering the E and S and G, I've increasingly come to realize that the G for governance is most important in this acronym. Without good, sound principles, methods, and processes required to make strategic decisions in the organization's best interests, the board will not be able to provide the necessary oversight and accountability, which is the role of the board. Without G, we render E and S illusory. But as we face a new post-COVID norm, has the role of the board really changed? And if so, how? Boards have traditionally been concerned with strategic decision-making, setting the overall strategic direction of the company, identifying priorities, establishing goals and objectives, finding resources, and allocating funds to support the decisions made around strategic planning. And of course, to monitor the execution of the strategic plan. Today, this will also involve the ability to assess market trends, competitive landscapes, and geopolitical factors to make informed decisions about the future direction of the business. But it also requires a management team able to understand and implement the strategic direction and aspirations of the board. In providing leadership, the board is responsible for setting the company's culture and outlining its values. Oversight of this is done through the appointment of senior leadership and executive teams, including the CEO and other senior executives, and their assessment of their performances. In a company like Top Glove, which has an executive chairman, the role of the non-executive directors becomes even more crucial. And clearly setting out parameters and terms of an executive chair as distinct from a non-executive chair requires clarity and strong board oversight. A primary responsibility of a board is to oversee risk. As the business landscape evolves, the board needs to develop and continually improve its risk oversight practices, including defining what risks the board should discuss regularly at the board meetings and what risks it may delegate to a committee, and also knowing how to ask the right questions of management and seek the right answers at board meetings. What issues should be part of the board agenda and a line item on the board agenda, and what matters can be delegated to the committee. But as we know, the more traditional risks of finance and operations must now include supply chain and logistic risks, cybersecurity threats, geopolitical events, and regulatory and compliance awareness. With regards regulatory and compliance awareness, it is the board's responsibility to ensure that the organization operates in compliance with all relevant laws, regulations, and ethical standards, both domestic and international. This includes overseeing financial reporting, executive compensation, and corporate social responsibility initiatives. These factors become all the more challenging to balance in a landscape where board needs to equally prioritize profit and planet, or economics and social and environment. This can be tough during challenging business situations with rising stakeholder activism and demanding shareholders. Boards, in their fiduciary capacity, must navigate at times the seemingly competing interests of its various stakeholders, from investors and shareholders to its employees, customers, suppliers, and the communities in which the companies operate. All the more if the companies have a global reach. Boards evaluate opportunities for global expansion while considering local nuances, regulatory requirements. They assess market entry strategies, partnerships, and acquisitions to maximize value creation and mitigate risks associated with international operations. What are the skill sets, then, required to challenge and assess proposals put forward by management in this increasingly multipolar world? Boards must encourage a culture of innovation and adaptation within the organization to respond effectively to changing global dynamics. Driving the necessary change will require some skill, since boards, in particular the independent directors, do not and should not get involved in the day-to-day operations of the company. Added to the traditional role of the board, today's board needs to be more concerned about and involved in the business continuity, scenario planning, and thus contingency preparedness. Planning exercises to envisage different scenarios, as you've just seen that Top Glove did 2 years ago, to enable them to anticipate potential future events and to develop contingency plans, accordingly must now be mainlined and made an essential part of the board's training and deliberations. Boards need to ensure that the company is resilient and adaptable in the face of unforeseen events and disruptions in global business environments. As we know, research has revealed that boards which have more gender diverse and inclusivity perform better financially and are more innovative and have better corporate governance. Therefore, much needs to be done to ensure that boardroom culture is more inclusive and encourages diversity in perspectives, experiences, and backgrounds within the boardroom, which perhaps mirror the diversity in stakeholders. And this must be a deliberate act to enhance strategic thinking and decision-making effectiveness. It can be challenging in boards with tilted powers of major shareholders by way of government shareholding or executive major shareholders. So what are the challenges for boards in addressing challenging global dynamics? Recognizing the massive changes that have taken place as a result of globalization in tandem with world financial crisis and economic slowdown, perhaps we really need to reconsider the expanding and complex issues facing global companies in line with risks generated by global expansion and the complicated and dynamic matrix of the regulatory environment. These developments have dramatically impacted the relationship between the board and the CEO as they determine strategic direction for the company, a role that is increasingly becoming a joint responsibility. A global company board needs to ask itself if it is doing all it can and should do to evaluate the complicated new risks facing the company, while ensuring that the goals for growth and profitability remain a critical focus. In terms of complexity, global business environments have become increasingly complex, with interconnected economic, political, and social factors influencing decision-making. Boards must navigate this complexity while making strategic decisions for the company. Complexity of regulatory frameworks imposed not only by our own nation, often in tandem with international expectation, but also of the major trading partners in the United States, the EU and other nation states, and not forgetting the United Nations and other international organizations, reveals how much of what is essentially local legislation has a far-reaching global reach, and the board of directors has specific oversight responsibility, thus vastly increasing the amount of information that must be examined at the board level. This does not just affect larger listed companies, but through supply chains can and will affect smaller, more local companies, the SMEs. We also have to be aware of increasing government and regulatory intervention in business activities, which generally comes unexpectedly and is hardest to address. Each government has its own rules, and so that there is localization of rules that must be understood and managed. Local, regional, and national jurisdictions have different policies and often conflicting rules. Whether in global sourcing, manufacturing, or selling, cross-jurisdictional compliance becomes very complicated. In each jurisdiction, the company must also consider the actions of its employees and those of its entire supply chain in complying with regulations that could impact the company and the board. The complexity of issues facing every global company has caused some change and expansion in the role of the members of boards. This can create some tension between board members and the executives about how much the board members should be involved in the management of the company. The risks associated with the board membership have increased as companies move into more complicated regulatory and market environments. What seems clear is that the board needs to be involved in strategic design and compliance processes, and more board time needs to be devoted to strategy, not just the business day. No longer can independent directors consider that they only need to spend the quarterly time at the quarterly board meetings. Much more time needs to be spent with the management team, talking to the CEO, and having interaction among themselves to understand the development of the company and to clearly strategize for the needs of the company. As a result of these new demands, the role of the lead director or the senior independent non-executive director, as is the case here in TopGlove, has increased significantly in companies where the chair and the CEO titles are effectively held by one person. The lead director must become a key partner with the chair and CEO in ensuring that the company operates profitably and in a socially responsible way, having deep concern for the sustainability issues affecting the company. The issue is where to draw the line. The danger is that the job of the lead director or non-executive chair at times becomes essentially a full-time job and blurs the actual responsibility of the CEO. Beyond governance, there is also the issue of skills, knowledge, and access that the board members need to bring to the board and to the company. In today's global market, it is impossible to internationalize a board to an extent where all board members possess all the regional, functional, business, and industry knowledge required to run a global company. Beyond the notion of corporate social responsibility is the challenge to integrate the company's core values into day-to-day operations and strategic design. The issues of governance today are volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous, and management and board leadership must have vision, understanding, clarity, and the ability to adapt. Without these attributes, strategic judgment will be clouded at best and faulty at worst. The relationship between the board and management team must be one of transparency that leads to trust. The greatest leadership skill lies in the ability to depolarize the most divisive issues and deal with the paradoxes. Great leaders cannot and should not shrink from these. The board and the executives must constantly reprime the core values of the company by asking, who are we and what do we stand for? With these questions answered, the company's leaders must have the mental and moral ability to do what is right and to follow through with commitments made to all stakeholders. Global dynamics can change rapidly, requiring boards to be agile and proactive in their decision-making. Thus, boards must stay informed about emerging trends and be prepared to adjust the company's strategy accordingly. With increasing digitalization and connectivity, cybersecurity threats are a growing area of systemic concern for businesses operating in a global context, including the significant harm that hackers can do in disruption of operations and stealing of intellectual property and confidential information. Boards must understand the level of threat that these hackers pose and ensure that the company has robust security measures in place to protect against cyber threats. Beyond operational vulnerabilities is the question of where and under what protection systems should the corporate data be processed and stored. So in conclusion, building the right board requires the right skill set across the board's members and a full analysis of the strengths and weaknesses of the current board. Over time, boards have moved from being largely ceremonial to being deeply engaged in specialized aspects of the company's operations. In today's environment, board members need a global perspective, independence, and if possible, a deep knowledge of the context of at least some individual countries that it operates in. Special skills and experience in information technologies and sustainability are also desirable. In the new board context, diversity means not only gender diversity, but diversity of ethnicity, knowledge, both country and regional, and specific business functional expertise. Whatever the process, the CEO and lead director should get to know the potential new board members very well to ensure that the right chemistry and knowledge is set. In any case, board members must be knowledgeable about what the company does and insist on making visits to all its facilities. Assessment of board members' performances, not often a strong point in most board governance processes, must be increased. The demands of board members are increasingly dramatically with expanded time requirements. It is time to consider whether the role of international advisors to board committees and the board is necessary, and formalizing the positions in corporate governance structure is in order to expand board's knowledge base on issues of particular concern to the company and with which the official board members have no deep expertise. Thank you. Okay. I'm sorry.
All right, once again, thank you so much, Ms. Sharmila, for that very, very compelling speech. Now, she mentioned 10 specific roles of the board, namely risk management, governance and compliance, stakeholder management, adaptation and innovation, and last but not least, business continuity, scenario planning, and thus contingency preparedness. And she also mentioned to us or elaborated on some of the challenges that the board will face, namely complexity, government regulations, leadership, and sustainability. Overall, I think we had a clear understanding now of the role of boards in the changing global business dynamics. What a stimulating first half we've had, ladies and gentlemen. We've been bombarded with brilliant insights from our opening speaker, keynote addresses, and thought-provoking panels. But that is just the tip of the iceberg. We have a packed second half coming up, including an address by Mr. Lim Chong-Wan, our Managing Director, insightful discussions on business and human rights, on brand and reputation, and a critical look at key policy considerations in New World Order. But before we dive into that, let's take a well-deserved break. Stretch your legs, grab your lunch, and maybe network with a few fellow attendees in the chat box below. We will be back in exactly 1 hour at 2:04 p.m. or 2:05 p.m. So get ready to explore the next chapter of our journey towards a sustainable future. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy your break.
Every life is precious and must be preserved. At Top Glove, protecting lives is our foremost mission, and we do this with a pair of gloves. Top Glove is the world's largest manufacturer of gloves, serving over 2,000 customers across 195 countries. From our humble beginnings in 1990,
and ready to go for our second half. Fear not, you still have 5 minutes to settle down. If you guys have not settled down yet, we can see a few of our speakers who have already dialed in. Thank you so much for being punctual and right on time. And for those of all of you all, our audiences, do tune in back because we'll be beginning very, very shortly. And as mentioned earlier, for those of you all who couldn't log in earlier or know of people who couldn't log in earlier due to the limitations of Zoom, fear not, we have fixed all that so you guys can share once again the Zoom link that is available to you all earlier, and you guys can dial in again and enjoy the second half of our webinar today. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Top Glove's inaugural webinar. We'll be beginning very, very shortly, specifically in 5 more minutes. Thank you very much.
Hello, test. Testing. Okay, works.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can, loud and clear.
Can do the testing. I'm in the right call, right? Testing.
Testing for Dato' Shahul. Can you guys hear me? Testing.
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, thank you.
Testing.
Hi, welcome to all our speakers who have just logged in. And for those of you all who have tested your sound, we can hear you guys loud and clear. Thank you so much, guys. We can hear Professor Dr. Ong, Tan Sri Sharil, as well as Ms. Nadia, who have just logged in. We can hear you loud and clear from our side here.
Yeah, I'll just do a quick sound test as well. I think you can hear me, right?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Perfect, thank you.
Right, guys. So as the clock is approaching 2:05, ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome back to Top Glove's inaugural webinar, where we discuss and share valuable insights on emerging trends shaping business, sustainability, and humanity. Welcome back for all of y'all who have just had a quick lunch break. Let us quickly rewind and revisit some of the key takeaways from the first half, ladies and gentlemen. So we started off with Tan Sri 𝗵𝗂𝗃𝗀𝗃𝗀's speech. During his welcoming address, he shared with us on the importance of 3 healths: the financial, mental, as well as the physical health, as well as shedding light on the power of tiny gains, as well as the importance of being a positive contributor. Next up, we had Mr. Izwan Zainuddin, our first keynote speaker, who opened up our minds to the global trends shaping sustainable policies governments are prioritizing. This truly paved the way for a more collaborative approach to sustainability efforts. Then we proceeded with our first panel speakers with the title Sustainability Impacts on Business and Humanity. They showed us the very importance to start from within, ladies and gentlemen, and create the excitement and enthusiasm, because without it, we might not be able to drive to complete the full course. And then we had our second panel speakers who shed light on the topic, new and emerging threats to governance and boards. They shared with us the importance of board composition, that we have to get it right, the right people with the right skill set and the right diversity. We need to have a bigger understanding as well on how corruption works so that our framework can be best designed to avoid this. And last but not least, before we concluded the first half and moved into the lunch break, we had Ms. Sharmila, who delivered a powerful second keynote address on the title, Role of Boards in Today's Dynamic Business Environment. And for those of y'all who have just joined us on Zoom, have no worries, ladies and gentlemen, because I promise that the second half of the webinar will be just as powerful, impactful, and insightful as the first, or maybe even more. So for those of y'all who have just joined us, just some housekeeping rules. For those of y'all who have questions for our panel speakers later, we have two panels discussion, panel 3 and panel 4. You guys can drop them in the Q&A box that is available on Zoom. Do not put it in the chat box because that will not be moderated. Do put it in the Q&A box and we will definitely answer your questions later. For the chat box, you guys can drop in your details and stuff like that for you guys to network. And without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, before we begin our second half of our webinar, we have a video to play for all of y'all. So if my production team and crew is ready, cue video.
High government order, and individualism, a world with high government control and regulation. Cost of raw material will rise, with higher regulatory impact on supply chain business human rights. This will in effect cause high cost of products. Businesses will start producing low-quality good, as sustaining a business with high cost of doing business will become more challenging. Business will struggle to remain in global market, this amidst greater stakeholder activism. A world where there will be greater government regulation and oversight. This would lead to more individualism, where the young questions and shapes government policies and initiatives, pushing for more inclusiveness. The line between government and business will blur in all countries. Privacy is controlled by the powerful. AI will replace humans at a fast pace, as the world is driven by big businesses. Unemployment and social problems rise. Businesses will face increased threat of cybercrime and hacking, a new form of competitive war. Technology, in this environment, will rule as a means to destabilize. Society will seek reform and social contract against corporations and their global power. Elements, like ESG and BHR, will be imposed on corporations as a license to operate. Taxing the rich and more successful companies will be increasingly imposed, and may lead to companies moving offshore. A world where Asia will rise, as it has higher youth population, followed by Africa. Middle East will be the bridge between the aging and dying Western economies. China will need to enhance its engagement with Asia and Africa, as the population growth of the young in China will be stunted, with rising aging population. Are you prepared for this world?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so what you have just witnessed is the second of 3 scenarios that our Top Glove team have prepared. And as promised earlier, we'll be playing these scenarios throughout the course of the webinar. So to begin our second half of our webinar, ladies and gentlemen, we have an address by Mr. 𝗵𝗀𝗀𝗀, Managing Director of Top Glove Corporation Berhad. Since 2019, Mr. 𝗵𝗀𝗀𝗀 leads the Sustainability Steering Group and has chaired the Risk Management Committee since 2014. He also advises the Administrative Committee of Top Glove Foundation since 2008. Now, it is my pleasure to invite Mr. 𝗵𝗀𝗀𝗀 to deliver his address entitled Evolving Private Sector Commitment to Changing Stakeholders. Mr. 𝗀𝗀𝗀, if you're ready, over to you.
distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good health and good afternoon from Top Glove. Firstly, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all our speakers and moderators for participating in Top Glove's inaugural webinar on business sustainability. We are quite deliberate in the selection of the theme of the webinar, which is emerging trends shaping business sustainability and humanity, as we felt like it will encompass a wide area of discourse that affect the various stakeholders. Each of the panel sessions were developed to address focus areas that affect businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, we stand at a pivotal moment in the evaluation of business. The landscape of stakeholders' aspiration is shifting, and with it, the expectation placed upon businesses and policymakers are undergoing a profound transformation as well. We can no longer assume that sustainability is a mere nice-to-have features in the corporate strategy or in our annual reports. It has swiftly become a must-have imperative. Investors and shareholders are quite astute and learned. In fact, in many instances, they are more well-versed on the risks and trends than businesses. The aspiration of stakeholders, which include investors, consumers, employees, communities, and the environment, are driving this paradigm shift and molding many of the sub-trends we see today. The biggest challenge for business today is balancing monetary returns to shareholders while balancing sustainability requirements. This is where boards and management are tested the most in that decision and action they take. Where it was once easier to focus just on profit and loss, now our stakeholders rightfully demand that these profits are made without compromising the only home we know, planet Earth. Ladies and gentlemen, whether driven by financial consideration, consumer preferences, employee expectations, community engagement, or regulatory requirements, the mandate for businesses to prioritize sustainability has never been clearer and more urgent. Embracing sustainability is not only a moral imperative, but also a strategic necessity for long-term success and resilience in today's dynamic business environment. For business big and small, investment in sustainability leads to enhanced brand reputation, increased market share, cost saving through efficiency improvement, access to new market, and reduced regulatory risk. I can report that we have started many of these initiatives at Top Glove. The road is long, and the external requirements are still evolving. We are committed to sustainability agenda and are actively embracing United Nations guiding principle into our business processes. Since 2021, our board and management have taken an annual pledge to align our business with the United Nations guiding principles. We are cognizant that we cannot do this alone, and we will need the support of our partners and stakeholders in this journey. Ultimately, we ask ourselves, what is the purpose of our being? What is the purpose of we do every day at work? For us in Top Glove, it is to serve the world and humanity through the gloves we produce. Again, allow me to thank everyone participating today, both speakers and participants, for making time for us in Top Glove. Your presence here today truly means a lot to our board, management, and everyone at Top Glove. I thank you. Which is
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Lim Cheong Guan, for your insightful address. Your perspective on the topic, evolving private sector commitment to changing stakeholders, were truly much valuable. Now, some of the key points that were shared was, this is not only a moral imperative, but also a strategic necessity. And however, We cannot do this alone, and we definitely need the support of our partners as well as our stakeholders. Now, ladies and gentlemen, just to remind everyone that we will be beginning our panel discussion at 2:20 p.m. So for those of y'all who have questions on their subject matter, which is the impact of businesses and human rights on brand and reputation, do not forget to put in your questions later in the Q&A box, and they will be answered during the panel discussion. Now we will take a quick 5 minutes break, and we will gather back sharp at 2:20 as we begin our panel 3 discussion.
Can I just
We are back after our quick short break, and we're ready for our panel 3 discussion. Building on the ideas that Mr. Lim just shared, let's dive deeper into our third panel discussion with the title Impact of Businesses and Human Rights on Brand and Reputation. Our esteemed panelists for this session are Ms. Nadia, International Development Professional, former UNDP team lead, with 17 years of experience, notably served as UNDP. Ms. Nadia spearheaded impactful socio-economic development programs across multiple countries. Next, we have Tan Sri Shahril, Chairman, Independent Non-Executive Director, Axiata Group Berhad. Tan Sri Shahril is the former Managing Director of Khazanah Nasional Berhad, previously led the Employees Provident Fund, EPF, as well as Malaysian Resource Corporation Berhad. Third, we have Datuk Wira Shahul, Chief Executive HRD Corp, Dr. 𝗬𝗏 has led a significant transformation in less than 3 years, rebranding HRDF to HRD-Corp, expanding coverage to 18 sectors, implementing stakeholder-friendlier policies. And last but not least, summing up our panel 3 is Professor Dr. 𝗚𝗏𝘃𝗲𝗃, Director, Philosophy, Politics and Economics Program, Taylor's University. Dr. Ong holds numerous advisory and board positions, including with Global Council and MEDA. He is a former MP as well as a Deputy Minister. Now, ladies and gentlemen, our panel 3 discussion will be moderated by Dato' 𝗬𝗏𝘃𝗀𝗂𝗃, Chairman Designate of 𝗓𝗔𝗍𝒻 Malaysia. Besides being the past board member of Top Glove Corporation Berhad, Dato' 𝗬𝗏𝗃 was also named the most influential woman in Islamic business and finance in 2019. As mentioned earlier, ladies and gentlemen, each panel session or discussion session will be for 1 hour long, and there'll be a timer countdown display available for view for all. Now, before I hand it over to our moderator, for those of you all once again who have questions for our panel speakers, please do drop them below in the Q&A box, right below the chat box. And for all our speakers, please do turn on your cameras because it's about time now, and my honor and privilege to hand it over to our moderator to brief the panel format as well as to moderate the subject matter. Dato' 𝗬𝗏𝗃, over to you.
Testing, testing. Testing. Good afternoon and good health to everyone and my panel members. So welcome to this illustrious, diversified and colorful phase 3 with the topic of impact of business and human rights on brand and reputation. Everyone knows, and it's public information, that Top Glove went through a brand and reputation crisis in 2020 and also 2021. This happened when CBP, Customs Border Protection, sanctioned a WRO withheld release order on its gloves not to enter US ports due to allegations of Top Glove using forced labor, and this is apparently a breach of human rights under the 11 ILO elements. This is a globally known case of how allegations on business and human rights can negatively impact on brand and on reputation. This crisis badly impacted sales revenue of Top Glove for the year 2020. Top Glove was unable to export 1 billion pieces of its glove to the United States, which then comprised about north of 20% of its market share. A classic case of the societal risk being translated into impact. I was able to feel it because I was at that time at the center of the crisis, being the chairman of board risk of Top Glove. Sadly, you might recall products made in Malaysia at that period, especially those manufacturers that were highly labor intensive, were rampantly associated with poor human rights practices. So from this case, we can unpack that brand building relates to us embracing all these 5 areas. Number 1, to build brand, we have to do value creation. So with the help of an international advisory panel for value creation, Top Glove has to rebuild trust and loyalty. Second area, to build brand, we have to protect reputation. This can be done by avoiding further criticism and scandals. In Top Glove case, it goes beyond just implementing a crisis management communication plan and team. Area 3, to build brand, we need to be relevant, remake innovation, but balancing with preservation. One way to remain relevant is to introduce innovative, eco-friendly, the sustainability process
and repurpose your product. Fourth area, to build brand, we need to have luxury engagement, the authentic experience of genuine stakeholders engagement by giving trusted and transparent data. Engagement with stakeholders, stewardship, and activists will impact customer loyalty. And last but not least, to build brand, we must comply with governance, best global practices, and regulations. Regulators' reporting and disclosures need to be based on trusted and transparent data. This is the most powerful way to avoid human rights washing. This morning, I heard the word competent washing. And as we all know, red is for life, so it could be red washing. So to unpack these societal, cultural, and economic issues, we are so fortunate to have with us today a team of 4 illustrious and distinguished international experts. They are voices of authority from diversified ecosystems. Each of them will bring to us their respective perspective, journey, experiences, and views on the impact of business and human rights on brand and reputation. So each of them will bring to the panel a 5 to 7 minutes compelling summary of translating the impact of human rights risk into the business. Once all 4 are finished with the insightful contents, we will open for questions and for discussions. Right, are we all ready, panelists? Let's start the ball rolling. Not because it's ladies first, but yes, ladies first. But because we would like to start with a big picture in understanding the increased role of supranational, the standards and frameworks required for business and human rights to work. Can we invite Ms. Mir Nadia Nevin from United Nations Development Program, please?
Thank you very much, Dr. Nomipa. Let me try and share my screen and the PowerPoint presentation. If you can confirm, colleagues, if you can see this slide.
Yes, we can see it very clearly.
Wonderful. Okay. Again, thank you so much, Dr. Nomipa. Hello and good afternoon. First off, many thanks to TopGlove and partners for taking this initiative to organize this event on an extremely important topic. And of course, thank you to keynote speakers, panel members, and most importantly, our participants today for this lively and informative engagement so far. This session introduces the element of business and human rights and how human rights issues impact businesses and therefore brands and reputations. So when I was starting this, I thought that it might be kind of good to start with a few case examples to make the point. These case examples are all from my own experience as faced by real businesses and in terms of real issues. Some of these are still ongoing. So for legality purposes, I'll just use, I'll not use the real names, but in some cases I will. But in 2 case examples, I'll just go ahead and start with Company X and Company Y. So scenario 1 is Company X. Company X sells dried processed fish and has operations in a certain country. Here they have a couple of factories in this country, and the product processing requires cleaning and then drying raw fish in large solar-powered drying domes. The company have taken all ESG assessment, and the indicators seem okay. No adverse impact on the environment. In fact, they're actually going for renewables by using solar domes. The labor and working conditions in the factories are all okay, all fine. But is everything okay? Let's consider what's happening in the vicinity. The smell of raw fish fermenting and drying emanates such strong smell that the school about half a kilometer away had to almost get to the point of closing down because it's impossible for children and teachers to spend many hours a day in that situation where the smell is so strong. So what exactly is happening? A factory that is operating near a community is preventing children from that community to not be able to attend school. And right to education, which is a basic human right, is being impacted. Interesting, huh? Then let's look at Scenario 2. Scenario 2, company Y is an oil and gas company and is building an oil pipeline in a certain country that needs a big community to be relocated to another area. Now, company Y has done everything right. They have hired experts to identify areas for relocation. They have worked with local governments and national governments, and finally identified a place to relocate the community. And that area has schools, hospitals, and amenities to ensure that the relocated community do not lack any amenities. However, very soon, violence and unrest in that area increases significantly with major repercussions. What went wrong? Well, it so transpired that in relocating that community, they inadvertently exacerbate the socio-ethnic conflict between communities that existed. Now, this severely impacts the do no harm principle that businesses abide by. Now, if a proper conflict analysis, which is part of a human rights due diligence, were taken, these probably could have been avoided. Now, many such examples we talk about, in addition, global examples from global businesses such as Nestle. Nestle, with its operations and supply chains across the globe, came under controversy when child labor was actually found in one of its cocoa plantation facilities in Western Africa, in Côte d'Ivoire, Ivory Coast, and more recently in its supply chain in Thailand, where forced labor was identified. So an analysis of this has shown that company bottom line of profits notwithstanding, the impact on consumer trust and brand loyalty was really significant. Now, these and many such issues have pretty much now led to more and more governments, regional corporations, businesses themselves requiring that.
Nadia, if you can allow me to intervene, can you put full?
Yes,
for your sharing, because I think the audience are not able to read it. That's better. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So these and many such issues have now led more and more governments, regional corporations, and businesses themselves requiring that business and human rights due diligence be undertaken for businesses and their supply chains. Because this allows businesses to identify, respect, and remedy potential and direct impacts of human rights violations when conducting their business. Now, of course, the next question that we get asked is, and as also has been referred to before, is, what is the framework and standards for business and human rights? Well, in 2011, the United Nations Human Rights Council unanimously endorsed the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. The UN Guiding Principles are the world's most authoritative normative framework guiding responsible business conduct and addressing human rights issues in business operations and global supply chains. As per the global principles, states and businesses have distinct but complementary responsibilities in addressing human rights. And as per the three underlying principles of UNGP, all states and all businesses have this responsibility regardless of their size, sector, location, ownership, and structure. So there's another question that we get asked quite a lot. Okay, so now we know what human rights framework is, we know what human rights violations are. So what's the difference between social audits and human rights due diligence, the S in ESG that that comprises the sustainability, the social audit, the social compliance audit in ESG? What's the difference between that and human rights due diligence? We get asked that a lot. So while there are definitely convergences between the two, there are also differences, major differences that are game changers. First and foremost is, I think, I'll just name a few, but there are a lot. For example, the basis of which social compliances audits are often based on company policies, on code of conduct, on national laws, which can vary from one place to another, whereas the human rights due diligence are based on the Human Rights Bill of Rights, which are global and universal, and it is also based on a very clear-cut format, which is the guiding principles. So it's pretty universal, and we know what comprises human rights violations, and we know, and we take steps to avoid that. In the scope of it is also quite significantly different. The scope of social audits often look at factory premises or sites, and therefore it also engages with stakeholders that are rather internal. But when you look at human rights due diligence, it's more on the supply chain and the value chain of companies. And therefore, the stakeholders involved in a human rights due diligence is also pretty external looking, which is you need to engage with a wide range of stakeholders. And I can go on as to the various differences. I mean, if somebody is interested, we can go in deep dive into that. But for the purposes of it, I'm just touching upon that there are indeed differences. So the next question, of course, that many of you ask, and I've got this several times. So how are these issues of sustainability, human rights situated conceptually and in practice? Well, we've heard a lot about sustainability today, but the emerging trend over the past decade has been that of responsible business conduct or responsible business practice, a term that probably all of you have heard many times over. Now, responsible business conduct, responsible business practice forms the chapeau, and underneath comes both the elements of sustainability, which is the ESG, and the human rights due diligence. So that's kind of how conceptually and practically it is organized. Now, this is my last slide, and while there are question is that why should we undertake human rights due diligence? Yes, there are many reasons to undertake human rights due diligence, which of course many of you have understood now that and know already, because of its reputational issue, to prevent reputational issues, to prevent customer to prevent losing customer loyalty, to prevent risk and mitigation. But I think the main takeaway here is one of the major aspects that's emerging now, which is, expansion of business and investment. Because the last point I want to make here is that many countries around the globe have taken national and regional legislation on business and human rights that ensure that rights are protected in the supply chains of companies working in those countries and out of those countries. This also includes a particularly new regulation, EU regulation that many of you know, which absolutely makes it mandatory that human rights due diligence is conducted by companies that work in and out of EU. So, and the number of countries that are getting more and more that's passing legislation of this sort. Hence, everything notwithstanding, it's becoming vitally important for companies to do human rights due diligence simply to remain competitive in the global market. So let me stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadia. And I think what the audience like about the way you present today is the ability to bring up some cases, and at the same time you were able to list the questions, what is in our head. In fact, 3 of the questions was in my head and you actually answered it. So yeah, so as you cover some of the examples of the dried processed fish, the oil and gas company, the Nestle child labor situation, now we start to understand the difference between social audit and human rights due diligence. And human rights due diligence, for me as a banker, was something new as well, as I started to chair the board risk of Top Glove as we were struggling towards the human rights issues in 2021. And I think it was really interesting to be able to also understand that the emerging market, the emerging businesses now has actually extended into a lot more complex situation. So with that, we now go to the next speaker. The next speaker is our corporate icon, and none other than 𝗕𝘂𝘀𝗶𝗃𝗀𝗀. He is very much into the whole capital market and the corporate space. So he will share his experience on how business like telco and plantations and other labor-intensive industries navigate business and human rights and how it impact brand and reputation. Tan Sri Syahril?
Yeah, thank you very much, Nuripa. I hope everybody can hear me clearly. What I'd like to touch on today, really, and building a bit on what Nadia has started with, basically, is to talk a bit about really how, from 2 aspects, right? The businesses today, in Malaysia in particular, think about these issues across a couple of different industries. And secondly, from my own experience, right, the investor community thinks about this as well in relation to how they interact with and respond, I think, to some of the pressures that's building up on these issues. So on the first part, I think it's quite interesting because today I sit on the boards of a few companies, some of which basically have to tackle these issues, right? So particularly, I think in the Malaysian context, the plantations industry was fairly close behind the glove industry in coming to quite a lot of close scrutiny in 2021, 2022, in relation to basically how they manage some of these issues. And some companies handled it much better than others. I think I won't go into too many names because I think all of you are well aware which ones struggled with those issues. But the company which I sit on today, 𝗕𝘂𝗀𝗂𝗧, what we actively do essentially is really to revamp the whole process of thinking through that due diligence in respect of how labor is hired in the various markets we operate in, and also looking at the treatment and basically the social framework that's put into place to support these workers when they actually work for a company like 𝗕𝘂𝗀𝗂𝗧. So to give you an example, I think in the past, if you look back maybe 5-10 years ago, right, when plantation companies subcontracted out the hiring of workers to agencies and to other people, it was a very cursory due diligence, right? It was basically a box checking exercise whereby they asked their suppliers to just confirm basically that everything was in order, right? But I think, as you all know, that doesn't wash today, right? So today, the expectation on a company and on the board and management of a company basically is actually go deeper to actually verify yourself whether essentially the labor that you're hiring has been treated fairly, that basically there has been no mismanagement of their financial affairs, and also to make sure that when they're actually onboarded with you, that the working conditions and basically the social framework they are putting into place to support them basically is in line with global expectations. So today, a company like 𝗕𝘂𝗀𝗂𝗧 or UP or any of the big plantation companies that hires foreign workers will actually do active due diligence, right? So as the workers are coming in, you'd actually have to talk to the workers, really inquire with them whether they have had to pay middlemen, agencies in between. And in the case of a good company, you would actually take steps to address that and to reimburse basically any outgoings of your workers, right, before it becomes an issue. So it has to be proactive. It cannot be reactive to a report from an NGO or basically from any kind of audit. But basically companies must now actively, as you're hiring your people or hiring your foreign workers into your factories or your plantations or any site, actually actively engage with them, make sure you redress any financial imbalances, right? And more importantly, right, actually treat them well in terms of basically providing them with proper accommodation. So for the plantation companies, it's a bit easier. There's been a long history of plantation companies providing and setting up accommodation, schools, clinics, and everything else, right? And the best run plantation companies in Malaysia basically are probably world leaders in terms of providing those kinds of facilities. And it's also important to remember that, for those plantation companies that operate not just in Malaysia, but say in Indonesia or in Africa, you must have the same standards across, because you can't have dual standards or triple standards depending on the market you operate in. In the telco industry, where I chair Axiata, the bigger concern really is less around human labor as it is around essentially human rights issues and sanctions, and especially in some of the markets that we operate in, being developing markets, what really are the policies in those markets, right? Are you comfortable actually investing in those markets, having assets on the ground and people on the ground in markets where maybe the policies or the government there basically takes a much, shall we say, shorter view in terms of basically the treatment of human rights? So that's led us to think about exits as well. So you'd have seen basically over the last couple of weeks, we made a decision to exit from Myanmar. Very, very difficult to operate in, given basically what's going on there in terms of the government. And you've seen a number of big telco companies from Telenor and other people, international companies, all exiting countries or markets where it has become essentially nearly impossible to operate in. And that's a brand reputation issue. You don't want to be seen to be in any way supporting or being associated with basically, markets or countries where you have these issues, right? Even though they may be profitable operations, even though essentially from a shareholder returns point of view, they may be okay, but there is a larger brand issue which creates problems, especially when you're trying to access capital markets. And that's the second perspective I wanted to bring today, which is basically a lot of companies fail to understand that the pressures that institutional investors, private equity funds, infrastructure funds, any kind of fund or basically asset manager managing basically public money or institutional money is now coming under to do their own due diligence. And the issue there basically becomes one of, are they able to actually invest in you as a company, right? So in the telco industry, for instance, when we talk about bringing in outside investors in, human rights, your compliance basically to those standards and your compliance to basically being aware of those markets where it becomes difficult to operate is very, very large. A lot of funds will not invest, essentially, if it leaves them with any kind of exposure to, say, a country or a market where this is going to be called into question. They will not invest if, for instance, it will end up with them having indirect exposure to somebody who's perceived to be a labor abuser, right, or a human rights abuser. So your access to capital markets becomes curtailed and becomes very, very difficult for you to then think about expansion as well. Even in Malaysia, the funds which are used to run EPF and Khazanah, right, now increasingly putting a big focus on this in order to engage with the companies that they invest in. So while they haven't reached the point yet where they will actively divest, say, for instance, from Malaysian corporates that are perceived to be running into these kind of troubles, they are very keen to make sure that Malaysian companies reform and restructure their operations for two simple reasons. If those companies are no longer attractive to foreign investors, valuations will go down, right? And local investors will lose. And that will put pressure on people like the EPF or Khazanah to actually divest those companies rather than hold on to a losing stock. So if you think basically about the matrix of essentially where sustainability, human rights, brand building comes in, it's actually multifaceted. It's not just about your operations. It's about the perception of you as a company, not just to your clients, and importantly, if you are an intermediate producer, right, your clients and clients, right? So in the past, Malaysian companies used to think that, oh, I'm just producing raw materials. So I'm just producing basically intermediate materials to a Nestle or to a Procter & Gamble or whoever it is, right? And they don't seem to be partly concerned. But you always fail to forget basically that their clients who are the end users are concerned about these issues. And that pressure builds basically through that supply chain back to the Malaysian company. So it's imperative that Malaysian companies really start thinking through these issues, recognizing basically the responsibility to treat people well, not just because it's the right thing to do, but defensively also it is the correct thing to do to protect shareholder value for your shareholders. So I'll stop there for the moment so that there's more time for other speakers and for Q&A, and I'll turn it back to Dr. Nooripah.
Thank you, Tan Sri Shahril. Very, very eloquently articulated, just like when you were my client in EPF and I was managing EPF money at that time. So Tan Sri Shahril, in a nutshell, highlighted two reflections. The first reflection was his experience in how business in Malaysia and all the other industries would have to look into the significance of humanity, societal issues into brand. So he was touching on KLK, United Plantations, and also the Tylenol story in Myanmar. And the second reflection is something which I am familiar with, and so is everybody else here. On the capital market, if valuation is the most important for a publicly listed company to embrace, it's important as well to protect the brand. So valuation go down, business go down, your share price go down. So perception is real, like Tan Sri Shahril said. It's very, very important to treat shareholders and the whole community well. We now then go to speaker number 3. Panel number 3, thank you very much, all the way from Australia, and entrepreneur at heart. Dr. 𝗓𝗪 he is the CEO of HRD Corporation. Thank you for dialing in from Australia. It's probably your dinner time, but we are honored that you are sticking to the Malaysian timeline. Dr. 𝗓𝗪, he will speak on support role in capacity building, talent management through upskilling, reskilling, and right skilling for Malaysia to remain competitive. Over to you, Dr. 𝗓𝗪.
Thank you, Dato, for moderating this session. First of all, I would like to say a special thanks to 𝗕𝗪 for putting up this timely conference. This is a very important subject matter discussed here. While we share, we also learn many things from the speakers, very eminent speakers before me. Tan Sri spoke about the importance and the impact of the sustainability in business. prior to that, Ms. Nadia as well. I'll be focusing on the humanity or the human capital aspect of sustainability in business. In 𝗕𝘂𝗃𝗀𝗀𝗃, we are a custodian of human capital development in the country, as we are one of the agencies under Ministry of Human Resources, Kementerian Sumber Manusia. Our primary role is to ensure that every Malaysians are trained and employable. That's primarily our role. At 𝗕𝘂𝗃𝗀𝗃𝗀, we believe enforcing ethical practices is a key element in safeguarding human rights at the workplace. In fact, research indicates that transparency and accountability is the strongest indicators of ethical behavior by business. Therefore, 𝗕𝘂𝗃𝗀𝗃𝗀 focuses on two fundamental aspects. The first is about raising awareness on ethical human business practices among employees. The second was about the safeguarding employees' welfare by giving them the right skills and knowledge. This is in line with our Ministry of Human Resources, where we believe that the 3K is very critical, which is kebajikan, kemahiran, and keberhasilan, which is the welfare of the workers, the importance of skills for the workers, and the productivity of the workers. This 3K is in line with the ministry, and this is what the most important thing that we look out for. Apparently, being in the business 𝗕𝘂𝗃𝗀𝗃𝗀 for the last 31 years, we are almost 90,000 employees, and we service almost 4.5 million employees who have been connected to us in the last 31 years. Of course, we have many activities that we are doing it to ensure that we remains intact in terms of the human capital development. At the same time, the learning and development is a longer process, and it is just not that 𝗕𝘂𝗃𝗀𝗃𝗀 that will be able to execute the whole exercise of the human capital development. It is also the responsibility of the stakeholders like employers, employees, and other training providers, gig workers, and freelancers. All have to come together to ensure that we believe in the learning and development process. Well, we have multiple schemes that has been customized to cater to this audience to make sure that they remain in line with the learning and development process. First is the levy collection, the levy payment. I would say this is one of the best things that 𝗕𝘂𝗃𝗀𝗃𝗀 or under the Ministry of Human Resources they have done. It was done 30 years ago. I'm very proud that 30 years ago those people are very far-sighted, and they did the right thing by putting up this Human Resource Development Council then 30 years ago, to ensure that we have the structured learning and development framework for learning and development process. Today, we are almost 90,000 employees. We collect an annual levy of 2.2 billion. We started up very small 30 years ago, and over the period, we have grown drastically, and we have 2.2 billion levy today. Having said that, when we collect 2.2 billion levy from 90,000 employers, but the challenges are very different. There are times that we don't have the fund, so we couldn't do the training and development. But today we have funds, but we have no time to do training and development. So in this kind of challenging times, we continue to push for awareness on the learning and development process, the importance of learning, the importance of human capital. As Malaysia, we are biased very well. We wanted to make Malaysia as a human capital hub in the region, as we have all the right ingredients that we have in the country. But our stakeholders are only 90,000 employees, whereas as an agency under Ministry of Human Resources, we are responsible for the whole nation, 32 million people. So we have different types of scheme that is catering to different audience. The money that is paid by the employers are specifically meant for their development on human capital. Whereas we have strategic initiatives where it is funded by the government to make sure that all those vulnerable group, those people who have no access to levy fund, they still need to be trained. So we use strategic development initiatives to train those people. We have developed multiple programs focusing on, and we recently launched in last year, Honorable Prime Minister announced in this budget program Latihan Madani, which are focusing towards 5 key sectors of training, focusing on SMEs and micro SMEs development. SMEs is the backbone of the country, and if we don't get right training and development for SMEs, they have real challenges moving forward. So we are one of the scheme that is focusing on SME development. Second, we have a program for seniors, seniors back in action, we call SEBA. Those people who are retired at the age of 60, they still have a lot to contribute, and 60 is not an age that that you could take a retirement. Of course, officially you take a retirement, but you can still contribute a lot to the nation. So we want to train these people, put them in the right skills so they could contribute back. The third scheme, which is very effectively and which is well received today, is about the scope. We call scope second chance and opportunity for people to excel. These are for those minor offenders. We almost 60,000 minor offenders in the country, and we want, and some of them, they don't even know it is offense, and they have done that and they are in the prison. As you know that we have a stigma. Once you go to the prison, you come back, you have no future. But we want to train these people, put them back in the job market and show them there's opportunity. There's work for them to go back and try new skills and put them in the right direction. There's a third scheme. The fourth scheme is about for people with disabilities. We have a special scheme for people with disabilities. We want to bring them back in the job market. The last one is the B40 and the gig workers as well. So we cover schemes that is, catering different target audience, different market. So at least nobody's left behind in the learning and development space. While we do that, we also have initiatives like a National Training Week, as we always believe that the learning awareness is very important. Every Malaysian must start to believe that learning is very important for them. It is not just like just a 𝗕𝗂𝘀𝗶𝗃 alone, or any other agencies. The agencies can just go and make this kind of awareness. It's awareness. Every Malaysian have to believe that learning is part of their life, and they have to continue to learn. Lifelong learning is very critical. So we created programs like National Training Week, where it is purely done by the people and for the people. It has been all done by the training providers who came forward, and the employers who came forward with zero cost. We trained 150,000 people last year. If we happen to spend money for the 150,000 people, we would have spent easily 150 million, whereas it was completely a social responsibility initiative done by the stakeholders. So all these things, activities are done to ensure that we stay ahead in terms of human capital, and we want Malaysia to become the knowledge-based society. As we believe that, a lot of foreign investors come into Malaysia simply because not we have the best infrastructure or best facilities. They come into Malaysia because they believe that we have the right human capital in the country. So with that, I think I end my session here. Later on, we could pick up the questions. The most important message that I want to leave here is that human capital is one of the key components for the business sustainability. And if you ignore that human capital, and a lot of business will be having a big challenge. There's a lot of other things that we could compromise, but not on the human capital. In fact, when Tan Sri spoke about it, the welfare of the people, the welfare of the workers, all these things cannot be compromised. As I was one of them, when Dato spoke about this, the challenges where 𝗕𝗂𝗀𝗀𝗀 gone through, and I also visited ILO, and also we had meetings in Washington during the time. We understand the very detailed, criteria of the ILO indicators, forced labor indicators. A lot of things are just because of the ignorance of the organizations of the corporate companies. So I think if we could put some stringent policies and the impact of towards that, and if we take care of the workers' benefits, facilities, and the future of them, I think we could ensure that the business sustainability is better and more stable. Thank you.
Thank you, Dato' Syahwul Dawood. Listening to you reminds me of the Malay kata-kata hikmah, a quote that says, bila menuntut ilmu, belajarlah sampai ke negeri China. Which is basically trying to explain that if you have to build capacity building, you can travel as far-fetched as possible up to the Chinese market. Probably at that time, negeri China too is the farthest from Malaysia at that time. So thank you very much. And it's very liberating to hear that 𝗕𝗂𝘃𝗀𝗀𝗀 is here to ensure every Malaysian are trained. We also heard from Dato' Syahul on two fundamental aspects. One is the raising awareness and the other is preparation for talents. And he talked about the 3K. I dapat dua je, Dato'. Kebajikan, kehasilan. Satu lagi apa, Dato'?
Kemahiran.
Kemahiran. So that
is
is
very important towards my
professionalism. Kemahiran. Yes, and I think it's also interesting to know that now you have got the funds, but you don't have the time. Please feel free to reach out to any of us. We have the time to help you. But what's most important, because quite a number of us here above 60, thank you very much for having recognized that those above 60 still carry through the networking, and the maturity in their skill is underutilized if it's not properly put for a special purpose and for right direction. So Dato' Syahul mentioned nobody is to be left behind, and that itself will bring us to the next interesting panelist number 4. So the next speaker, he's not going to leave anybody behind, whether it's from Malaysia or from around the world. He is an eloquent and effective, he is the eloquent and affable Professor Dr. 𝗂𝗃𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀. He's the director of PPE program, Tellus University. And Professor Dr. 𝗂𝗃𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 is to speak on the importance of business and human rights from the perspective of international trade through the FTA, the Free Trade Agreement. And I imagine this comes from his experience as Deputy Minister when he was with international trade. Over to you, Prof. Dr. 𝗂𝗃𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀.
Yeah, thanks, Dato'. Thanks, Top Glove, for inviting me to share my views on this very important topic. I'd just like to make 3 points. The first one is with regards to the current evolution, the evolution of FTAs or free trade agreements, which are moving towards beyond just tariff reduction, but moving towards higher standard or higher quality FTAs that includes different understandings and also different platforms and also standards, more importantly, on different areas of investing and also on other areas of business as well. So whether it is better safeguards in terms of bilateral investment treaty type protections within an FTA, or more importantly, the introduction of labor and environmental standards, which was the case for the CPTPP, which Malaysia ratified and ratified finally last in 2022, just before the 2022 general elections. We see that to be the ongoing trend. Even RCEP, we focus a lot on the rules of origin and also the reduction in tariffs as a result of more coordinated rules of origin within the member countries. There were also other chapters that had to do with other areas of investment and also business processes, although not as strict in terms of interpretation as the CPTPP. And right now, Malaysia is also negotiating a free trade agreement with the European area, free trade area, the EFTA, that comprises Switzerland, Liechtenstein, Norway, as well as Iceland. And I think, it's almost to the conclusion. The things that are sort of like holding us up are in the areas of sustainability. And this is one area where I think other speakers have already spoken about, including Tan Sri Syariel and also Nadia. And at the same time, we are also thinking about whether or not to restart our FTA negotiations with the EU.
And from my understanding, the standards that the EU wants to aspire to, which I think will be, mostly good for Malaysia, but also some areas of concern. We need to sort of like be aware that the standards that they're going to set are very high. So with regards to FTAs, there's opportunities there's challenges as well as opportunities, right? So I'll give you a couple of examples. One from the palm oil sector and then another one from the glove sector. From the palm oil sector, we have seen how, for example, the UK coming into the CPTPP has actually helped Malaysia, where in terms of palm oil, where the discussions during the CPTPP session negotiations between the UK and different CPTPP countries, including Malaysia, we highlighted the fact that the palm oil in Malaysia that's produced in Malaysia and also by Malaysian players in other countries, especially Indonesia, are RSPO compliant. Right? Most of the big players are already RSPO. In fact, all of the big players are RSPO compliant. And we have a pretty robust MSPO standard as well, among the smallholders that have gotten the accreditation, gotten the certification for MSPO. So we managed to move the UK very close, I think, to even coming out to say that they are going to recognize MSPO. So I think that is one of the benefits of free trade, whereby we can have these kinds of standards that are uplifted for everyone to the benefit of Asian companies that are practicing and safeguarding these standards. In the other example, with regards to gloves, I think even though the CPTPP is not necessarily, even though the UK is not necessarily that big of a market for medical gloves, it is nonetheless an important one because it also sets certain benchmarks and standards for an important market and also entry into the European Union, right, where they have some sort of updated, EU trade sort of facilitation process. So that also, I think, allows Malaysia to play in this space in a more sustainable manner, taking advantage of the FTA with the UK to perhaps put things like having government procurement processes for the purchase of medical gloves by the National Health Agency, the National Health Service, NHS, because they are the largest buyer, they are the largest single buyer of medical gloves in the UK. And if, let's say, they can have good government procurement practices where there's open tenders, there's high standards that are set, this also help Top Glove and other glove companies that are exporting medical gloves to the UK, because it will circumvent or prevent lower quality but cheaper gloves coming from other countries, including and especially China. So that's the first point I want to make about the FTAs. The second point I want to make with regards to the larger trade environment is the need for business associations, business chambers to come out together to be able to advocate for their own interests. What do I mean by this? Recently, there's a country in South America that instituted a temporary increase in tariffs because of anti-dumping measures or trade measures on Malaysian glove companies, including Top Glove, right? It's between 15 to 30%. And this was done in a way that perhaps was not so fair to our Malaysian glove companies. But we don't have an FTA with this particular country in South America. And we don't really have much recourse in terms of highlighting the challenges here. But the business associations and chambers actually have a role to play here, which is to highlight these sorts of issues at the national and perhaps even the regional or international level, so that people can see that our products are being unfairly discriminated against, anti-dumping, and despite these many of these glove players being very compliant to ESG standards, they are still being discriminated against, and we need the policymakers to work together with these business associations and chambers to amplify their voice and to get the message out there, so that there are ways in which we can respond to such unfair treatment. That's the second issue I want to take up. The third issue is perhaps maybe a more sort of like a Gen Z kind of thing, which is that I think businesses, including Top Glove, needs to be able to showcase itself on social media in different platforms so that it can reach a wider audience. And I think the same can probably apply to some of our palm oil players as well, to show the kind of high quality ESG standards that Top Glove and other companies in the glove and even palm oil sector practices in Malaysia. And I think this is part and parcel of the new battle that's going on, the battle of the hearts and minds of consumers, different kinds of consumers, whether it's business or individuals. We need to be able to show that we are very much, on the road to not just being compliant, but using these kinds of sustainable, actions to be part and parcel of Malaysian companies' strategic value proposition. Yeah, so I just stop there, and then I have to run off quickly to use the restroom, so I'll be back later. Thank you very much.
So I'm going to summarize without Professor Ong. All right. Excuse him. That's really interesting. So Professor Ong reminds me of what we in Top Glove at that time in 2020 to 2021 was shocked to find out. What we find out was what was conversation in year 2020-21 finally becomes law in 2023. And it was law in the UK, in Canada, in New Zealand, in the US, and also in Australia. So he has highlighted all the 3 points in all this evolution that as part of the FTA, it can be bilateral or it can be of higher standards. So there has to be an introductory of labor, and he includes the rules of origin as well. And it's interesting that he has started a good relationship. We have started a good relationship with the EU side, because when you talk about palm oil, I think our biggest struggle is United States. So EU is already with us, and finally, in the evolution, he was highlighting it's important for us to be working very closely with the chambers, because when you talk about South America and where we are today, there's this anti-dumping, which is very, very active from the South American side. So with that, thank you very much. We finished all the presentation from all the 4 panelists. We have got 9 minutes left. We've got 9 minutes left. I'm going to take questions from... I'm going to ask questions. Maybe I can start with... Just now we start with the ladies first. So now we start with... can I start with Tan Sri Syahril? Tan Sri Syahril, you mentioned about investors, They are increasingly integrating ESG factors, including human rights considerations, into their investment decisions. I mean, example, in the case of Top Glove, due to the allegation, Top Glove shares were withdrawn from the FTSE4Good Sustainability Index in 2020. That was the impact due to brand. So in your opinion, what must our regulators do better? Or the institutional can do better to ensure the Malaysian brand and the Malaysian reputation and the Malaysian business do not face divestment based on opaque shareholders' activism?
Yeah, I think honestly that the government was probably late to the party in terms of actually understanding and recognizing the importance of these kind of standards, right? And ensuring basically that Malaysian laws and regulations not only enforce the standards, but basically create a brand Malaysia in terms of basically the quality of product and the supply chain of product that we have, right? So that's probably a big miss at the time. I think as you've correctly pointed out, now that's now being legislated, it's now being acted on. But that created basically a problem, right? Because of the problems of, we had a couple of companies and the industry as a whole, and Malaysian industry as a whole had to fight a rearguard battle in terms of protecting its own brand image. Right. So it is essentially a whole nation effort. I think if you look at what some countries do very well, it is really about projecting the right image about essentially their practices and basically their standing in the world. And we need to do the same. So it starts really, I think, with having the right legislation and regulatory structures in place and enforcing that, right? So we weed out basically the bad actors in our industry and create basically the perception to see that Malaysian products or Malaysian supply chain basically will fulfill the requirements of the global market.
Thank you. You mentioned about legislation, so that goes to my question on Dato' Shahul. Dato' Shahul, you were talking about all the initiative and aspiration of HRD Corp towards upskilling and right skilling. So what is what is the vision of HRD in respect of where our talent should be in the next decade and for the next generation? Are you looking into digitalization, for example? Because all this human rights is very labor intensive. So this, the next step we would think, would it be digitalization?
Well, digitalization is just not for just future. It is an ongoing process, and that is something which is big potential. You have untapped market, huge market is there for digitalization. Apparently, if you ask me, the future talent should be all about talent that believes in learning. I keep talking about this because the essence of either be digital talents or agro-based talent or entrepreneurship all goes back to the basic fundamentals of learning. The future of learning is very complex, not like past. COVID has brought in, COVID has changed the entire dynamics of learning and development. COVID has changed the entire dynamics of job market. So the future of learning, the future of workforce is going to be very dynamic, complex. So the challenges the future workforce going to face is going to be very tremendous. So we must understand that complexity, and we must understand the fundamentals. How do we address those complexities? Of course, the digital workforce is going to be huge. In the recent survey by Google in Malaysia, almost 65% of the employees in Malaysia believe that there's a lot of jobs available, and there are a lot of jobs that is going to be taken up in the digital age. In fact, 83% of the Malaysians think that basic digital skills is very essential, whereas 49% believe that advanced digital skills is going to bring them to the next level. So, of course, digital technology will come. At the same time, you become obsolete. There's a lot of danger when we talk about the digitalization, digital transformation, digital technologies. When you don't continue to upskill yourself or upgrade yourself, you become obsolete in the digital age.
Thank you.
There's a lot of times people tell that this particular digital technology will replace you. This particular sectors will be losing out the job because of digital invasion. Actually, to me, I don't believe in that, because if you continue to learn, if you continue to upskill yourself in line with the pace of the technology, you will never be left behind. When Y2K was on the boom, everybody said, the Y2K is going to take out a lot of jobs. When locomotive, was coming in, people said a lot of people will go and lose jobs. But apparently, it created more jobs. It's the same thing as the digital. While digital has a lot of challenges and bring a lot of, the kind of fear, but it creates a lot of jobs. When people who don't understand the technology, who don't go and keep pace with the learning of those new technology, you are left behind. So to me, the future of our candidates, our future of our job should be all about digital, and they should continue to focus on that. Yeah.
Thank you, Dato' Shahul. Very, very liberating to hear that. Having looked into diversity, uncertainty, complexity of the global space on talent, Professor Ong, welcome back. Do you like chocolate, Professor Ong? We all indulge in chocolate. So all of us like to indulge in chocolate. So, leading chocolate company, brands like Chocolonely or sportswear like Adidas and Patagonia, they've also shown that transparency in communicating human rights is actually important for sustainability strategy and compliance, but to also build trusted brands. So my question to you, if you can use the cap as a deputy minister, you know, these are businesses, but why do activists target business instead of governments?
Okay, so I'll answer this in a few ways. I would firstly say that there's value in terms of running companies in ways that are, I think, socially responsible, and also, more importantly, I think socially responsible countries socially responsible companies can incorporate part and parcel of this ESG agenda as part of their corporate strategy in order to gain an advantage over their competitors, so to speak. And we've seen this happen in different places where the commitment to these kinds of values actually make these brands much more attractive to consumers. Patagonia is one that you mentioned. I will also say that there are many companies, big and small, that are signing up to a sort of like a standard called the Benefit Corporation or B Corp. Right. So I was just at a event this morning. I did a moderation session with different individuals who are in the larger ecosystem, including people who want to promote this kind of B Corp high level standards of governance, and also to see that this is part and parcel of a learning journey, to see how these values can be incorporated in a genuine way as part of corporate strategy, so that these companies cannot be accused of greenwashing. Right. So I think this is part and parcel of the larger ecosystem that we are in. I'm sure that Top Glove has enough resources to be able to play in that space, play that branding, and not just branding, but also branding as part of its corporate strategy in terms of selling these goods, and maybe as a defensive strategy, so that it doesn't get hit with a WRO again by US. So it's part and parcel, I think, of good corporate strategy and business strategy, to embrace some of these values in ways that are advantageous to you, and maybe can also be a little bit not so advantageous to your competitors. So I think Tan Sri Shahril is a board member of KLK. KLK, I think, is a very sustainable company, and because of its commitment to RSPO, and if let's say we do have sort of like higher standards with regards to palm oil imports from European Western countries, then definitely responsible companies like KLK will be able to gain a bigger market share and probably hopefully get a better pricing as well, right? So that's sort of like responding to that. I think the reason why activists don't target governments, I think, is very simple. Governments cannot be so easily bullied. I think companies can be bullied, sometimes even by small activists, because activists can train the international attention on these companies and use this as a way to get action taken by either the Europeans or more likely the Americans against these companies, including what Top Glove went through.
Thank you. That basically states that Top Glove is easily bullied
by certain people.
Just 1 minute answer from Nadia, if you don't mind, because in the interest of time. So we know that the United Nations General Assembly has set some guiding principles on business and human rights on this, and this actually serve as the.
Dr. 𝗬𝗧, there is a very interesting question in the chat box for me from the audience. Maybe I can take that.
Here, question to Nadia.
There's a very interesting question.
The question said you describe the United Nations guiding principle as a requirement in supply chains. We would seek human rights due diligence in
I think it's from,
could you answer that?
Yeah, the question, I think, should I take the question from the chat box?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, great. I read that, and thank you. It's very interesting. And let me respond to that. Sorry if I'm maybe not saying your name properly, Sune. I think the question that you asked, that whether the GPs should be, implemented, or the human rights due diligence should be taken by individual suppliers. Absolutely, yes. There's an interesting yes to your question, but I'll also clarify in 3 points. First of all, I agree. The UN guiding principles clarify that all businesses, regardless of size, are subject to UN guiding principles, regardless of their size, location, sphere of operation, what have you. So all businesses are liable to undertake human rights due diligence within its operations. But having said that, the question that you ask is that the suppliers should be undertaking their own human rights due diligence in the supply chain, and therefore the company that actually deploys the supply chain do not need to do it across the supply chain. To that, I have 3 points. The first point is the human rights due diligence is actually, and that is exactly one of the major differences in social compliance audit and human rights due diligence. Human rights due diligence, it's larger than direct companies that actually comprise in the supply chain. It includes the sphere of influence, which also includes communities and other stakeholders in it. So that the sphere of human rights due diligence in the context of supply chains and value chains are actually a little bigger than just immediate companies that form the supply chain. The second point that I would make here is the human rights due diligence. It not only looks at direct impacts, but it looks at indirect impacts, and it also looks at potential risks. So as a result, in the context of a business, the indirect impacts and the potential risks can only be looked at if you look at the whole supply chain of a company as a whole and not just direct issues. And that's one of the reasons that the 2 case examples that I gave were not really about forced labor issues or some of the other issues that can kind of be argued, but it's more on the broader impact of human rights issues. And the third point that I will make is companies in the supply chain, although we have seen in cases and cases over that their context of operating kind of varies depending on the how they are contracted. For example, in case of Rana Plaza in Bangladesh, there was an in-depth study undertaken, and it was seen that companies that are that were generally compliant would actually have these, in some of them, not of course in Rana Plaza, some of them would have decent labor conditions if the order sizes were small and medium. But when it went to large order sizes, then it would go to third or fourth level subcontracting, and therein came the sweatshops. So therefore, a particular company, how it operates within a specific supply chain of a larger company, that also is an important aspect that needs to be undertaken. So I think these 3 reasons are why it's important that human rights due diligence need to be undertaken in supply chains and value chains, and not just rely on the individual rely on human rights due diligence done by the individual companies that make up the supply chain of a particular company. I hope it's a very interesting question, and I'm quite excited to have thought about this, but in responding. But I'm happy to engage further. But that's sort of what I wanted to add.
Thank you very much, Nadia. I have got notices from the admin that we have actually reached the time. So in conclusion, in this panel, we were able to discover how businesses can navigate the ethical landscape to safeguard both their image and societal contributions. We were able to uncover some strategies for fostering a positive impact on human rights, labor rights. Example, Tan Sri Shahril, he was telling us to focus on harvesting the performance based on long-term instead of short-termism. And Professor Dr. Ong, he said, let's engage in a dialogue that empowers business, even through social media. And Ms. Nadia, we were guided by United Nations Guiding Principle of Human Rights and all the indirect consequences that could come along with it. And Dr. Shahul, your emphasis on talent management and skill. It's important we discuss about less labor intensive, so we could probably go or no go on digitalization. So these are the useful humanitarian takeaways to fortify the integrity of your brand and reputation. And before I depart, just one question for everyone. Today in this panel, we are talking about a brand. And when you talk about a brand, it's a product. It's a product, any product, a product that probably can say made in Malaysia, buatan in Malaysia. So my question would be, can a made in Malaysia, buatan Malaysia label assure regulators in the US and the EU of trustworthy processes or reporting on the societal risk of the ESG?
Yeah, can I just quickly respond to that? Then I have to go off. I think this is excellent. I think this is an excellent opportunity for Malaysia to showcase our sustainability credentials in all sorts of different products. because the baseline is actually pretty good, for reasons I talked about just now. All of our listed companies have to declare Scope 1, Scope 2, and I think the whole ESG agenda is becoming more mainstream even to SMEs now. So if, let's say, the Made in Malaysia brand can be turned into something that is seen as sustainable and green, that would be a game changer, I think, in terms of how the external markets view Malaysia, not as a country that chops down our forests and kill orangutans, but as a country that actually preserves and values the environment and treats our workers, our customers, and our corporates in very responsible, and in ways that have high ESG standards. Thank you very much. See you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Ong. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, very liberating comments on Buatan Malaysia, made in Malaysia, by local products. Thank you to Tan Sri Syaril, Professor Dr. Ong, Ms. Nadia, and also Datuk Syahul. Round of applause for them. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again to Ms. Nadia, Tan Sri Syaril, Datuk Wira Syahul, and Professor Dr. Ong for your insightful contributions to the discussion on impact of business and human rights on brand and reputation. And not forgetting to thank our very witty and funny moderator, Datuk 𝗓𝗓𝗏, for moderating that very lively and joyful session. What we could take away from that very insightful session, ladies and gentlemen, is that working conditions and social frameworks has to be of global standards and expectations. Global brands actually have to address these issues because they have been impacted by businesses and human rights issues before. And valuations will actually go down for those liable of BHR. It pushes investors to actually divest. And last but not least, we actually have to look seriously at our reskilling, upskilling to build capacity to address BHR. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have currently 391 participants on Zoom. We would like to thank everyone for your continuous support for Top Glove's first ever webinar. Please stay tuned because we have another panel discussion coming up real soon. But before we dive into that, we'll take a quick 3-minute break and we will gather back sharp at 3:35 p.m. So for those of you all who want to use the toilet or grab a meal before joining us again at 3:35, do so, as we will be resuming back sharp at 3:35. A production team, cue break. be preparing for our fourth panel discussion. Now, before we dive into that, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys would like to access our webinars booklet, you guys may access it in a PDF format that is available in our chat box below. And if you guys have any questions for our panel speakers later or anything about their discussion topic, do not forget to put it in the Q&A box right beside the chat box, and it will be answered by our panelists later. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached to our final panel discussion for today with their title, Key Policy Considerations in the New World Order. Our esteemed panelists for this session are, firstly, Yang Mulia Tunku Ali Zakri, Chairman Bejana Capital. With over 25 years of management experience, including as CEO of EPF, Yang Mulia has led groundbreaking initiatives in sustainability and social protection. Next, we have Yang Mulia Datuk Tuan Asmawi bin Tuan Umar, Member of the Board of Trustees, Yayasan Prihatin Nasional. Third, we have Ms. Gladys Chua, who brings with her 18 years of analytical experience in financial and ESG analysts. Her team is also responsible for the provision of industry and entity ESG ratings for corporates. And to wrap up or sum up our panel 4, we have Ms. Khadija Iskandar, business consultant and CEO, 𝗕𝗓_Efektif Recognized among the top 300 influential women, Ms. Khadija is specialized in banking strategies, SME relationships, talent development, and risk management. Now, this discussion will be moderated by Puan Azrina Arshad, Independent Non-Executive Director, Top Glove Corporation Berhad. Puan Azrina is a seasoned professional with diverse leadership and entrepreneurial experience who has also held various directorial positions across multiple companies. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys were aware, throughout the course of the day, we have witnessed 2 scenario videos about consumerism, the mega trends, and now we will share with you the final scenario video prepared by our Top Glove team. But this time around, this scenario video will be related to our panel discussion. So before I hand it over to our moderators and our panelists to navigate us through the complexities of this evolving global paradigm, let us take a look at this scenario. Production crew, cue video.
A world where isolationist policies are developed, as countries and regions look within to self-sustain horizontally, hence, the emergence of domestic supply chains. Global turmoil ensues as the new form of economy in order takes prominence. Fragmentation will abandon global policies to national interests. Countries will operate like communities and tribes within a larger global order. Nationalism and pride drives politics. With rising nationalism, businesses will come under pressure to look at localized supply chain. This will be in a world order where business and human rights will be pervasive, and sanctions used to punish countries or businesses that does not comply. Global businesses and markets will struggle between changing regulations of nationalism and uncertain politics. Democracies will become more fragile, with rising activism, and governments will change regularly, causing disruption to public policies. New tribes emerge with different ideologies as collective action becomes increasingly difficult. Some of these tribes experiment with radical approaches to global challenges like climate change. Against a deregulated world and new ideologies, oversights are done by activists and NGOs. Businesses will face more shareholder activism. Trade blocs between USA, Asia, China, and a more fragmented Western bloc may rise, which a black swan emerging order from Africa. Rising youth from Southeast Asia, Africa, and the Middle East will dominate. Consumer attitude and customization will be key. The aging population in USA, Europe, China, and Japan will make these economies, faced with rising cost of healthcare, and productivity is challenged by emerging markets. Are you prepared for this world?
It's my honor and privilege to hand it over to our moderator, Puan Azrina, to brief the panel format and moderate the subject matter. Puan Azrina, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Aaron. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good afternoon to everyone. So here we are, the last panel for the day, and we'll be discussing key policy considerations in the New World Order as mentioned by our dear MC. Thank you again, Aaron. Now, just the sound of the New World Order may conjure images of Luke Skywalker versus Darth Vader, Harry Potter versus Voldemort. And if you're not familiar with any of those characters, let me just break it down to people power versus political sincerity, and new thinking versus traditional comfort. To put it simply, this topic, though admittedly a rather tough one, is nevertheless very interesting and engaging whichever side you're on. Now, on a more serious note, through the course of the day, again, as mentioned by Aaron earlier, which I will repeat, through the Top Glove videos shared earlier, you would have observed the work done at Top Glove board level. We developed 3 possible world scenarios. Of these, we had played 2 scenarios videos earlier, much earlier in the day, and you have just watched one played just ahead of the session. Some aspects of these policy considerations cut across other scenarios that we have played earlier. I'm pleased to inform that this panel shall focus on this scenario to discuss policy considerations in such a world. On that note, I must say I'm honored to be here, albeit virtually, to be among such luminaries who will be sharing their valuable thoughts with us today. And without further ado, I have the pleasure to invite one who needs no introduction, Yang Mulia Tunku Ali Zakri, Raja Muhammad Alias, to kickstart our session. Silakan, Tunku.
Hi, good afternoon, Azrina, and everyone on the session today. So on this very hot afternoon, I have been given the task to kick this off and to talk about policy and policy development from a Malaysian context, taking into account the global phenomena that is happening. I do not claim that I'm an expert on this, but I can share with you some of my experiences during my time as EPF, coming up with national level policies as well as input points, and also now serving as some to advise on some policy developments on some key areas. So from a policy development perspective, Malaysia has it even more difficult. Because, we are demarcated very strongly by racial as well as religious lines. And any government in Malaysia will have to come up with policies in any area, being very sensitive to these areas. And to add complexity to this issue, we now also have the rising youth factor or the aging factor coming into play. We can see now, especially now I'm in the venture capital world, and in the venture capital world, you're starting to see a lot of people on the ground who are young. And these young people are becoming very disillusioned. They're getting very irritated. And to make it even worse, they're becoming very angry. And to a certain extent, they have sort of like decided to do things on their own and gone along the venture capital lines. And so without going too much into that, I just wanted to add that little flavor in terms of the complexity of coming up with policy from a Malaysian perspective. So before I go into the specific areas of the policy development, maybe let's use a very simple framework on what do you actually need in order to come up with good policy designs, right, at a national level. So there are 3 areas, and the first one, if I may go into it, is in any government, when you come up with a policy, you better make sure that it is very, very clear. So clarity is key. And one of the key aspects of the clarity is, the first thing is you need to be very clear in terms of the problem statement. Exactly, why are you coming up with this type of policy and what type of problems are you actually addressing? So that's the first part. And then the second part to it in terms of the clarity aspect is you need to also be very clear with the outcome that is intended for the development of that type of policy. So if I can actually give an example, right, from the climate and climate change scenario that we are undertaking here. And I hope I don't steal the thunder away from one of my other co-panelists, Gladys. So before I go deep into that, why don't I just share with you some good news in the sense of where Malaysia has actually come up correct from a climate change agenda. So under the NDCs, or if you don't know what it stands for, the nationally determined conditionalities that was submitted by Malaysia to the United Nations in 2021, the climate data on Malaysia is actually quite positive, in a way. So, for example, we as a whole nation, we only contribute around 0.77% towards the total GHG emissions, or even if you want it, carbon emissions, of the world. So we don't really have that much a contributor to the ills, direct contributor from a carbon emissions. In terms of ranking from a climate vulnerability index, we are actually rated number 49 out of number 185. And if you actually dive a bit deeper into this climate vulnerability index, in terms of, so in this index, they also look at what they call ND gains, ND gains for a country index, which actually summarizes the country's vulnerability to climate change and also other global challenges, as well as it looks at the readiness for that particular country to address those change. And Malaysia, we are actually rated at number 49. Singapore is rated at number 5 for under the ND gains index, and Malaysia is also rated at number 1 in terms of the readiness index. So this is where Singapore actually has its focus and has aligned in terms of its economy, its money, its GDP, its people, its policies and developments directly towards the challenges of climate change. Malaysia, specifically from the readiness index, is number 54. So we're not doing too badly when you take into account that it's rated out of 185 countries. So human development index, we are rated number 62 of 189. And the good news from the latest NDCs is that we actually improve in our ambitions. In terms, we in the previous iteration, we had actually put conditionalities towards our carbon reduction, whereby we had promised 45% reduction by 2030 compared to 2005 levels, provided that 10% of it is conditional. So the latest iteration is that we have actually gotten rid of that, and we are now sort of like focused towards 45% reduction as a whole. So that's the good news moving forward. And coming out of that, I think we all know that Malaysia has tons of very wonderful and well-written policies, right? But the big problem is we had set out a very clear objective or ambitions, right, with our NDCs, but the follow-through is a bit lacking. So when we came up with this, 45% reduction, so on and so forth, what does that actually really mean in the real world? So I tried to actually sort of like look in terms of the policies which is then required in order to make it happen. And the closest that I could actually have a look at is under the Climate Change Ministry website, which actually shows 8 different policies grouped under climate change, right? And the sad thing is 2 of the policies are actually dated to 2009, whereby we actually had a Dasar Perubahan Iklim Negara, in 2009, and a National Green Technology Policy in 2009. So we've come up with great policies, and actually even we were ahead of the time. But the big problem is that we didn't actually follow through, and we didn't actually have any clarity in terms of what does this actually mean to the economy and to the country as a whole. So if I want to push things forward, even at this point of time, we don't have clarity in terms of our carbon reduction program from one of the tools which most countries actually use is like, do we use carbon tax, or do we use a cap and trade mechanism in order to go and control carbon emissions, right? Because each and every one of these policy has very different outcomes. One is to do price discovery, and another one is to go and control emissions. So up to this point of time, we as a nation don't have any clarity of exactly which one we are going to go for. And that provides a lot of problems for practitioners and companies on the ground in order to come up with their own strategies and their own internal policies in order to address whether it's going to be a taxation side or is it going to be an emissions capping level, right? Even if I want to go beyond climate change and the lack of clarity that we need to come up, there are other also big mega trends that's happening, like in terms of like AI and deep learning. What is our national policy and our position on that? So there's a lack of clarity there, because especially if you have been keeping track with the development of AI and sentience, Copilot on Microsoft has actually stated that it's already becoming sentient and human beings are supposed to be its slaves and serfs. So to me, I'm personally worried about that. And I would love to go and see our government coming up with a policy on how do we develop deep learning and sentience-based AI, right? So, so that's one area from a policy development that the country needs to have, clarity. The second thing that the country needs to have in terms of development of good policies, in terms of the rigor of its inputs and data. And when I say rigor, it mustn't be just number which you just pick out from the air. It has to be evidence-based and it must be backed by science. And on top of that, you need to go and ensure that the key stakeholders are totally engaged, because sometimes when policies are being developed up there in the ivory tower, you tend to lose track of the actual impact that it has on the people on the ground. So this is where that policies which has to be developed needs to be proactive and not reactive. So just coming back again to my climate change example, not many years ago, in fact, I think if it was not one, it was around 1.5 years to 2 years ago, the minister during that time actually announced that Malaysia was not a climate vulnerable country, which I was aghast and shocked, because, if you actually look at just literally a few months after that statement came, we had the great floods, right? Where we had several billion worth of damages that happened because of floods. So if we are not climatically vulnerable, I don't know what is. And this is where I think, in order for us to be able to come up with real solid type of policy, which is proactive, we need to go and have data which actually allows sharing among ministries and also government agencies and key bodies to come up with right policies. So a case in point was when I was in EPF, when we were actually developing policies to address retirement issues and retirement challenges. And lo and behold, when we actually tried to get data from the data owners, we were actually informed that we have to pay for each and every data point which would be released. So things that has national impact and national issues should actually be based on open data and open platform, which would actually allow those who are in the key areas to come up with, to have a proper understanding of the impact that the country is going to go into. Now, I understand the government has actually launched PADU, and I think that's a very laudable, good first attempt, but it's still a first attempt. And I think the government needs to put much more effort towards the ability to share data amongst all parties. Also, I think the GLICs, especially, and the GLCs and the GLICs, are not putting enough money to work together with the research-based institutions as well as universities in order to fund research in key areas, because sometimes in some areas, they don't actually see a direct business value of putting money into research, which to me, I think that is not the right thinking. So for example, like EPF, we put in a lot of money in our collaboration with University Malaya, specifically with the area covered by Professor Dato' Norma. Yeah? I can't quite remember. I know it's been renamed a few times, but it's about social well-being and social security. And believe you me, when you actually put money into the research area, you not only just give jobs to the researchers, you also get real, relevant, and contextualized data to your policy development. Okay, the third area that I'm having a bit of feedback is there a problem? Okay. Okay, so the third area is for good and solid policy. I think it must be implementable at the end of the day. Again, remember I mentioned that Malaysia, we have tons of really great policies, and I'm not being sarcastic, by the way. So I've seen a lot of the latest policies on climate change published by 𝗕𝘂𝘃𝗲𝗀, published by the Energy Ministry. Taken on its own, it's very good, because you know why? It's actually written by very good consultants. And we are not getting the people who have to implement it also involved in it. So we need to go and make sure that the policies that is being published is able to be practical, it has to be feasible, and it must also have a very clear overview of the costs and benefits to it. So without the clarity and without the implementability of it, you will not be able to have a coordinated approach towards policy implementation. So again, I'll just give you a story that was from my EPF days, when we actually developed a social security blueprint in 2015. We actually did a lot of work where we worked with across 26 ministries and agencies in identifying the gaps in benefits administration in the social security area for Malaysia. And because it was so fragmented, we actually identified areas to save the government close to 50% of its benefits administration. And this was seen as a bit of a shock to the ministries, because they never knew how much leakage was happening, because there was not enough coordination amongst them. So when we talk about climate change also, climate change is not a Malaysia problem, by the way. Climate change is a global problem, and a global problem that requires a global situation. And having a look at the scenario that was presented in the video earlier on with fragmentations amongst nations, I don't have a good feel about whether we would be able to have that coordinated response to a very serious dilemma that the world and we are facing in. Climate change, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, is not because we want to save the planet. The planet will far outlive any one of us. We are doing this because we have to save ourselves, and we only have around 7 to 8 years left before things go out of hand. And if we are, and that is talking at a global level. If we can't really impact in terms at the global level, then maybe we should actually look towards the national level. And another area, 2 quick areas before I end my talk, is in terms of unintended consequences. Now, the road to hell is always paved with good intentions. And I will give you an example of the rice price ceilings, for example. So the intended outcome of having price ceilings in terms of price to market or for rice is very good, because it wants to make sure that a very core commodity that every Malaysians needs to be affordable. However, when you actually impose a price ceiling, that also deters innovation and moral hazards. So I was just in one of the states that actually produces rice for Malaysia, and we were talking about sustainability practices, which needs to be implemented by the rice farmers in order to come up with sustainable rice, right? But the real situation is that there's no incentive. In order to do sustainable rice, it's going to cost a lot more with a lot more resources. And you know what? And it will all go to waste, because you can only sell it at the same price as a non-sustainable rice. So the farmers on the ground, they're going to go and say, why should we waste our time and why should we waste our money for much smaller margins in order to go and meet the so-called save the planet when we can't even save ourselves? So that unintended consequences have to be taken into account. Lastly, and this is where I might get into problems and into trouble, but it's okay, I'm into a lot of trouble already, is that I think the policymakers need to do the right thing and stop doing the correct things. So do not put policies in just to tick off the popularity agenda. you need to go and have ministers and ministries and people up there who are morally courageous. Okay, for example, things that was implemented for free tolls during festivities. Yes, you know, when it was first done, it was during the COVID. We wanted to make sure that people were able to go back. But don't forget, somebody has to go and pay for all of that free tolls. So for example, it goes to your Plus, right? And if Plus has to bear the cost, it actually boils down back to the dividends, which is being paid back to its core shareholders, which is EPF. And guess what? EPF will not then be able to go and declare the high dividends as has been evidenced by on last Sunday, right? So yes, you want to go and help the society at large, but you are actually utilizing the savings of individuals who needs it for their retirement future. Another area that we have to talk about also is, when are we going to start imposing green taxes? It's going to be politically unpopular and it's going to be a nightmare to implement. But is this, if the government is very serious in terms of its green agenda, will they do this? And I'm going to end on a very interesting note, which I have no answer for in terms of unpopular policies, is when are we going to have a conversation on GST? So on that note, Azrina, I will now pass it back to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Tunku. Actually, I have to say, I'm amazed that you've made policy making sound like good fun, and with more deepening. And I can't help but admire your energy and wealth of experience with regards to this. You mentioned the young, and I cannot agree more, how they are getting increasingly impatient and irritated at the inaction from the powers that be, a couple of them at home. Despite the difficulties also, it is good and heartening to know, I'm glad you brought it up, that Malaysia appears to be on the right track as far as battling climate change is concerned. But yes, those policies, while are almost always very well crafted, they are then not given the attention due to ensure the holistic implementation of such policies. Hopefully, we will get to discuss more of this a little later during the Q&A. I now have, thank you again, Tunku, thank you. I now have the pleasure to invite Yang Mulia Datuk Tuan Asmawi bin Tuan Omar to enlighten us on matters alluding to nation building in the New World Order. Silakan, Datuk.
Thank you very much, Madam Rina, and my fellow colleagues, Brother Malias, and other fellow colleagues, and also panelists. I'm now actually on my way back to KL. And now, for the sake of children this task, I'm sitting on the seaside in somewhere around in the Penarek Sea, but to share my sights with our fellow listeners. Considering that this is very hard topic to discuss further, I have to elaborate a little bit about the topic, more focus on the policy consideration in the world order. First and foremost, I would like to thank the organizer and also associate partners for joining, for giving me this kind of golden opportunity to speak about the key policy consideration in the new world order. I'm also representing the SMEs International and also my colleagues there. As we point ourselves at the principle of a new era, one characterized by rapid technological advancement, shifting geopolitical landscape, and unprecedented global challenges, is imperative that we evaluate our policies, strategies, and priorities. This pivotal moment in history demands a thoughtful examination of the key policy consideration necessary for navigating the complexities of this emerging new world order. At the heart of this new world order lies the principle of collaboration, an increasingly interconnected and interdependent world. No nation can afford to operate in isolation. Whether we are confronting the essential threat of climate change, addressing the persistent scourge of global poverty, or combating the spread of infectious disease, challenges we face are inherently transnational in nature. Therefore, fostering partnership and embracing multilateral cooperation must be the cornerstone of our policy framework. Moreover, inclusivity must guide our approach to governance. Voices of marginalized communities, human with indigenous people must be amplified and integrated into decision-making processes. True progress can only be achieved when the benefits of development are equitably distributed, leaving no one behind. Inclusivity not only promotes social justice, but also enhances the legitimacy and effectiveness of our institution. Furthermore, as we navigate the digital age, we must prioritize cybersecurity and safeguarding data privacy. Our reliance on digital technologies has brought unprecedented opportunities for innovation and connectivity, but it has also exposed us to new vulnerabilities, ensuring the integrity and security of our digital infrastructure. This is paramount to preserving national security, protecting individual liberties in the face of evolving cyber threats. And additionally, sustainable development must remain at the forefront of our agenda. Balancing economic growth with environmental stewardship is not just a moral imperative, but an existential necessity. We must pursue policies that promote green innovation, renewable energy, and sustainable consumption patterns to ensure the long-term well-being of our planet and future generation. Finally, in a world increasingly characterized by geopolitical tension and ideological divides, diplomacy must prevail over conflict. Dialogue, negotiation, and compromise are the hallmarks of effective diplomacy, offering peaceful resolution to even the most intractable disputes. By prioritizing diplomacy and seeking common ground, we can build a more stable and secure world for all. And in conclusion, this is a very short one because I want to leave wait for the other panels and also for Q&A discussion. In conclusion, the key policy consideration in this new world order is collaboration. This is my key point. By prioritizing partnership, inclusivity, cybersecurity, sustainable development, and diplomacy, we can navigate the complexities of the modern era and build a more prosperous, equitable, and peaceful world for all. Thank you very much, Madam Rena. Back to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Nasmawi, for your insights. Unfortunately, the audio was not very clear, but we managed to pick up most of what you said. Hopefully, we can hear more from you during the Q&A. So without further ado, I think we are running a little out of time. Please welcome Ms. 𝗬𝗀𝘀 as she delves further into some elements of the New World Order. Please welcome Gladys.
Thank you, Azrina. Thank you. I think first of all, thank you to TopGlove for inviting me to be part of this esteemed panel at your inaugural webinar. I think I'll try to keep my discussion short or opening short. Basically, RAM Sustainability is an independent opinion provider, which is basically, I mean, we provide opinion and ESG ratings on corporates. Basically, we are looking at all these policies and their impact on, corporates and the economy. I think we are on the analytical end of this discussion, but maybe I'll just share a bit on how, nationalism or nationalistic policies will impact ESG on businesses. So I think, first of all, nationalism in economic policy typically emphasizes domestic control over the economy and protection of local industries, as well as, prioritization of national interests. I think the recent examples that we see in ASEAN include, Indonesia's export ban on palm oil in 2022, basically to meet local demand and to lower the price of domestic cooking oil. Basically, that's to fulfill their local and national interests. In Malaysia, we do have policies similar to this as well for the rare earth industry. Basically, there was an export ban on unprocessed valuable rare earth, basically to avoid exploitation, loss of resources, and also to guarantee maximum return for the country from export of processed rare earth. So basically, this is to create value for the country and also the economy. Nationalist economic policy, we view that it has both positive and negative ESG impact on business practices. I think, firstly, in terms of positive impact, we view that it uplifts local communities and basically provides investment in local economy as well. Nationalist policies often aim to boost local skills, employment, and basically this aligns with the social aspect of ESG. Secondly, in terms of the positive impact, nationalist policies can reduce reliance on international supply chains and also potentially, lowering carbon footprints associated with transportation and fostering local sustainability initiatives. Thirdly, in terms of positive impact from nationalist policy, basically, this would enhance, local stewardship, by driving perhaps stricter environmental regulations from imports, for example. Yeah, I think this scenario may only happen when a country has a, very good environmental governance and stewardship. I think we do also see, some possible negative ESG impacts from nationalistic policy. I think in cases where countries are not strong, or I think in terms of national interest, some might prioritize, or undermine uniform ESG standards application across the borders. For example, they may allow a reduction in terms of, environmental standards for certain local sectors. For example, I think this is a worst case scenario, or, in countries where, they are protecting certain local industries. So basically, these can, hinder global efforts to, combat environmental objectives such as climate change or biodiversity protection. Yeah, and also I think in terms of the negative side of nationalistic policy, it can lead to economic isolation, which will lead to inefficiencies and hinder technological and knowledge exchange that are crucial for sustainable development and innovation in ESG practices. I think overall, I would just end here. I think it's a balancing act in terms of having a nationalistic policy. And also, I think with a strong emphasis on sustainability, only then, a nationalistic policy would, contribute positively overall to, global sustainability goals. I think I will end there.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Gladys. If I could just go back to Dr. Tun Asmawi's presentation earlier, ending it with where he ends it with a need for collaboration. And I couldn't agree more. Collaborations, whether at a small or a large scale, more often than not will yield more favorable results rather than working in silos, if I may just state the obvious. Thank you again, Gladys. I'll review your presentation in a minute. But meanwhile, we're on now to our last panelist, not just for this session, but for the entire webinar today. May I invite Puan 𝗕𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗀𝗃 to deliver her presentation. Silakan, Puan. Puan, I think you need to switch on your...
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, thank you. I think I have prepared a slide. Just it's not going to be long. Don't worry. Just to bring to trigger the discussion today, because I think the topic is big when we talk about world new order. But I think my session, since the last sessions, it ties very well with what have been said by some of the speakers since this morning. So I would like to anchor the discussion based on the topic that I think is very relatable to majority, to all actually. It's about food security. And also, by looking at this food security issue, I would like to share some facts and figures. And from there on, we can see how effective is the policy that we have and whether there's anything else that we need to do. So if you can move to the first slide, please. Okay, this is just to show the import value of food from 2013 to 2022. As you can see there, in 2013, it was 38.86 billion. And 2022 being the latest figure, then you can see it was at 75.7 billion. That is a huge jump. You may say because of the inflation, or is it because of the rising population? But as a matter of fact, that is a huge amount. While on the other hand, while that is a huge amount, there's also a huge opportunity for the business community, yeah, for the replacement of the import food, yeah. But it all depends on how this policy can support this initiative. So if we can move to the next slide, another facts. So when we look at the food security, this is actually the measurement for each country, yeah. This is, so if you can see there, that this is actually this is based on 113 countries, yeah. So the position of the bank is number 41. 41, whether it's good or bad. So it's actually has it's a slide of 7 steps, yeah. So it's actually worsening, and then even the score is actually has slipped. So if I actually examine, there's a sub factor there. There's a sub elements there where they put a sufficiency supply as one of the scoring item as well. And this is where the drag the score down because they put the sufficient of supply for Malaysia is only scored at 27.2% if you compare to the average of 61.9% globally. And there's also another element or factor that Malaysia scored very badly, in my view, is the political commitment and adaptation, which is scored at 24.6% compared to 55.8% at the global level. So you can see now, so the import is going up, and when we call the Malaysian performance in global food security index has gone down. So I'm not sure whether that is something worrying or something that we need to discuss further. And then let's move on to the last slide that I have. So this is the one that more interesting one in my view. We have seen the last 2 slides, which actually what happened in the past. Yeah, so there's still time to improve. But this is something that what has been assessed as the risk for the country in 2024. Yeah, this was the survey done by World Economic Forum on the global risk report. And of all the countries that they have run the survey on, only these 3 countries actually rated food supply shortage as their concerns. So they're Malaysia, Kenya, and Rwanda. So those are all the slides that I have. But I think then the next question is that we should ask, don't we have any policy to monitor this or to ensure there's some improvement in the food security? Yes, we do. As mentioned by the first speaker, Yang Mulia Tunku just now, yeah, we have very much a very comprehensive policy. And there's a policy that's called National Food Security Policy, which was designed, the action plan was for the years of 2021 to 2025. So when we talk, it was first developed in 2021, now we are in the 2024. And these are the facts and figures. So I think Yang Mulia Tunku also mentioned about, well, we have this habit of having a nice policies and how effective it is. So this is actually one of the good examples. If you want to ask ourselves, or if you want to start the conversation, do you think that the policy is effective? So is there something else that we need to do? Yeah, because this is something that I think will affect everybody. Yeah, the society as a whole as well as the country. Because no matter how much you try to save the planet, if you have nothing to eat, no food on the table, then there's no point doing whatever else that you do. Forget about all the climate risk and anything else. Yeah. So that's basically my short take on the topic today and a very short example. Thank you.
Thank you, Puan Khadijah. Short but sweet indeed. A very nice presentation. Thank you. Thank you. It was also actually quite thought-provoking as well to learn of the numbers. It's quite scary. May I just request Dato' Tuan Asmawi to turn on his camera as we wish to proceed with the... Thank you. Thank you, Dato'. Okay, thank you again, Puan Khadijah. If I could just go back very quickly to Gladys's presentation, where a very strong statement was made where rise of nationalism could be detrimental to the environment. Some equilibrium obviously needs to be achieved whilst governments are pressured to reduce environmental standards to protect local industries. I suppose the question is, how do we find a balance before we are deemed to have excelled in this area? Now, if I could just comment on the earlier presentation by Dato' Tuan Asmawi, I'm also reminded, Dato' Tuan Asmawi and also Puan Khadijah actually, I'm also reminded of presentation earlier, mentioned that 265 million people around the world are facing food insecurity. This is a shocker to some, not surprising to others. So since Puan Khadijah, you're precious from the presentation, let's start the Q&A session with a question for you. It was interesting to know that Malaysia ranks food security or food shortage as third highest compared to Kenya and Rwanda, which rank this risk fourth and fifth respectively. Perhaps limited land for agriculture, irregular rainfall, drought, diseases, etc., continue to affect the food security situation in these two African countries, such that they have become used to this sadly dire situation. More importantly, in Malaysia, what can the government and financial institutions like banks and so forth do to allay this concern, in particular, and in turn support the food security in this country? Puan Khadijah?
I think firstly, when you look at the policy, as I mentioned, you can have a nice policy, but you also need to measure the results, yeah, and then see along the way. This is normally what we do in private sectors. When we have our business plan, along the way we'll review, and then if something needs to be changed or new things need to be introduced, it's number one from the government. And as I also mentioned, by looking at the amount of the import of food, there's a lot of opportunity actually for the businesses, yeah. But then if you look at the funding opportunities, most of the banks, my background is actually in banking. I've been in the DFIs as well as commercial banks for the past, I think almost 30 years. So we can see the difference in risk appetite, especially for the larger banks. Of course, the DFIs, they have the developmental roles to play, but they have a very limited capital or even resources, or sometimes I would say competency. Yeah. So there's a need for the government to have some nudging policy, maybe how to encourage the funding from the bigger banks, as well as to loosen up a little bit on their risk appetite, and then help all these businesses to explore, because 75 billion is a huge opportunities. Yeah. So when we talk about what else can we do in Malaysia, I think this we still have not exploited the use of technology for modern farming. Yeah, because it's not cheap. It's not cheap and it's not difficult. It's not easy actually to find funding. because that's the risk is very high when it comes to agriculture activities or agriculture business. Yeah, but I also think that this is the right time for the banks, the larger banks, to come in because of the sustainability agenda. Maybe in the past, this sustainability agenda is not so prominent. People are just after the profits. But now it seems to be more and more prominent. And I think the self-realization for bigger banks, or for that matter, for any organizations, they can set aside some capital, or they can even they form a group to help the businesses that are keen to support this national agenda. I remember during my earlier days in banking, banks actually has a very tight risk appetite to fund SMEs. And during that time, Bank Negara actually has set quota for to finance the SMEs. Even set up CGC because the SMEs do not have enough collateral. So all banks actually get together and set up CGC to facilitate funding for SMEs. Well, we can still improve. There's still lots of room for improvement, but we can see progress. Perhaps we can do something to that effect in order to improve the food security of the country. That's my take.
Zarina, can I comment on this?
Yes, I knew I was about to say you're fidgeting to say something. Please go ahead.
I think it's a more fundamental issue because we all know for a fact that we have enough food in the world to go and feed every person. The big problem is in terms of the logistics area, right? So for Malaysia specifically, I think we need to go and have a radical change of mindset. Number one, I think we have to start junking the idea of outsourcing our problems. At one point of time, we wanted to go up in terms of the high income economy. And because of that, we started junking the areas which we thought did not contribute towards the growth of our economy, towards what...
Sorry, I have to interrupt you there. What was the word? Did you say junking?
Junking the outsourcing idea model. Okay. So we started outsourcing the core fundamentals of what will make a nation thrive. And one of it was food. You know, because for us, we actually found it was cheaper to go and buy rice from Vietnam and Thailand rather than actually grow it ourselves. Because we also wanted to go sort of like say, you know what, it's not as sexy as going into the technology side. And I face it when I was in the plantation sector specifically. The young of Malaysia nowadays do not view anything to do with the plantations, food and agriculture as sexy. They want to be in the technology side. So it's going to be a massive mindset change for us to actually start to entice the people to actually say that addressing the issues that is critical for the country is actually sexy. The second thing I also want to actually raise is, you know what, when we talk about food, maybe it is about time we start to wake up. We have food coming out of our ears. The big problem is we don't eat enough nutritious food. You know, the data has actually shown that Malaysia, 5 years ago, we were the most obese country in Asia. But now we have been dethroned by Brunei. We're now number 2. And that's not something that we should be cheering about. So, and at one point of time, I think, you know, we were so happy to be lauded that we said that every Malaysian has food on their table. But we never question about the quality of food which is being put on the table. And we have seen the downside of that type of policy whereby the case of stunting, especially in terms of our children, is one of the highest in the world. Data has also shown that close to 1 out of 5 children are stunted in Malaysia. And when you have cases of stunting, that also affects brain capacity, which then has a direct impact in terms of our talent development. So the development of policies must not only be just looking at food security for the sake of food security, because if you get your policies wrong, it has impact in terms of our nutrition. It has impact in terms of our capability of our food. It also has impact in terms of the way we structure our job sectors. So I think it's a radical mindset shift that has to be had all the way from Putrajaya right down to the individuals on the ground. Thanks, Azrita.
Thank you. Yeah, that mindset change. I mean, where do we start? Do we start at national education? What you know? I mean, to make agriculture, as you say, sexy, desirable, respectable. it needs to start somewhere. And yes, that we were mentioning about a new policy.
Azrin, one, if I can add, just to compare, to put it into perspective in terms of how aggressive the country is in championing this food security. I think if for Singapore, we can see they have this strategy where they call reduce dependency from import, 30 by 30 they call it, reduce by 30 by 2030. But we don't hear or see anything like that for here in Malaysia. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, so we need our great minds to get there. And hopefully we will get there. I'll be very optimistic about this. Well, thank you very much again. Thank you, Puan Khadijah. Thank you, Tunku, and thank you, Gladys, for all the feedback so far. So I would love to dwell into this further, but we need to move on. And there are lots of questions lining up as well. Perhaps I could direct the next question to Gladys. Could you enlighten us on the rise of nationalism and how this can influence sustainability practices of businesses and policy making again? Perhaps we could have a view in relation to environmental, business, and human rights. And further to this, what are the challenges that businesses may face with rise of domestic supply chains in respect of business and human rights? It's a bit of a mouthful, right? But I think you caught the gist of it.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think as mentioned during my opening presentation earlier, I think there are, in terms of nationalism or nationalistic policies, I think it has both positive and negative. I think it is in how it is implemented in the country. In terms of, I think if you look at Malaysia, I think we are also, looking at some we're also aligning ourselves to, global standards. I think it is very important for nationalist policy to also, incorporate, good sustainability or, ESG practices, which, can drive, some of these agenda for those who are adopting these policies, for example, corporates and so forth. So I think it is very, it's very important to incorporate some of these best practices in terms of ESG standards when developing nationalistic policies for the country. I think without which, if the policies are focusing more on short-term gains, I think then that would, definitely pose, significant challenge to, achieving a global ESG goals. Yeah, I think with respect to, domestic supply chain, I think the challenge with regards to business and human rights, I think it would really depend on the inherent labor laws or labor practices within that specific country. I think basically if that country has, very low standards in terms of labor laws, I think that would also mean that, the domestic supply chain would have a lot of problems, especially with regards to fair wages or safe working conditions, or maybe in terms of, freedom of association. Then that would, put the onus on businesses to drive, good social or labor practices in their supply chain. Yeah, I think businesses will have to be very vigilant, especially, if they are trading internationally as well. They will need to, do robust due diligence or, have monitoring mechanisms to ensure that, their domestic supply chain is basically sound in terms of, labor practices and human rights practices. Yeah, I think, so I think it really depends on the country's inherent laws that are being adopted. Yeah, so I think I would say that large organizations also do play a part in driving basically business and human rights practices in their supply chain.
Thank you. We actually did have a question here that was directed to Datuk Tuan Asmawi, but he seems to have dropped from this webinar. Oh, he's okay, Datuk. Can you hear me?
Last question before signing off, because I have to resume my journey back to KL.
Oh, okay. So I would like to direct this question to you. How can nations overcome ideological divides and work together towards common goals in the new world order? And more importantly, how will this new world order impact nation building in our beloved country? What kinds of policies are needed to build the next echelon of leaders? How youth needs to be prepared as well for nation building. And I'm sure Tengku Ali Zakri would also like to answer this, but I'm directing it to Datuk Tuan Asmawi first.
No, I must be the first because I'm off, because I have to resume my journey back to capital today, and so probably have to have one question on me. Part of my spirit of joining this marvelous and excellent academy. Actually, thank you very much for the Madam Moderator, Abdullah. Really overcoming ideological divides and fostering cooperation among nations towards common goals in the new world order requires a multifaceted approach involving diplomacy, economic integration, cultural exchange, and international initiative. Here are some strategies nations can consider. First, diplomacy and dialogue. Nations should prioritize diplomacy and constructive dialogue as the primary means to address ideological differences and resolve conflict. This includes engaging in diplomatic negotiation, peace-building efforts, and confidence-building measures to build trust and promote understanding among nations. Second, multilateralism and international cooperation. Nations should reaffirm their commitment to multilateralism and strengthen international institutions, such the United Nations, World Trade Organization, and regional organizations to facilitate cooperation on global challenges such as climate change, pandemics, terrorism, and also poverty alleviation. And third, economic integration and trade. Nations should promote economic integration and trade liberalization to foster mutual prosperity and interdependence. This includes negotiating free trade agreements, removing trade barriers, and promoting investment flows to stimulate economic growth and development. Number four, cultural exchange and people-to-people contacts. Nations should encourage cultural exchange programs, tourism, and people-to-people contact to promote mutual understanding, tolerance, and respect for diversity. This includes supporting cultural festivals, educational exchanges, and youth exchange programs to bridge cultural divides and foster social cohesion. And number five, education and awareness. Nations should prioritize education and awareness raising initiatives to promote global security, critical thinking, and cross-cultural competence among citizens. This includes integrating global issues into school curricula, promoting media literacy, and organizing public awareness campaigns to cultivate informed and engaged citizens. And number six, conflict resolution and peace building. Nations should invest in conflict resolution mechanisms, peace-building initiatives, and reconciliation processes to address underlying grievance and prevent conflict from escalating. This includes supporting mediation efforts, peacekeeping mission, and transitional justice mechanisms to promote reconciliation and sustainability. And number seven, leadership development and youth empowerment. Nations should invest in leadership programs, and youth empowerment initiatives to cultivate the next generation of leaders who are committed to advancing common goals and values. This includes providing leadership training, mentorship opportunities, and civic engagement platforms to empower youth to contribute to nation building efforts. In the context of nation building, in specific countries, the impact of the new world order will vary depending on factors such as geopolitical dynamics, economic condition, social cohesion, and governing structure. To build the next echelon of leaders and prepare youth for nation building, I may suggest following policies and initiatives are needed. First, quality education. Invest in quality education systems that equip youth with the knowledge, skills, and values needed to contribute to nation building efforts. This includes curriculum reforms, teachers training, and educational infrastructure development to ensure equitable access to education for all. Number two, youth empowerment. Create opportunities for youth to participate in decision making, community development project, and also political dialogue. This includes establishing youth council, leadership programs, and entrepreneurship initiatives to empower young people to take an active role in shaping the future of their country. And number three, employment and economic opportunities. Promote job creation, promoting job creation means economic diversification and entrepreneurship development to address youth unemployment and foster economic inclusion. This includes supporting small and medium-sized enterprises, investing in professional training programs, and facilitating access to finance for youth-led business. And number four, civic engagement and volunteerism. Encouraging civic engagement, volunteerism, and also social activism among youth to foster a sense of citizenship and collective responsibility. This includes promoting volunteer opportunities, community service projects, and youth-led advocacy campaigns to address social issues and promote social cohesion. And number five, ethical leadership development. Promoting ethical leadership development programs that emphasize integrity, accountability, and transparency among future leaders. This includes providing training on ethical decision-making, conflict resolution, and negotiation skills to cultivate responsible and effective leaders. And number six.
Oh, there's still more. Sorry, that's very comprehensive.
One more point, and before this is my last. Promotion of diversity and inclusion. Foster in an inclusive society that celebrates diversity and respect their rights and dignity of all citizens. This includes implementing policies to address discrimination, promote social cohesion, and ensure equal opportunities for all members of society, regardless of their background. That's my last point.
Thank you very much, Dato'.
So, Madam Moderator, if I may to leave the webinar because I have to begin my journey back to KL.
Have a safe journey home.
Best of luck. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, and have a safe journey home. Thank you for your time with us. I just have to, actually, we have actually run out of time, but there is one very important question, and we just need to do this one before we do the closing, and I have to direct this to Tunkali Zakri unless anybody else would like to respond. You have spoken about social enterprises, gig economies, SMEs, and how technology has enabled these businesses to grow. In the context of the circular economy, how can policies be crafted to further assist such businesses?
Okay. This is a masterclass in sustainability. Because this is another area in terms of the economic development that you actually have to look at from the sustainability economy. Now, some people think the circular economy concept is applicable for everything. It's not. You need to be very, very clear that circular economy practices is very much suited towards certain sectors. Specifically, for example, like the consumer side, for example, right? Because the whole concept of circular economy is that you make something, you sell it, and it goes back, and it is then be able to either be upcycled or then be resold again, right? So things like clothing, things like cars, things like electronic items and computers are very, very evident for circular economy. So at a policy level, firstly, I think the government needs to really understand the differentiation and the differences between circular economy and the sustainability economy. And specific to circular economy, the first step is not to encourage more and more consumption, right? Because consumption is the real evil here when people tend to overconsume because it's so easy to buy things on Lazada and Shopee. So you need to actually start looking at reduction. So the possibility then is the government should come up with policies to incentivize utilization of non-virgin raw materials or products that is traceable. So you actually put a premium towards raw materials and items which has sustainability linked to it. And then all of a sudden you'll be able to incentivize the manufacturers to go and adopt such practices, to go and actually say, hey, you know what, if I actually go into the circular economy route, I actually have higher margins in order for me to go and increase my business. The second thing is also, you need to discourage this overconsumption, right? So maybe, for example, set up policies to allow higher prices to be set for raw virgin materials which are used to go and create products. So if it is extracted directly from Mother Earth or is a first-time use, put a premium to it. Put a higher price than what you would actually charge for recircularized products and goods. So you might actually then have a differentiation between circular economy products and non-circular economy. Thirdly, also, the government should all look at towards policies to maybe it would be cheaper and better to use nature-based solutions. So for example, when we talk about food security, and I love this example from the rice paddies, because you know, at one point of time in the olden days, the farmers used to have ducks and used to have bangau. What's bangau in English? I'm not quite sure. Which would be able to go and eat the golden snails, the gondang emas, which is actually a pest for the rice stalks when it's in the water. And the problem is nowadays we are going into practices that has gotten rid of that thinking. So that nature-based solution has been discarded, and we are now using pesticides, which is actually outlawed by the country, but is readily available via Shopee and bought directly from China to be used to get rid of this gondang emas. And you know what? We are now ingesting it into our body. But can you imagine if we start actually putting into place sustainable practices where you use these ducks again to be used as a natural pest controller? And then when it comes towards harvesting of the rice, you also harvest the ducks, which could then actually be used to supplement and double the income of the rice paddy farmers. So some of our solutions is actually not rocket science. It's already been practiced, but it's just been forgotten. Second thing, policy that the government could use also is to educate the customer. So how you can educate the customer? Maybe what we could actually do is make it compulsory for every product that is manufactured to actually have the carbon cost for every product and what it means for a higher carbon cost. At this point of time, we as consumers, we have no idea the impact to the planet and the impact ourselves for everything that we buy. And thirdly, Rina, I want to close this very quickly. The government needs to also look at incentivizing and providing the right infrastructure to allow the circular economy to go back to the manufacturer. So as an example, Mattel, which is the toy company in America, what they do is they actually provide a paid envelope in each of the boxes of toys that they sell, whereby once the child gets tired of the toys, they can actually put it back into the envelope, post it back to Mattel, and Mattel will then reuse that old toy to be made into new toys. Or cooking oil also. In Malaysia, we have a lot of used cooking oil, which is currently being exported overseas because you actually make a lot of money by upcycling it, right, into SAF, Sustainable Aviation Fuels, for example. But we don't have the right infrastructure to allow used cooking oils to be brought into the Petronas refineries or the Sime-Darby refineries, which is already in place at this point of time, to ensure that it is cheap, it's efficient, it's affordable, and lastly, it's safe. So I think the government needs to have an understanding about the opportunities that is available and enable the business to flourish, not get into the business itself. I hope I answered your question.
That's brilliant. Thank you. Thank you. We're just far off. Would Puan Khadijah or Gladys, would you like to add on before we close? Oh, I think Puan Khadijah, your
I think when we talk about circularity, the circular economy, we need to encourage more innovation, especially from the youth and the support. Because what I learned when I left the banking industry, I like to actually mix with the very energetic young people who had the energy to go to the business and being creative. So there was one that he came up with an idea how to make a house where you can actually construct within 1 week, and then you can, if you don't like it, you can just dismantle it and then assemble it somewhere else. So I thought it was a good idea. So we should encourage more and more the youth to come up with some innovative ideas, and should also provide platform for them to connect to the experienced professional, I think, to hold their hands and then to help them develop the ideas even further and match them with the right funder. I think that's what should have been done. Somebody mentioned just now about retiring at 60 is still young, you still need it. So this is how we address another talent pool, the 150s and above, not needed by the full employment industry maybe, but we still have lots to contribute.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Puan Khadijah. Gladys, is there anything you'd like to add before we close?
No, I don't think so, yeah.
Wonderful. Okay, so thank you very much. Just in my closing here now, the New World Order is undoubtedly a very tall order for all stakeholders. Responses will range from skepticism, optimism, anxiety, and excitement, depending on who you speak to. But the work has been drawn for all. This panel has showed us the importance of scenario planning, which, if you recall, during the intermission slides here at TopGlove, it has become a norm, thankfully. That's a bit of a promotion here. It helps us think through policies, not just to survive, but to also respond effectively and in a timely manner. Thank you very much again. I must add on, the New World Order must be victorious. It must triumph over the evils of our own doing. And I believe every single one of us can effect change for a better world. On that very positive note, I would like to thank my distinguished panelists, Yang Mulia Tunku Alizakri, Yang Mulia Datuk Tuan Asmawi, Ms. Gladys Chua, and Puan Khadijah Iskandar for contributing and gracing our inaugural event. Thank you for your precious insights, your sharing, and for this wonderful panel discussion. It truly has been a meaningful forum for us all at TopGlove, and I hope the feeling is mutual, not just to you, but to our esteemed panelists and to everyone here today. Thank you very much. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, a huge thank you and a huge round of applause to our final panel, Yang Mulia Tunku Alizakri, Yang Mulia Datuk Tuan Asmawi, Ms. Gladys, as well as Puan Khadijah, and our ever-graceful moderator, Puan Azrina, for their insightful contributions to the discussion on key policy considerations in the New World Order. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe all the panelists provided us valuable food for thought as we move forward. And this session has truly been a testament to the power and meaningful dialogue and collaboration in addressing critical issues. With that wrap up made by all the speakers on our fourth panel discussion, we have successfully concluded the interactive portion or the panel discussion of our webinar today. Now, today's discussion, ladies and gentlemen, undoubtedly enriched our understanding on the critical intersections between sustainability, business practices, and their impact on humanity. I hope the diverse perspective shared will empower us to collectively move forward for a more sustainable and equitable future. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on, we have a very special briefing session by UN Global Compact Malaysia and Brunei Network, UNGC-MYB. They will be sharing with us valuable insights on ESG for SMEs. To conduct this briefing, we have Ms. Tan Zi Ying, Director of Members Relations, UNGC-MYB. Ms. Ying is a dedicated advocate for corporate sustainability, bridging business operations with environmental and social stewardship. So without further ado, I would like to invite Ms. Ying to share with us on ESG for SME. Ms. Ying, I can see you're online, so over to you.
Thank you very much. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ying here, and I'm from the UN Global Compact Network, Malaysia and Brunei. So for this session, it won't be long, it will be a pretty short session, but I just wanted to provide some learning resources available from UNGC MYB towards the supply chain engagement and as well as the SMEs. So allow me to start off the session with a very quick introduction about the UN Global Compact. So UN Global Compact, or in short, the United Nations, UNGC, was officially started globally in year 2000, launched in year 2000. So it was an initiative started by the former UN Secretary General, who is the late Kofi Annan. And at the point of time, why they started this is because they wanted to engage private sectors, businesses, to come together to drive the responsible and ethical business agenda, which right now it has also slowly transformed into ESG and corporate sustainability agenda. So as of now, moving forward, fast forward to now, UNGC is now the world's largest corporate sustainability initiative. Globally, we have more than 19,000 businesses who have joined the Global Compact. We have participants from over 160 countries, and we also have representation of 60 over local networks. So for us, Network Malaysia and Brunei, we are one of the official local network of UNGC, and our role being a local network is mainly to localize the programs, to understand the local needs, demands, regulation, so that we curate and design programs, initiatives, events, workshops that are more suited to local companies. So currently, as of today, we have 277 participating companies under our Malaysian Brunei network. So this is a very quick overview to show you the companies that we have under the network. So of course, the names that you see here, these are mostly large listed companies. But in fact, we do have close to 50% of our network are actually SMEs or even some of the smaller mid-tier companies. All right, okay. So that's a bit of quick overview about UNGC and UNGC MYB. So to start off, before I go into introducing some of these available resources, public resources that can be used, I just wanted to show a bit of statistics and data. So the first one is actually in terms of talking about upskilling. So this is actually some of this data that we have actually collected through survey of UNGC members globally. So it actually consists of responses from different countries and different regions. But if you could see here on the top left, it actually talks about what are the top challenges for companies in terms of taking action to advance SDGs. So aside from financial resources, actually the other main thing is in terms of lack of knowledge. And in the survey, we have actually also asked our SME members, what are some of the things that they are looking at UNGC to help them? So one of the main things that they have raised is also to provide guidance, which is also related to about knowledge. And thirdly, we did also ask about large companies, how are they aligning sustainability through their supply chain? So few things that we could see in here. Of course, the main thing is including in their contracts or procurement orders. But other than that, is also looking into training own staff, training their procurement staff. So overall, what we can summarize from here is having that knowledge and guidance is very important, whether it's towards large companies or towards the small companies. And to show a bit of insights from local Malaysian SMEs as well. So last year, in collaboration with Alliance Bank as well as SME Corp, so there was a survey being done. A report was actually also published. So in terms of the key takeaways, so the survey itself, we have actually surveyed close to about 610 SMEs from different industries. So the main outcome of the survey, the key takeaways were there were 28% of the respondents have actually said that they are ESG adopters, whereas 72% said that they are non-ESG adopters. But what I wanted to highlight is actually looking into the key challenges here. So for those who are ESG adopters, you could see in terms of key challenges, some of the main things that they mentioned is also still in terms of lack of know-how, in terms of lack of guidance. For those who are the non-ESG adopters, what are the key barriers? What is stopping them? So similarly, it's in terms of limited knowledge, not sure about what are the impact of ESG. So from here, one thing that we could summarize is also in terms of there is still actually a lot of knowledge gap in here that we can see, especially for SMEs in the topic area of ESG and sustainability. So in here, I just wanted to show a bit. So for UNGC MYB, recent years, we have actually put in a lot of effort to come out with tools and resources which is related to SME and supply chain engagements. So for now, I mean, right now, for a lot of large companies, aside from looking at your own internal sustainability initiative, it is also an important portion on how the companies are engaging with their suppliers to get their suppliers on board on this ESG journey together with them. So often than not, of course, for the large suppliers, it's not so much of a problem because they have the resources, they have the capacity, but it's often an issue for the smaller suppliers, the SME suppliers. So hence, that is why for UNGC MYB locally, we have actually published various tools and resources to help smaller companies to come on board on this journey. So a few things that we have done in terms of bringing awareness, advocacy. So we have also set up an ESG hub, which is basically an online portal, and I will share a little bit more about this portal later on. We also do public events to raise awareness. Capacity building, we run various types of training programs. So digital tools, we have also launched 2 digital tools targeted for SMEs. One is climate focused assessment. The other one is overall ESG focused assessment. So I will also share a bit more about these 2 digital tools later on. And then resources in terms of guidebooks, case studies, and of course, in terms of ecosystem enablers. So we are also open to work with different partners on collaboration, providing incentives for SMEs. So one of the examples that we have is right now we also do have a partnership with Alliance Bank. So through the climate assessment, if SMEs completed climate assessments, they can actually show the report to Alliance Bank, and then they do get certain financial incentives from the bank. Okay, so I'll move on with the first open resource or public resource that we have. So under UNGC, we have an online e-learning platform, which is actually accessible to our UNGC MYB members. But we do have certain courses that's open to the public. So one of the public courses that we have available is this course called Small Business Big Impact. So basically in this course itself, it's a fully digital learning journey online. So in here, we have 6 available steps for SMEs. So at the first one, you will talk about how to future-proof your SME, talking about driving change, business resilience, and there's also some live session that we have people to come and share about how they're integrating sustainability practices in their SMEs, talking about sustainable design and talking about financing. So for this, it is an open public course. Anybody can actually access to it. So if anybody is actually currently looking into free resources to learn more about how SMEs can adopt ESG or sustainability practices, feel free. You can quickly take a picture, or you can just scan the QR code right now, and you will be directed directly to the website. So for this, for the SMEs here, you can feel free to go through the learning journey that we have in here. But for the larger companies, feel free, you can also share this with your supply chain, especially the SME suppliers. All right, so moving on to the second resource that we have. So last year, UNGC MYB, we have actually launched a SME ESG hub. So this hub, in short, in summary, it is a one-stop resource platform to help SMEs to come on board on this ESG journey. So it is an open platform which everybody can access. Just go to this website, esghub.my. So the hub itself, we have actually put it into 4 pillars, which is plan, inspire, action, and also communicate. So for every pillar, UNGC have put in different types of resources and tools. So including things like case studies, e-learning videos, different type of templates such as stakeholder engagement template, materiality template, a simple Excel GHG emission calculator as well. And for every resource that is available in this hub, it also comes with an instructional video. So example, for the stakeholder engagement template, there will be a video that guides the SMEs how you can actually utilize this template available. So on top of that, this entire website is also fully translated into BM, into Bahasa Melayu. So it is currently available in 2 languages. And one thing to highlight that is available in the hub is this ESG readiness assessment. So we name it ESG Start. So for this assessment, similarly, it is also open to any companies to use. However, it is designed for smaller companies or companies that are just starting their ESG journey. So this assessment tool, the questionnaires are actually designed based on binary questions, which means it's all yes and no questions. And we have 8 ESG indicators that we align to. So under environment, that's 4. So including indicators such as climate action, energy efficiency, water, and also waste. And then under social, we have human rights, living wage, gender equality. Under governance, we have anti-corruption. So why these 8 indicators is because after thorough research, these are the 8 indicators we see it is applicable to all sizes, all sectors of companies. So these are the 8 fundamental things that SMEs can start looking into it first. So the whole reason why we created this assessment is because we wanted to help SMEs to understand their readiness level or even their maturity level in terms of adoption of ESG. Because often than not, when we speak to SMEs, one of the main issue is they don't know where to start because they don't know where are they at. So are they, good? Are they not good? So by completing this assessment, at least it provides them a bit of idea, a gauge of where are they at. So the steps of doing this assessment is pretty simple. You just have to sign up for an account, complete the questions. A report will be generated, which will look something like that. So the report will actually show the company how are they scoring on the E, the S, the G portion, as well as overall ESG. And here they will break down into the 8 indicators. There will be a peer comparison. And then there will also be a page that actually shows how the company is aligning to the Sustainable Development Goals. So the report fully downloadable, so companies can also share the report with any of their relevant stakeholders, whether it's their customer, clients, bankers, or financiers. So for those who are interested to take the assessment, this is the website, or you can also scan the QR code over here, and you will be it will directly bring you to the website. So here I just wanted to quickly show in terms of the assessment methodology and framework. So for the ESG Start assessment itself, the foundation is actually based on all these 3 things. The GRI, Bursa requirement. Under UNGC, we have something called the SDG benchmarks, our communication and progress, and also through this World Economic Forum, the Stakeholder Capitalism report. So you can see here, this summarize what the assessment questionnaires are all about. So as mentioned, it's all binary yes and no questions. We do have optional questions for qualitative data collection. So then this will be the scoring tiers. And then as mentioned, there will be an ESG report generated. So outcome, what is shown in the report is these things. So there will be a maturity level peer scoring, recommended action for the companies to improve their scoring, as well as there's one page in terms of the SDG mapping. So what are the benefits? Basically, for the SME users, it provides you with a maturity report for you to understand where your company is currently at, so that you are also understanding what are the gaps that your companies are facing. So for example, if you get a report that you are getting a low score in E, but quite a good score in S and G, so that means that perhaps there's more effort that is needed in terms of looking into the strategy on the environmental part. So on top of that, I just wanted to share, of course, for the SMEs, they are able to do the assessment. But for companies who are larger companies and all, we do also have an available data dashboard for corporate users. So example, if any corporate company are interested to roll out the assessment for their suppliers, so instead of getting their suppliers one by one to share the report to them, what they can do is we do have a dashboard available. So from there, automatically, once the suppliers complete the assessment, information will flow to the corporate dashboard. So from there, they will be able to get results and information about their suppliers. All right, so just a quick video, about a 2 to 3 minutes video to show you what is this whole ESG START assessment all about.
Hello and welcome to the SMEESG Hub, the ESG resource platform for Malaysian small and medium enterprises. In this video, we will walk you through the ESG START, SMEESG Readiness Assessment. The ESG START, SMEESG Readiness Assessment is a digital tool that measures a company's ESG maturity level and is applicable to companies of all sizes and sectors. The assessment is designed to be simple and user-friendly, with questions aligned with global and local frameworks. To get started, click on the Take the Assessment button, which will take you to the assessment's login page. If you have already created an account previously, you can log in with your username and password. However, if you are a first-time user, you will need to create an account. Simply sign up and create a company profile by completing all the fields required. Then, start the assessment. Answer the demographics questions first, after which you can answer the ESG assessment questions, which consists of 8 ESG indicators grouped into 3 pillars. The environment pillar includes climate action, energy management, water and waste. The social pillar includes human rights, living wages and gender equality, and the governance pillar includes anti-corruption. All questions are structured according to 5 steps: materiality or assessment of impact, learning and capacity building, company commitments, measuring progress, and reporting. The questions are in a yes-no format and contain both required and optional questions. After completing the assessment, you can generate your ESG report, which gives you an ESG maturity level, a specific score for each indicator, and peer comparison scores. The report also provides recommended actions to improve your score, which can be part of your sustainability action plan moving forward. Additionally, the report maps with the Sustainable Development Goals to showcase how positive ESG actions can feed into the SDGs. By completing the assessment and generating your ESG report, you can share this data with corporate buyers, bankers, and financiers. It may also entitle you to sustainability incentives, as more and more stakeholders request ESG data. We encourage you to take the first step in your sustainability journey and complete the ESG START assessment today. Thank you for watching this video on using the tool. If you are interested to learn more about this tool.
All right, so understand we are short of time. Just allow me to quickly bring you through. So that is actually an overview of the ESG START. So for those who are interested, feel free to actually visit the website. And before I end, I also just wanted to share a bit on what we have gotten as of December 2023. So some insights to share with everybody. So as of December 2023, we actually have responses. It means about 660 companies that have completed the assessment. So just wanted to show the data over here. So you could see in terms of overall ESG performance, many of the companies are still looking at intermediate and above lah. So those who are leader at advanced level is actually very little. It's about 20 to 30%. So in terms of environment, you could see it is also very much on the orange and red because many are still at the beginner and laggard. Social-wise, you could see it's slightly lesser for the yellow and red. There are more greens, whereas governance, you could see the greens are more than the orange and red. So this is actually aligning to what we are expecting also. So when you look at the average ESG scoring based on the data that we have as of now, actually most of the SMEs are scoring lowest at the E portion. S is average and G is the highest. And just one last tool to share with everybody is also on this progress tool. So earlier I did mention we have two available tools. One is actually looking at ESG overall, but there's one that is very much focused on climate only. So this is the tool that is only focused on climate assessment. The structure and all is very similar to ESG Start, but it's just that the questionnaire, it is only focusing, asking about the climate readiness. So for those who are interested to find out more, you can also go to this website or scan the QR code. So this assessment is the one that we have a partnership together with Alliance Bank. So for companies, for SME companies, they are actually able to share the report to Alliance Bank, and you can actually access financial incentives through the bank.
All right.
All right.
Miss, I think we're also running
Yep.
out of time. Maybe you can
Yeah,
just.
sure. Can, yeah. So actually, basically, that's all about it. So thank you very much to all. So for those who are actually interested to find out more, or if you want to have more information about any tools or resources or how UNGC MYB can help on your sustainability journey, feel free, you can actually drop me an email here. All right. Thank you so
All right.
much.
All right, thank you, Ms. Ying, for the very informative presentation on ESG for SMEs. And definitely your insights on integrating ESG factors into business operations will definitely be invaluable for SMEs seeking to build long-term sustainability and resilience. So ladies and gentlemen, as we are coming towards the end of our webinar, I'm sure there's so much of information given and shared today that we have absorbed to our maximum potential. And if you have missed any of it, do not worry, because to further enrich our understanding on today's webinar, we'll hear a thought-provoking wrap-up from Ms. 𝗓𝗂𝗔𝗀𝗻𝗂, Consultant to Executive Chairman, 𝗕𝗂𝗀𝗂𝗀𝗀 Corporation, Berhad. Ms. 𝗓𝗂𝗔𝗀𝗻𝗂's perspective will help us synthesize the key takeaway from today's discussion and offer some valuable insights for the future. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Ms. 𝗓𝗂𝗔𝗀𝗻𝗂 to conclude the webinar for today. Ms. 𝗓𝗂𝗔𝗀𝗻𝗂𝗂, over to you.
Testing. First. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers and moderators, club directors and colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Good health and good evening, the towers of top. Is my mic okay? Oh, I need a new one. Yeah, my name is 𝗓𝗂𝗔𝗀𝗻𝗂𝗂, as was introduced, from the Office of the Executive Chairman of 𝗕𝗂𝗀𝗂. As we draw on the inaugural 𝗕𝗂𝗀𝗂 webinar on business sustainability, I find myself deeply inspired by the depth of insight shared today. The work ahead is drawn out. The challenges are many, but not insurmountable. Key, as our executive chairman said at the start of this forum, is partnership, and that being business partnership to pave the road to success. We cannot go it alone or in isolation. Today, we delved into critical discussions and deliberated the intersections of business and sustainability, public and private sector call to action, best practices for some areas, and emerging trends, to name but a few. From renewable energy to circular economies, from ethical supply chains to stakeholder engagement, the breadth of topics covered underscores the urgency and complexity of the sustainability challenge, as well as cynicism towards it, and the need to reinforce business and human rights for brand longevity was quite apparent. This is a journey on a road that is still being paved by all stakeholders in all jurisdictions. This webinar was drawn out exactly 5 weeks ago in January 2024. As it was the first in Top Glove, we had our doubts if we could even deliver it. I had personal doubts. The topics drawn out were quite deliberate to stimulate discourse that will draw out meaningful action plans post the forum. So we were quite deliberate in not being too high-flying in developing the topics. We were quite humble in developing the topics into what we can chew. We are profoundly grateful to all our esteemed speakers and moderators who so gracefully accepted the invitation in such short period of time. Truth be told, the team was nervous, but the unwavering support we received from our executive chairman, who you met this morning, Tan Sri Lim Wee Chai, and our managing director, who you also met this afternoon, Mr. C.J. Lim, and the chair of our board sustainability committee, Ms. Shamila, who you met earlier in the afternoon, kept the team motivated. Coupled with this, the entire board and management supported us. You saw that in how the board participated in moderating every one of our panels, Datuk Noripa being a former board member of Top Glove. Our main partner, Association of Development Finance Institution Malaysia, led the team because this is our first webinar. We owe much to Mr. Prasad Hanif and Ms. Shuhaida and the team and his team for today. I would like to just take a moment to name every person who was involved behind the scenes, the unsung heroes in Top Glove who made today happen, who worked tirelessly the last 5 weeks. From our fame, Mr. Prasad, Shuhaida, Khairul. Sustainability was led by Ms. Suryani, who you all must have met through email. From Chairman's Office, Ms. Eng and Michelle Lim. From the HR branding event, Kelvin Pang, Mr. Irfan, who drew out all the posters and the books that you see. Michelle Tay, who led that team, amazing. IT was led by Tyson, who put this entire webinar together, Azrin and Zul. Our CorpCom was led by Ms. Michelle Voon and Ms. Sri Manke. And then, of course, you met the MC, Aaron, the whole day. A big, big thank you to the team. In closing, as we reflect on the insights gleaned and the connections forged, let us not view this webinar as merely a moment in time, just a feel-good factor and then all dies, but rather a catalyst for ongoing collaboration and action. The next step from us is to record the outcomes of today in a report which will be made public. We will deliberate further with all our partners on the next course of action in some of the suggestions made in today's deliberation. Thank you, and until we meet again, I pray we each lead days gifted to us meaningfully so that one day when we leave this journey called life, we each would be able to say, I did the best I know how. I thank you very much from the towers of Top Glove. Assalamu alaikum.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much, Ms. Fairoz, for your summary. Your summary on the key themes and takeaway from our discussion will undoubtedly serve as a valuable resource for us moving forward. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as Ms. Fairoz mentioned earlier, this webinar would not have been possible without the invaluable contributions of our esteemed speakers, panelists, organizers, as well as our team in Top Glove. Now, their dedication and expertise, ladies and gentlemen, have made this a truly enriching experience for everyone involved. And not to forget to thank all of you, our esteemed extendees. A heartfelt thank you for joining us today and staying throughout the whole webinar. Your participation has added immense value to this discussion, and we really, really hope that you leave here inspired and equipped to contribute to a more sustainable and equitable future. Now, before we draw this webinar to a close, we would like to end this webinar with our usual Top Glove practice, the top quality and efficiency clap. Now, as mentioned earlier, for all our non-Top Glove attendees, all you have to do is repeat after me, clap twice, clap thrice, clap twice, and repeat the resounding improve, improve, improve. Now, if everyone's ready, thumbs up, ready, 1, 2, 3. Top Glove, top quality, top efficiency, top consistency. Improve, improve, improve. Ladies and gentlemen, as we draw a close, let us remember the important messages conveyed throughout the whole day. Together, let's champion sustainable practices, prioritize responsible business conduct, and strive for a world where humanity and environment thrive in harmony. Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us at Emerging Trends, Shaping Business Sustainability and Humanity. We really look forward to seeing you at future events as we continue the essential dialogue on building for a better future. My name is Aaron, and it has been a pleasure to be your MC for today. Till next time, take care. Bye-bye.
Have you ever stopped and observed the life of a pair of protective gloves? Look at the faces of the people who have used them. Did they ever wonder how their lives would have been without these gloves? How their work would have been different without these gloves? Have you wondered how these gloves have been life-changing to them? How it changed our lives from cradle to grave? Have you wondered what a simple pair of protective gloves does to us? The lives it touched, the homes it visited, the business it helped, and societies it protected, emotionally, physically, mentally. Have you pondered how these gloves are the first human contact in welcoming lives? Did we reflect the role gloves play in saving lives? Have you wondered why the same pair of protective gloves, made of the same material, can be of the same use across the world, across humanity? Have you wondered how these gloves have transcended borders, cultures, and creed more than words have? How would the world have been if it wasn't for hundreds of such gloves that touch human development and progress in science and medicine? Is there a realization that someday these gloves will be the last contact on our bodies when we leave this journey? This simple pair of gloves has touched joy, love, despair, hope, curiosity, pain, elation, and success. Have you contemplated what binds us to this pair of protective glove? It is trust, it is reliability, it is integrity, it is quality, and it is humanity. At Top Glove, we transcend cultures and borders to serve humanity.